Jesus and Mary Magdalene. At 16-year-old Jesus Christ watch as a Sanhedrin declared Lazarus's 16-year-old sister Mary Magdalene committed punishable offenses. She has been shopping in the market unchaperoned. Her head has been uncovered, exposing an entire market of strangers to the sensuality of her hair. And she has repeatedly looked me, a man and a Sanhedrin, in the eye. Lazarus looked crestfallen, for he knew the Sanhedrin had spoken true. Mary Magdalene had broken the religious law for people of their faith. While Greek and Roman women went about not only uncovered, but in very revealing, sleeveless robes, and nobody cared, the rules for the people of his and Mary Magdalene's faith were much more restrictive of women. This was not the first time Lazarus had needed to interject himself into sticky situations Mary Magdalene caught herself in from her habit of disregarding the religious rules she disdained. She really would have been far better off if she had been born a Greek, he thought to himself. He let out a sigh of reluctant acceptance. Though he played the ignorant youth, he had traveled this path before and knew what needed to come next. "Good sir," he began politely, "my sister has been a bit daft in the head since she was young. It might be from a fever she caught when she was a babe. I ask you to forgive her for her poor behavior. If you were to take her away, it would cause my elderly mother much grief and probably anyone forced to endure temporary captivity with my sister as well. And it is not necessary. The end result would simply be a fine." Lazarus reached inside his tunic and withdrew a small coin sack. He hid a larger one on his belt as well, but wanted the Sanhedrin to assume this was all the money he carried. "Let me pay the fine now." "Good sir, entrust my sister to my charge. I will return quickly with her to our father's business on the shore of the lake. I assure you we will go straight there and you will not see my sister again, unchaperoned or uncovered." The Sanhedrin stroked the chin of his beard. "How much do you have?" he asked avariciously. Lazarus undid the drawstring from the goatskin purse and emptied the coins onto the palm of his hand. 6 silver Roman denarius, he said, pointing to the coins with the index finger of his other hand. "Pff," the Sanhedrin said, blowing out in disdain through his mouth. "She has 3 offenses against her. Her fines would equal at least 1 gold aureus. You are 19 silver denarius short, young man. You are a merchant's son. Surely you carry more than 6 denarius on you," he said greedily. Reluctantly and without objection, Lazarus reached into his tunic to pull out the additional payment the Sanhedrin demanded. Keeping his coin purse hidden inside his tunic, he found a gold aureus and handed it to the Sanhedrin. A wide smile lit up the man's face as he held the heavy gold coin in his hand. "There, that was not so difficult, was it?" he smiled mockingly. "You and your sister have my permission to go now," he said haughtily. "See that you return straight away to your father before another Sanhedrin not as forgiving as me arrests her again." Lazarus put his arm around Mary Magdalene's shoulder and guided her gently in the opposite direction down the market aisle. One of the guards standing beside the siblings smirked at the other. "No sense in letting such a nice bottom go totally to waste." The other guard smiled widely in understanding and approval as the first guard raised his sword and swung it down, intending to tap Mary Magdalene on her derriere with the broad side of the blade as she passed. But before the sword made contact, the hand of a strong, muscular arm grabbed the guard at his wrist and abruptly stopped the swing of his sword arm. The burly guard made to pull his arm away from the man holding him by his wrist, but he could not break his vice-like grip. Lazarus and everyone else quickly turned to see what was happening. A tall, brawny young man 1 year younger than Lazarus was gripping the arm of the guard and staring at him with piercing eyes. By his shoulder length, light brown hair and lighter skin, he would seem to be a visitor from the far north rather than a native of Judea or the lands of Israel. But he wore the simple garb of a poor peasant. Typical of the Galilee region, and his beard was forked in the manner of some of the fanatical sects of his own Hebrew faith. Was there no end to the trouble his sister could get into? Lazarus wondered in disbelief. Only a coward would hit an unarmed and unsuspecting person from behind. And only a cur would hit a woman. "Release your sword," the young man ordered the guard. Before the guard could comply, the other guard pointed his sword at the young man gripping his partner and stepped forward to stab him in his side. Without letting go of the first guard's wrist, the stranger turned to face the guard assailing him even as he was thrusting his sword. In a mighty voice, he commanded, "Hold!" It was a voice of thunder. Everyone in the market froze wherever they were, stopped whatever they were doing and stared at the scene unfolding before them. Both guards instantly dropped their swords, which landed with dull thuds on the dirt ground. The man with the forked beard released his grip on the guard's wrist and turned to face the Sanhedrin, who still stood with his mouth agape. "You make a mockery of God at your eternal peril." The Sanhedrin defended himself in a quavering voice. "It is my right as a Sanhedrin and keeper of the laws, to do as I have done." His guards reached down and cautiously picked up their short swords, then stood in their place listening. The Sanhedrin was emboldened seeing his guards once again armed and ready to protect him. "This woman was in the market unchaperoned with her head uncovered like a harlot," he spat. "Who are you to interject yourself into something that is not your concern?" he asked with renewed confidence in his position relative to the peasant who stood before him. The muscular young man looked at him and surprisingly addressed him by name. "I am the man who knows all of your secrets, Caliph. I know what you do in the night that you wish no one else to know." He pointed to Lazarus. "And I know that if you keep the gold aureus you took from this man, it will never appear in the treasury of the Sanhedrin, but will remain in your house with many others that have gone before it." Suddenly all of the color drained from the Sanhedrin's face. His eyes opened wide and he had the look upon him of abject horror. He was still holding the gold coin in his hand that Lazarus had given him, and he threw it upon the ground as if it was burning his hand. In silence, with his lips drawn tightly together in what would seem to be fear, he motioned quickly for his guards to follow him as he passed through the onlooking crowd and scurried off as fast as his legs could carry him. His guards hurried after him. Lazarus and Mary Magdalene turned to thank the young man for his intervention. "Thank you for seeing something I did not see and taking action to prevent it," Lazarus said in greeting. "My name is Lazarus of Bethany, and this is my sister Mary Magdalene." Mary Magdalene and the young man faced and held each other's gaze for what seemed to Lazarus to be an entirely inappropriately long moment. "Thank you, kind sir, for your intervention," Mary Magdalene said softly. "To whom do I owe my gratitude?" Without taking his eyes from hers, the young man answered. "You know me, Mary Magdalene. I am Jesus. Jesus of Nazareth." Mary Magdalene cocked her head to the side a bit. Her lips parted and her brown eyes widened and began to tear as she realized she recognized him. "The feast of the last Passover at the temple, you are the same man." "Yes," Jesus answered simply. Mary Magdalene turned to her brother, "Please give me a moment with my benefactor Lazarus." "Walk away. I will follow." Quickly. Lazarus was about to explode at his sister that he could not leave her unaccompanied with a strange man, even if he had just helped them. Had she learned nothing about unacceptable behavior from today's events? But as he looked up to speak, Jesus caught his eye. Suddenly he was at peace, and it seemed perfectly fine to do as Mary Magdalene wished and walk down the aisle a ways and leave her alone with the stranger. Once Lazarus was beyond being able to hear their words, Jesus reached out and held Mary Magdalene's hand in his, giving it a loving squeeze. She did not resist but gently caressed his hand in return. "I did not think I would ever see you again," Mary Magdalene almost whispered. Jesus smiled at her, willing himself with great effort to not lean forward and incautiously for the time and place, embrace her. "Though we met for only a few minutes, as I told you then, I tell you now, our eyes are the portals to our souls. They speak the truths of eternity, truth words need not say and that our hearts cannot deny. They speak of love, Mary Magdalene. Our love. A love that spans time." Mary Magdalene's heart swelled with a warm and wonderful feeling that permeated her entire body and burst upon her. Unbidden. She nodded in understanding. "You speak eloquently and boldly. I should turn and walk away from you now. But you know I cannot." "I will not compel you to remain," he answered. "Nor could I if I wanted to. And were we barely above strangers, two people who merely passed some light moments at the last Passover feast, I would not intrude upon you now. But we are more. I walked with you before that day at the temple, as you have with me many, many times. Our lives have always been intertwined, beyond this life, beyond this world, Mary Magdalene. Listen to your heart and mind. Together, they will tell the secrets of your soul." Mary Magdalene looked upon his face in wonder as memories flooded into her of surreal moments past. "You speak so strangely. Incomprehensible, nonsense. But I do know you," she whispered in dawning realization. "How can that be? I remember that day at the Passover feast. But now I remember so many other days and other places, places I've never even been to and know not even where they are. Have you enchanted me?" Jesus smiled at her suggestion. "It is you who are the enchantress, Mary Magdalene, as I am sure you will also realize someday. I have dreamed about you, Mary." Magdalene almost whispered as she realized the truth. "All of my life I have grown up with you in my dreams, from when you were a boy to the man who now stands with me." Mary Magdalene took a deep breath and wiped a tearing eye. "I recognized you at the Passover feast as the boy in my dreams. I wanted to talk more to you then, to unravel this great mystery, but I thought. I convinced myself that despite your words of endearment then, I was just having girlish fantasies. And you appeared very poor," she added playfully. "Not that it should matter, but it did then." Mary Magdalene put her other hand upon his broad chest. "But here you are again. And you hold my hand. And you see in my eyes the light of my soul. In truth, I cannot deny the beating of my heart. I would go with you even now, if you asked." Jesus smiled broadly as they continued to hold their loving gaze with one another. He put his hand over hers upon his chest. "You know me more than from your dreams, Mary Magdalene. We were together before this world ever was. And it is almost time for us to be together again, in this life, and beyond. But we must do it as your brother would say, appropriately. Return with him to Bethany. I promise I will see you again soon. And I will speak to your father that we might spend time together. With chaperones, of course," he chuckled. Mary Magdalene teased him in response. "I am not very appropriate." "I know, Mary Magdalene," he nodded. "And I love that about you. But in this, we must not add more obstacles than will already be before us. Your father is a wealthy man. As you noted from our earlier meeting, I do not have many coins to rub together. It will already be a challenge for him to agree to let a lowly carpenter from Galilee to call upon you." Mary Magdalene let out a little laugh. "Yes, I suppose it will." At that moment Lazarus walked up to them and tugged on his sister's sleeve. "We must be going, Mary Magdalene. I am your trusty blind brother and do not see that you are holding hands with a stranger with your head still uncovered. But especially because of what I am not seeing, we must go." As he took another step forward, Lazarus noticed she also had her hand on Jesus's chest. "Gads," he exclaimed in shock. "You are also touching a stranger, and he is touching you in public," he whispered apprehensively, not wanting to draw attention to them. Lazarus looped his hand through her arm and physically pulled her away from Jesus. "Let go of him, Mary Magdalene. Let us make haste to leave this place before something else occurs. And by the stars, cover your head." Mary Magdalene turned to look at her brother with a frown. "I will come, Lazarus, but I will not cover my head. You try wearing a covering over your head and ears and neck, especially on a hot day, and see how you like it. It is among the most stupid of rules." Lazarus didn't respond to his sister but turned again, waving goodbye to the stranger. "Thanks again for your help, Jesus. Truthfully, I am upset that you were holding hands with my sister and other contact. But because of your timely intervention with the Sanhedrin's guards, I will overlook it. Perhaps we will meet again someday under better circumstances. If you are ever in Bethany, just ask for Lazarus the merchant's son and you will find me." Jesus just smiled and nodded his head in acknowledgement. Mary Magdalene looked over her shoulder and caught Jesus's eyes one more time even as she and her brother were walking away. "I too look forward to seeing you again, Jesus." Jesus smiled broadly at her words. "Be assured, it is certain, Mary Magdalene." The more he thought about it, the more he was sure this was a very bad idea. How could his father have agreed to this madness? Lazarus wondered. It had all started out routine enough. As a celebration of his 18th birthday, Lazarus's father had given him his first command of a caravan. He had been on numerous caravan trips previously as the family representative, journeying as far west as Egypt and as far south as Petra, the marvelous city hidden within the Red Mountains and carved out of solid bedrock. It had been made rich by its location astride the major caravan routes. But this was the first caravan in which he had ever been put entirely in charge, even if it was only a small cavalcade with 5 trading camels and only journeying to the Roman city of Ptolemy on the coast north of Galilee. Though it was a bit grating that his uncle Tobias came along. Despite his pleas to do the trip without supervision, his father had insisted that his brother Tobias accompany the caravan, merely as a mostly silent observer, to offer tips and support from a well-seasoned veteran caravan master as needed. The reality was he talked a lot and the camel handlers and guards all looked to Tobias for a subtle nod of agreement whenever Lazarus gave an order. Lazarus grimaced in displeasure as he thought about it. He had been on enough caravans that he was certain there was nothing Tobias could tell him that he did not already know. But Tobias wasn't the madness, he was just an irritant. The unreasonable absurdity was his sister Mary Magdelene. As he was now old enough to be her chaperone within the strictures of the law, his father had given in to his sister's pleas to accompany the caravan so she could visit her suitor, Jesus, in Nazareth as the caravan passed through the province of Galilee on its way to Ptolemy. Lazarus had been given strict instructions that he was to never let Mary Magdelene out of his sight or allow her to get into any mischief. Ha! Lazarus mumbled under his breath. That would be like trying to convince a bee not to go to a flower, as Mary Magdelene had an uncanny knack for putting herself in the middle of trouble wherever it might be hiding. Lazarus was suddenly brightened by a happy thought. Good might come out of letting Mary Magdelene come along after all. Perhaps Jesus might finally ask her to marry him and she would then be his problem. Lazarus was almost gleeful as he considered that possibility. To fulfill Mary Magdalene's wish to see Jesus, after traveling through Judea, Samaria, and Galilee, the caravan encamped on the outskirts of Nazareth for the night of their arrival and planned to remain the following day and night. It had taken a week to reach Nazareth from Bethany as camels laden with trading goods walked no faster than a man. And they were stubborn and ornery creatures. Their redeeming quality was that they didn't need much water. But that was fairly offset by their intractable nature when they decided they preferred to stop and nibble the shrubs rather than continue on the journey, or kick a driver in the face that was simply trying to attach the day's load to its back. And they made those types of unhelpful choices. Quite often Lazarus reflected. But after 2 nights and a day remaining in Nazareth, he calculated that the next day they should be able to push the rested, well-fed and hopefully more amicable camels, at a fast enough clip to reach Ptolemy in a single day. But to his consternation his plan was soon overruled by his uncle. Lazarus had just made arrangements to escort Mary Magdelene to Jesus's house so she could spend an hour with him that evening when his uncle pulled him aside. "I wanted to speak with you before you departed for your sister's suitor's house." "Yes, uncle, what is it?" Lazarus asked impatiently. "I know you are planning on making a beeline for Ptolemy tomorrow. But I wish to divert to the village of Gabi on the river Kishon. It will only add 1 or 2 days to our travel." "Why would I agree to that?" Lazarus demanded. "All of our trade goods are destined for buyers already secured in Ptolemy. If we trade any of our goods in Gabi, we would incur the wrath of buyers in Ptolemy to whom they are already promised." His uncle moved around a bit nervously, looking at the ground and shuffling his feet back and forth. "I do not wish to trade goods in Gabi. You need not worry about not meeting your obligations in Ptolemy. If not to trade, why would we add days to our travel to divert to Gabi?" You are making no sense, uncle. Lazarus retorted with some irritation. Tobias let out a big sigh of air. Why do you think I came on this trip, Lazarus? You do not need me as a nursemaid. Your father of course is quite aware that you can fulfill the duties of master of the caravan without my oversight. Thank you for that acknowledgement, Lazarus huffed. But then why did you come? Mary Magdelene is not the only one among us seeking marriage. There is a comely young lady who lives in Gabi. I met her when she was with her father on my last trading trip to Ptolemy. I intend to take her as my wife. What? Lazarus exclaimed. And why are you just telling this to me now? In any case, you already have 2 wives. Is that not enough? Humph, his uncle snorted. You are presumptuous to say that. I wish to add another wife, as is my right by law, and so it shall be. After I speak to her father and pay her dowry, we will be wed the same day. Our delay in Gabi will not be more than a day. Just go yourself, uncle, Lazarus directed with continued irritation, some for the change of plans and some at his uncle for wanting to add some poor young girl, probably barely of age, to his household as a wife. I will continue on to Ptolemy with the caravan. You and your new wife can just meet us there in the following days. After we have sold our goods to the buyers, I intend to remain in Ptolemy for another few days buying goods for the return trip to Bethany. There will be plenty of time to reunite with our caravan. His uncle shook his head in negation. You cannot continue without me. Of course I can. Lazarus said with a raised voice. You yourself acknowledged that I can fulfill the duties of caravan master without your assistance. Yes, yes, I know you are capable, nephew. I am not casting any doubt to that. It is simply that I need you at the wedding as a male representative of my family. It is more proper that way, and the girl's father would expect nothing less. Lazarus put his hand to his forehead and rubbed it in frustration. All he wanted to do was simply lead his trading caravan and make profitable trades. Why did he have to be enmeshed in family dramas? Mary Magdelene needed constant chaperoning and wanted to be in Nazareth with her suitor. His uncle wanted him to be in Gabi to represent the family at his wedding to a girl he probably had never spoken more than 10 words to. All Lazarus wanted to do was be on the road to Ptolemy. But he knew he had to fulfill his family obligations first, despite his personal preferences. All right, uncle. We will go to Gabi tomorrow. I am not happy about it, about any part of it, but I will be the good nephew and son of my father and do it. Of course you will, his uncle smiled, patting him affectionately on the shoulder. Still frustrated by the delay and route deviation thrust upon him by his uncle, Lazarus was in no mood to make any additional accommodations when Mary Magdelene came to him and asked to remain in Nazareth until his return from trading in Ptolemy. No. Lazarus said loudly, moving his crossed arms swiftly apart in negation. Not to worry, Lazarus, Mary Magdelene assured him. Jesus's mother has promised to strictly chaperone me. And I promise to be virtuous and chaste in every way. And sweet too, she added. Absolutely not. No, no, no. Lazarus said with finality as he turned his back and began to walk away. Mary Magdelene reached and grabbed his tunic before he could get far. You are being so unreasonable, Lazarus. Nothing will happen for anyone to be ashamed of. I will be on my very best behavior, and Jesus's mother will be present whenever he and I are together." Lazarus turned to Mary Magdalene with some anger. "You know very well, Mary Magdalene, that I have personally been charged to be your chaperone by our Father, for the entire trip. You will not talk me into being reticent in my duties. And besides, we are leaving tomorrow at daybreak for Gabi, not Ptolemy, because Uncle Tobias is getting married in haste and I must be there to represent our family. And you must be there because I am your chaperone and I say you must." Mary Magdalene was taken aback by Lazarus's forceful, and in her mind unreasonable, manner. He was normally amicable and more interested in not having her around. She had been certain he was going to jump with glee at the opportunity to leave her for a week in Nazareth with Jesus's family and travel without her to Ptolemy. But seeing she was not going to change his mind, she turned on her heel without another word and left in a huff. They headed out at daybreak the next day for Gabi. Mary Magdalene and Jesus spent their last minutes together under the watchful eye of Jesus's mother. Even her assurance to Lazarus that she would be a dutiful chaperone if Mary Magdalene stayed in Nazareth, did not change Lazarus's mind. The caravan made good time to Gabi and they arrived by early afternoon at the house of the father of the bride, which sat on the outskirts of the town and had an ample field adjoining it for the caravan to pitch camp. The bride's father, John Rhett, had been standing in a small gate tower at the entrance to the walled courtyard of a modest, whitewashed home with a red tile roof, watching for the visitors. Seeing the wedding party topping a nearby small rise, he hurried down to meet them. John Rhett warmly greeted Tobias, who in turn introduced his nephew Lazarus and niece Mary Magdalene. John Rhett's wife and daughter came out of the house to meet the visitors as well. "This is my wife Erasia and my daughter Sabina," John Rhett said simply. Lazarus' eyes widened a bit when he first looked at the women. They were both quite striking and looked more like sisters than mother and daughter. Even more surprising, both of them had uncovered heads, their long dark tresses freely flowing over their shoulders and down their soft, flowing robes. Lazarus was used to seeing Mary Magdalene's head uncovered, but most women of his faith wore a scarf about their head for modesty that began at the hairline on the forehead and continued back, covering all of their hair. Other than Greeks and Romans, it was a common practice and even religious edict among most the tribes and people of the Middle East. Reflecting on the youth and beauty of Sabina, Lazarus was convinced that his initial assumption was correct. No young beauty like her would have a sincere interest in an old graybeard like Tobias. Of that Lazarus was certain. Her father must be in financial straits and basically sold his daughter to Tobias for the price of her dowry. A disagreeable way to enter a lifelong relationship, Lazarus reflected. But he really couldn't fault his uncle too much, considering it was a fairly common practice, he mused. John Rhett threw a feast that night that was attended by many people from nearby homes, but not a single relative, which Lazarus found most odd. As the men gathered together to talk, Mary Magdalene joined the women under the watchful eye of Erasia, relieving Lazarus of his bothersome chaperone duties. He was happy to see Mary Magdalene and Sabina chatting and laughing together like two old friends. It was while gathered together with the men in conversation that Lazarus learned that John Red had recently immigrated to Gabii from a far-off land north of Rome, after he won the house and property from a Roman centurion in a game of chance. That would account for their strange names and need to raise money by having Sabina marry a rich merchant. If the family had not arrived with a nest egg of gold, they must be having a challenge creating a livelihood in a land where all commerce seemed to revolve around family, tribe, nationality, and long-established business connections. Though he had come from Roman lands, apparently John Red was not a Roman citizen. With no connections to the occupying force, nor to any of the Hebrew tribes, Romans, Greeks, Persians, or Egyptians. He was lucky no one had tried to make a slave of him yet. Wedding his daughter to a rich Hebrew was probably the smartest choice he could have made and the safest course for both he and his family, Lazarus conceded in his thoughts. As the night wore on, the men sitting around the campfire began to depart for the evening. Most had work they would rise for before daybreak, so retiring early was a necessity. As the last of the stragglers headed to their homes, Lazarus and Tobias bid good night to John Red, who went inside the house to fetch Mary Magdelene and escort her back to her family waiting outside the courtyard gate. "Well, what do you think of my bride?" Tobias asked his nephew. Lazarus grinned a bit as he prepared to answer. "Truthfully, I think you are a lecherous old man, uncle. But I can see how your marriage helps this family, even Sabina." Lazarus added quickly before Tobias could muster his anger. "Well, yes, of course," Tobias agreed. "It was very fortunate for everyone that John Red and I met when we did." Tobias was cut off in mid-sentence by a shriek of terror from within the house. Lazarus and Tobias rushed through the courtyard and without permission to enter, burst into the house. They found John Red cradling his wife's bleeding head in his hands as she lay unmoving on the floor. Lazarus and Tobias rushed up to the couple, relieved to see that Erasia was alive and breathing. She opened her eyes and spoke weakly to them. "It was Lucius," she sobbed with great effort. "He and some other men took Sabina." She looked forlornly at Tobias through reddened, tear-swelled eyes. "I am sorry. It happened so quickly. I did not even have time to call out. And they took your niece with Sabina." That revelation seemed to be more than she could bear and she fainted. "Quick, get some water," Tobias ordered Lazarus, who hurried to comply. He returned with a full cup. Tobias reached his fingers into it and flicked the water onto Erasia's face, awakening her. "Please, madam, gather your thoughts. The lives of my niece and your daughter may depend upon it. How many men were there? How long ago did they leave? And who is Lucius?" Erasia took in a big breath, trying to compose herself. "I do not know how many men. I only saw one. Lucius. But another subdued me from behind with a heavy hand over my mouth. And I heard scuffling behind me as the girls were captured, so I know there were others." "Who is Lucius?" Tobias asked gently. John Red answered for his wife. "We passed through Rome on our travel to Gabii. As we were traveling the road south, we encountered Lucius and some of his comrades walking the same road. Lucius is a Roman soldier. He was smitten by Sabina. Though she scorned the unsavory brute and would not even speak a word to him, he was not dissuaded in his pursuit of her. I think he may have abandoned his military unit, because though they were obviously Roman soldiers, he and his two companions never stopped to walk among our entourage. Though we were all strangers, we traveled far with a larger group for safety. Lucius and his friends kept pressing to be paid to guard our group as we traveled, but none of us felt comfortable with him or his comrades. Everyone was convinced the three of them must be military deserters from the Roman army. They had all the military accoutrements, including swords, and even a javelin, but they acted almost like animals, always yelling at one another and members of our travel group with very foul language for insignificant things. They stank very badly. I am not sure if they had ever taken a bath in their lives. You could literally see bugs crawling on their body and in their hair, but they were uncaring about their filth. I suspect they are also thieves. They followed us all the way to Gabi, which was a great distance requiring over a month of travel. Most of it was on boats. The price of passage would have been far more than a lowly Roman soldier could pay. Once we arrived here in our home, I thought we were finally rid of them, as I have not seen any of them for some months. I was sure they had finally realized Lucius's pursuit of Sabina was hopeless. Tobias nodded his head in understanding. The surprise John read is that this did not occur while you were still traveling. Your daughter would have been more vulnerable traveling through strange lands. You as well, as it would be obvious that you were carrying gold to pay for the passages of you and your family. Tobias nodded his head in understanding. Yes, we were attacked by brigands just south of Tarsus and before that by pirates on the sea. In both instances the members of our traveling party along with the crew of the ship and the drivers on land, killed the marauders. But some of us died as well. He covered his eyes with his hands. Now after all the ordeal and all of my treasure to get here, when I finally think I am home and safe, this terrible thing has happened. What am I to do? Oh, what am I to do? Tobias patted John Red comfortingly on his back as he was bent over in grief. Do not fear, John Red. We have a good chance to catch them. This is our land and we know it well. Because our family are notable traders, we have connections with merchants in every city and with Romans in high places as well. We will find those scoundrels in time to save my daughter and your niece from awful fates. John Red asked apprehensively. No. Probably not, Tobias answered with sad sobriety. They will likely rape the girls this very night before we can track them at daylight. Depending on how far they travel tonight, it may be some days before we catch up to them. At this point we do not even know in which direction they fled. Once they have despoiled the girls' virginity, they may try to sell them quickly as slaves rather than continue fleeing with them. Hearing this, Erasure burst into wails of grief and John Red's face drained of all color as he covered his face with his hands and cried openly. Lazarus was beside himself with anger and frustration. He cursed the darkness that made him impotent to move and take action, knowing the men that had taken his sister were getting further away by the hour and that each minute that passed made it more likely that she was being despoiled by the lechers. His uncle tried to console him, telling him no one would upbraid him for failing in his duties as a chaperone, and that he should get some sleep, so he was rested to begin the search at daybreak. But Lazarus would not be comforted. He really gave no thought to how his dereliction of his duties might be perceived. He only chafed to be on the trail to mete out justice. Under the Roman occupation it was illegal for anyone other than the Roman military or government officials to take a life. But Lazarus swore a silent oath to himself that he would not be constrained by that stricture if his sister had been harmed or violated. About an hour after it had been discovered that the girls had been taken, a voice hailed Lazarus from beyond the perimeter of the place where his party was camped outside the walls of the courtyard of John Rhett. Lazarus! Lazarus of Bethany! I am here to aid you. Lazarus had just laid down but was not tired in the least. He was looking up at the stars in the moonless night sky when he was hailed by a voice that seemed vaguely familiar. He leapt up and grabbed his short sword. His uncle and the other men from the caravan quickly joined him, facing a figure in the distance obscured by the darkness. "Who are you?" Lazarus yelled. "Come into our camp slowly and unarmed to show yourself." The man in the distance obeyed and slowly walked toward them with his arms spread wide and his palms facing forward to show he carried no weapons. As he got near enough, Lazarus was startled to recognize him as Mary Magdalene's suitor. "Jesus? Jesus of Nazareth? How did you get here?" "I ran," Jesus answered simply. Tobias and Lazarus looked at each other in disbelief, then back at Jesus. "You ran in the dark, all the way from Nazareth?" Tobias asked incredulously. Jesus nodded in assent. "It is because of the darkness that I have taken so long to arrive. I was not able to run as fast as I would have liked." "Well, that is different," Lazarus mused. "But in any case, I am glad you are here," Lazarus affirmed. "One more man will be helpful." "But how is it that you have come here in the middle of the night?" he asked curiously, trying to make sense of Jesus's unexpected appearance. Jesus came up to Lazarus and Tobias standing right in front of them, looking them in the eye, one after the other. "Mary Magdalene is in danger," he began, but was immediately interrupted by a dubious Tobias. "How could you know such a thing? Perhaps you are a part of the gang that absconded with my niece and fiancé," Tobias speculated threateningly. "I will tell you how I know," Jesus assured them, "but you will not comprehend what I say. I will have to show you that I speak truth." "Then show me," Tobias demanded. "Mary Magdalene and I are not like others. Though we are not yet even betrothed, we are connected to one another in ways beyond husband and wife. At times, unbidden, I can see through her eyes and she through mine. I can sense her presence, even when my eyes cannot see her. I feel her feelings in my own heart as if they were mine. I felt her turmoil as she was attacked by men of darkness, and I left Nazareth within minutes of her capture that I might help prevent something far worse." "Well, you are right," Tobias acknowledged sarcastically, "that is a fanciful imagination you have. But you are an extra man and obviously in love with my niece. As she seems to return your affection, you can come with us at daybreak." "No," Jesus responded, startling both Tobias and Lazarus. "We must depart now on the trail of the men of darkness," he insisted. "By daylight they will have despoiled the women. And Mary Magdalene will fight and probably die trying to defend her virtue. I am leaving this very moment. If you will save your sister Lazarus, you must come with me." Lazarus held his head down and took a big breath as he looked up to answer. "No one wishes to be on the trail now more than me," Lazarus affirmed. but there is no moon and it is too dark to even see where to put one foot in front of another or to know which direction to take in pursuit. In this darkness we would not get far and we might choose the wrong direction and find at daybreak we are further away rather than closer. As much as it pains me, we need to wait for light." Jesus shook his head in disagreement. "I told you that Mary Magdalene and I are connected beyond the ways of men." He raised his arm and pointed to the west. "I sense Mary Magdalene in the direction of the great sea. I have caught glimpses through her eyes of the men who have taken her. They are still moving in the night and have not stopped yet to ravish the women. I imagine they are trying to reach a boat at the mouth of the river or around the point to the south at the Roman town of Sycaminum. But they are traveling slower than we will be because they are carrying the women as Mary Magdalene has refused to walk." "You can truly sense all of this?" Tobias asked doubtfully but with a degree of hope. "Yes," Jesus confirmed. "Follow me and you will see that I speak the truth." Lazarus and Tobias looked at one another and silently nodded in agreement. "Lead and we will follow," Lazarus said with determination. "It will just have to be you and Jesus," Tobias interjected with reluctance. "I am old and would slow you two young men down. And we cannot take guards away from the caravan lest all our trading goods and camels are stolen while we are away. Nor is John Red a youngster and he should stay here with his wife. You two go off into the night. Mark a trail with rocks pointing the way and I will follow in the morning with men I hire from Gabi. We will catch those vermin and bring them to justice." The plan was agreed to and with quick goodbyes Jesus and Lazarus vanished into the darkness heading west toward the sea. After about 2 hours of moving as fast as they could in the darkness, Jesus held up his hand and whispered quietly in Lazarus's ear, "I sense Mary Magdalene very close. The men we seek must be just in front of us." Lazarus cupped his hand by Jesus's ear and whispered back to him, "The moon is rising and it is full. We will soon have much more light. Let us stay low and on bare ground that we can approach them in silence and assess the situation." Jesus nodded and the two men crept slowly and silently until they came to the edge of a small clearing. Moonbeams were already penetrating the canopy of tress and they saw 5 men huddled together in hushed conversation. Both women were laying in heaps on the ground nearby. Jesus assured Lazarus that they were still alive and were likely unmoving because they were bound with ropes. The two pursuers retreated back from the edge of the clearing so they could safely converse. "We can do nothing against 5 men," Lazarus whispered. "At least 3 of them are soldiers and certainly armed as John Red told us. Perhaps the other 2 as well. You are unarmed and I have only a short sword. Even with the element of surprise we would likely be killed if we attacked and Mary Magdalene and Sabina no better off and perhaps worse because of our failure, maybe even dead or injured as well. Let us return to observe and wait until my uncle follows with a larger body of armed men. In the meantime, try to find a stout stick you can at least use as a club if need arises." "We can do as you wish for now," Jesus agreed. "But I doubt these men will simply wait here for your uncle to come in the morning." Quietly they slipped back to their observation point at the perimeter of the clearing. They had been there for only a few minutes before a drastic change in their plans was necessitated. They watched in horror as the 5 men unbound the women. 2 of them held down one and 3 of them the other. "Get off of me, you scoundrels!" They heard Mary Magdalene yell in anger at the three men grappling with her as she twisted and fought their grips. There was laughter from the men as they played with the women. Sabina just lay still, apparently resigned to her fate. But Mary Magdalene was moving and thrashing about so much it was all three men could do to hold on to her. Before Jesus and Lazarus could take any action, they heard sounds of cloth ripping as both women were being disrobed by their attackers. Hearing this trending sound, both men sprang into the clearing from their concealment and leapt upon the men without a thought for their own safety. Seeing Jesus heading to Miriam's defense, Lazarus drew his sword and came at the men preparing to ravish Sabina. Their backs were to him. They were completely focused on raping the helpless girl. Knowing they were outnumbered by armed, unscrupulous men, Lazarus had no compunction about honor in battle. He had fought brigands several times on caravans to Egypt in the past 3 years. He knew his life and those of the women depended upon him taking advantage when opportunity presented it. Without a word he swept his sharp-edged short sword in a vicious arch and sliced the hamstring muscles and tendons of one of the men who was bent over at the waist, removing Sabina's clothing. The man immediately fell to the ground screaming in pain and no longer able to stand on his legs. The other assailant quickly turned and drew his short sword from its scabbard to face Lazarus. But before he could bring its point or edge fully to bear, Lazarus swept his sharp sword down in a rapid arch and severed the man's wrist. The hand holding the sword hilt dropped limply to the ground. While Lazarus quickly disabled his foes, Jesus was having a greater challenge, fighting 3 against 1. From the point that Jesus and Lazarus had rushed in, Lazarus had already attacked the assailants on Sabina before Jesus even reached those on Mary Magdalene, as she lay a few paces beyond. Mary Magdalene's attackers, being forewarned by the commotion to their left, had moments to look up to see Jesus rushing toward them. They quickly climbed off Mary Magdalene and drew their gladius swords to meet him. As Jesus came within striking distance, the first man thrust his sword toward Jesus's groin, a favorite tactic of the Roman army. Jesus, being a large and muscular man of his time, deftly stepped aside and grabbed the man by his outthrust sword arm with both of his hands and spun him in a half circle, lifting him completely off the ground as he threw him some paces away. Even as Jesus let the man fly, with his peripheral vision he saw a second assailant holding his gladius sword in both hands above his head and swinging it down in a rapid stroke to decapitate him. He hurried to fall backward out of harm's way, and it would have been too late to save himself, had the man not suddenly fallen on his face. Jesus looked over to see what had occurred and saw that Mary Magdalene had looped her torn garment around the man's legs from behind and with a mighty heave had pulled his legs out from under him just before his sword would have severed Jesus's neck. The third marauder was unarmed and seemed hesitant to attack. Jesus in turn hesitated to attack a man who was not attacking him. But Mary Magdalene had no such qualms. While the man and Jesus stared at each other in the moonlit darkness, she felt a piece of a large tree branch on the ground and grasping it firmly in both hands she swung it in a vicious side arch, hitting her assailant in the side of the head. He immediately fell to the ground unconscious from her blow. With all of their attackers accounted for, Mary Magdalene and Jesus embraced in exhausted relief. She laid her head upon his broad chest and held him tightly to her. He nestled his head against hers, and softly stroked her matted hair. Lazarus looked up and smiled as he saw the silhouette of his sister and Jesus in loving embrace. They were well matched, he decided with satisfaction, and certainly deserved each other. Suddenly, to his dismay, he noticed the first assailant Jesus had thrown rise up and pull his arm back, preparing to throw a javelin at the couple and embrace. The man was directly in front of Lazarus, about 10 paces away, with Jesus and Mary Magdalene standing between them a little to Lazarus's left. Reacting in a split second, Lazarus yelled out in Aramaic, "Duck," and threw his short sword with all his might at the soldier preparing to launch the javelin. It was a maneuver he had never done before, and he had no idea how it would end up. His instinctual reaction had just been to throw the only thing he had ready at hand, in hopes of hitting the man sufficiently to throw off his deadly aim. His sword twirled through the air, flipping rapidly over and over, hilt to tip. It could easily have hit the man with the butt of the hilt, causing him enough pain to miss his intended victims. But as the twirling sword came upon the man, it was the sharp, pointed tip that buried itself deeply into his chest. And he fell to the ground dead, pierced through the heart. As the two men Lazarus had first dealt with lay on the ground groaning in agony from their wounds, and the two Mary Magdalene had dealt remained unconscious on the ground, Mary Magdalene hurried over to Lazarus and held both of his hands in hers. "Thank you, Lazarus. You and Jesus saved us from a fate worse than death. But what now of you? You have killed a Roman soldier. The Romans will hunt you down and crucify you. Though it pains me greatly after you have done such a noble deed and will cause our parents much grief, your only hope is to flee beyond the Roman lands while there is still time, before they have begun to search for you." Lazarus bowed his head and nodded in agreement. "It was worth this heavy price to know you are safe, Mary Magdalene, and Sabina. Your virtue is intact and your life still whole." He looked over at Jesus. "The man you have chosen to love is a good one, Mary Magdalene, peculiar, but trustworthy and competent. May you have a good life together and many children." Mary Magdalene gently laid her forehead on Lazarus's chest. "We will, brother. Thank you for all you have done to make it possible. Not just this day, but for all of our lives. But go now. Do not delay another minute." Lazarus nodded in assent. "I will leave at once, dear sister. I will not tell you where I am going, thereby you may in all honesty tell anyone that asks that all you know is I have departed from the lands of the Romans. Please explain everything to our mother and father, brother and sisters. Tell them goodbye for me and that I love them. Tell father I am sorry I will not be there to take over the family business. Considering the circumstances he will understand." As Lazarus said his goodbyes to his sister, Jesus approached. "May I interrupt?" Lazarus looked up in gratitude. "Of course, Jesus. The happy ending to this abduction would not have been possible if it were not for you. Thank you for coming so quickly in the middle of the night and for not hesitating when the moment came to fight by the strength of our arms and righteousness of our cause, else all would have been lost. Though we will probably never see each other again, I hope I do meet you once more someday so you can tell me happy stories of you and Mary Magdalene and my future nephews and nieces. Perhaps when enough time has passed I will return in disguise to Bethany that I might quietly see my family once again." "Oh, I do not think you will have to wait that long," Jesus responded cryptically. How so? Lazarus wondered. Jesus put his hand on Lazarus's shoulder and looked at him with a slight smile uplifting his lips. You trusted me when I told you I could find Mary Magdalene even in the midst of the darkest night. Trust me now, my brother, when I tell you that none of these 4 men who have survived will remember anything from this night. They will not remember you, or me, or even that they abducted the 2 maidens. You have no cause to flee, for in the minds of these brutes there will be no explanation for what has happened to them or their dead companion. But how could that be? Lazarus wondered. Surely you are not suggesting we kill the other 4 to eliminate witnesses to the death of the first? Jesus shook his head in negation. Life should never be taken except in defense of life, as you did with righteous justification tonight. These men will live. But they will have no memory of any of us. Lazarus seemed dubious. Again, I ask, how can that be? You must trust me, Lazarus. If I say it is so, it is. Source watches over us this night. And the powers of Source are beyond the ken of men. Lazarus nodded in acceptance of Jesus's explanation. Though his mind told him to run, his heart was calm and at peace with remaining and returning to his family and his caravan. They left the surviving kidnappers where they lay upon the ground, and the 4 of them began walking back toward Gabi. Shortly after dawn they were met by Tobias and 10 armed men who were astounded to see them. How are you here with the women? Tobias wondered in confusion. Where are the ruffians? The 4 of them had already agreed on an answer to the questions they were sure would come. Mary Magdalene spoke for the group. She knew Jesus had taken a vow of truthfulness in all things, and she did not wish him to have to break his vow for the sake of the others. When they realized they were being pursued, they released us, uncle, and fled to the south over the hills. Tobias eyed the torn clothes of the women. They had dutifully tried to hold the pieces together, but it was obvious they had been savagely undressed. What of your garments? Tobias inquired dubiously. It appears you both have been ravished. It was almost so, Mary Magdalene admitted. By ere they could do the foul deed, they heard the approach of Jesus and Lazarus. Thinking they were part of a larger group of pursuers, they fled in terror, leaving us with our virtues still intact. That is good, Tobias huffed. Let us now return to Gabi and put this sordid affair behind us. He turned to Sabina. I would still take you for a wife, Sabina, if you still wish to proceed. Sabina nodded her head in silent assent. With relief, the entire group turned and began walking back to the house of John Rhett, gratified, each in their own way, that a here-trending kidnapping had ended with deliverance rather than despair. Chapter 1. Lazarus' biography. I still remember the day I died. It began as a most wonderful day. The azure blue sky at my home in Bethany was brilliantly clear. The penetrating warmth of the morning sun enlivened me so much so that I was whistling happily as I made preparations to receive the caravan that would be arriving from Egypt that afternoon. I had already received word from a fleet messenger 3 days earlier that the caravan would reach Bethany by the afternoon of this day. After delivering the glad tidings, he handed me a small, soft leather pouch. This was a private message from my caravan master Kazim. I opened it up with hopeful expectation. Barring unforeseen setbacks on the last days of the journey, this would be Qasim's report on the caravan's trading success in Egypt. I turned the pouch upside down, holding it by its bottom, and gently shook the contents onto the upturned palm of my other hand. 4 brown pebbles, 1 dull green, and 14 rock crystals, each about half the size of my smallest finger, fell out onto my hand with soft clinking sounds as they hit against one another in their tumble. 10 of the crystals were clear while 4 were smoky black. Gazing at the stones in my hand, I nodded silently in appreciation, and a subdued smile of elation crossed my face. This was profitable news. The caravan had departed for Egypt with 22 men shepherding 5 camp camels carrying food, water, goats' hair tents and sundry supplies needed during the journey. They were accompanied by 15 camels loaded with trading goods, including 8 that exclusively carried the premium quality date fruits of Jericho, which the Egyptians particularly loved and paid for handsomely. From Egyptian ports on the Great Inner Sea, our humble dates were traded all over the world. I rubbed the pebbles and crystals between my 2 palms, contemplating their message concerning our trading fortunes. 4 brown pebbles, we had lost 4 men killed by brigands, Romans, or accidents. 1 green stone, 1 trading camel and all its goods had been lost. 10 clear crystals, confirmed that 10 trading camels were returning laden with goods that would be highly profitable. 4 black crystals, indicated trading camels that carried loads whose profitability was in question. Qasim and I had worked out a message code using stones when he first became my caravan master 2 years previous. With my father's retirement, my family and business responsibilities in Bethany no longer allowed me to lead the semi-annual caravans to Egypt. I had searched fruitlessly for several months to find a trustworthy and capable person to replace me as the caravan master for my family's business. It seemed best to find someone that was already working for us, who had experience with caravans and the goods we brought to Egypt from Israel and those we desired to obtain in Egypt to bring back to Bethany. Trustworthy, wise leadership, not given to frivolous directives or unreasonable demands, and canny negotiating skills were essential, the ability to win a fight indispensable. Given these unusual criteria, I was unsatisfied with everyone I considered within our own business. Zimri had a modicum of all the skills, had worked for us for 8 years and had been on at least a dozen caravans. But after 7 men had been killed in an attack by brigands on his last caravan, he had promised his wife that he would not go on any more caravan journeys. I could have terminated his employment for his refusal, but he was a good and honest man, a hard worker and devoted to source, so I transferred him to our fishing business on Lake Gennesaret and paid the cost for his family to relocate. Shalom, though invaluable to me, was also rejected. He had all the skills except that of a fighter. He simply did not have the mettle to be a caravan master. But he traveled with all our caravans as the taulier, and I relied on him to keep an accurate accounting of every single item bought, sold, or traded. I considered at least a half-dozen other current and former employees. But for one reason or another, none were acceptable. As the time for another caravan journey was upon me, I was forced by necessity to once again lead it to Egypt. If my father had simply retired with the ability to retain command of responsibilities in Bethany, plus our fishing business at Tiberias on Lake Gennesaret, and our trading stalls at the markets in Jerusalem, Bethany, Jericho, Hebron, and Ptolemy, I would have felt at ease. But he was simply getting old and was no longer physically or mentally up to the demanding tasks of managing a far-flung family business. Fortuitously, it was in leading my last caravan that I stumbled upon my replacement. We always took the route to and from Egypt that hugged the coastline of the Great Inner Sea. Not only were the breezes flowing off the sea a welcome moderation of the relentless heat of the desert, but this route was the shortest and offered us the best defensive position from the never-ending scourge of brigands that inevitably would attack us one or more times during our journey. Protected by the vast expanse of water on the seaside from brigands on foot, we only needed to guard our forward, rear and flank on the desert. Only once in the last 15 years had we ever been attacked from the sea. We still lost men and goods on every trip, as did the caravans of all traders, but the sea route seemed best suited to limiting our losses. Gaza, a substantial town on the south coast of Israel noted for the stench at its southern end, likely contributed to by the mass of ever-accumulating camel dung, from arriving and departing caravans, was the location we debarked from into the barren desert toward Egypt. It was not uncommon to find other caravans encamped near Gaza also preparing to make the journey. We always counted the appearance of several caravans as good fortune as we could band together for the journey to Egypt. The larger the caravan, the more men available to protect it. This engendered a greater hope of repelling the murderous attacks by ruthless brigands that were sure to come, and protecting the lives of our men and our investments. One of the pleasanter aspects of life on the caravan is traditional enmities between different cultures, races, and religions, are temporarily laid aside as everyone in the caravan has a common interest and stake in traveling together as uneventfully as possible. People who because of race or beliefs would scarce ever speak to each other, or even have occasion to be in the other's presence in regular life, shared food, water, camps, and recreation together while with the caravan. Close collaboration and coordination were essential to ensure efficient, organized travel and protection of the caravan. There was no time or tolerance for squabbles or animosities. It was on the last caravan to Egypt that I led, having failed to find a suitable caravan master among my own employees, that I came to know and appreciate Qasim, who was working as the second in command to the Persian Artaxerxes, master of a caravan of 47 camels. He was a Canaanite from a small dust spot of a village north of Gaza. As a child, Qasim had been fascinated watching the caravans muster at the debarking point south of Gaza. When he was only 11 years of age, his father consented for him to accompany caravans to Egypt in exchange for all the money he earned, which was only a pittance at first. Now 25 years of age, Qasim was far better compensated because of the varied skills he had developed in 14 continuous years working the caravans from camel tender, to guard, to cook, to trader. Though small of physical stature and affable by nature, he still accounted himself well in personal fights and was an expert with the use of a sling and a dagger. He had saved both men and trade goods from brigands on several occasions because of his quick understanding of the ebb and flow of battles and his uncanny ability to anticipate and counter the actions of his enemies. Qasim's most valuable trait was the fluency he had developed in Greek, Persian, Egyptian and Hebrew languages due to his natural intelligence and his experience working in caravans from several countries. He certainly spoke Persian and Egyptian far better than me. For all the camaraderie the blended caravans brought between diverse people, if I hadn't been so unsuccessful finding a capable caravan master among my own employees and people of my father's faith, I never would have considered a Canaanite, or any other foreigner. But I was desperate, I simply could not go on another caravan after this one, and Qasim was special. As second to the caravan master, I knew Qasim earned the standard for seconds, 5 silver dinarius for every day the caravan was away from Gaza, and 4% of the profits the taulier determined would accrue after all the goods were sold. That was very good compensation, but I knew I could offer him something he would never in all his life have the opportunity to do with anyone else. Beta master of the caravan. More than this, I was willing to give him 10% of the taulier's estimate of the profits. As quaint as the saying is, it was an offer he could not refuse, and it rewarded us both handsomely in the years after he became my caravan master. But I digress. It is easy to ramble and reminisce when you have been living in the world for almost 2,000 years. I was going to tell you about the day I died. I had narrow escapes from death many times during my early adult life. Leading merchant camel caravans was a very hazardous profession each and every journey. From hordes of robbers whose primary tactic was to kill everyone. To be free to plunder unhindered, to government officials in Egypt that gave me, a despised Hebrew, the not-so-difficult choice of paying a bribe or slowly rotting to death in prison, to dehydration and sunstroke blistering under the scorching, merciless sun while crossing the lifeless void of the desert. I had many opportunities to die, in unpleasant ways, alone and far from home. It came therefore as the greatest of surprises, actually pleasant in a morbid sort of way, to realize I was going to die on a gloriously beautiful day, in the courtyard of my own home, surrounded by my wife, children, and other people I loved so dearly. My end came suddenly and completely unexpected. It was nearing midday and I was trying to control mounting nervous excitement about the caravan that would soon be arriving. I had to suppress an almost childlike glee as I contemplated the moment I would soon open the stout satchels carried by the camels and discover the treasures they had brought back home to me. I took to walking rapidly and aimlessly to and fro about the house, within the enclosed courtyard, and all about our nearby property. I had already walked twice out into the vineyards on the hill to the west to look toward Jerusalem to see if I could spy the approaching caravan in the distance. I was getting quite parched from my useless pacing about. Though the temperature was moderate, my mouth felt like it was full of dry Egyptian cotton. So I returned to the courtyard to get a drink of fresh water from the circular stone well that stood under an eave in the corner of the southwest wall. That strategic location, blocking the sun's rays with a head-high wall and a canopy of trees, ensured it was never in the sun, and the water from its depths was always deliciously refreshing and cold. Standing beside the waist-high stone well, I nonchalantly reached down toward the ground to my right to pick up the earthenware stone jug we used to fetch the water whenever we simply wanted a drink. Just as I had bent over and grasped the jug, I glanced up and was horrified to be looking into the cold black eyes of a deadly poisonous aspies that had been concealed behind the well. Even with his body tensed in undulating coils on the ground, it was obvious the serpent was bigger in length than I was tall and scarcely more than a cubit away. That is to say, exceedingly close. The viper had already reared up and spread its fearsome hood, and I am not too proud to say I was so scared I wet myself. Moving ever so slowly, hopefully not even perceptibly, I began to pull back away from the serpent. After a few labored breaths that I feared to exhale out too quickly lest the wheezing whoosh irritate the creature causing him to strike, my fear for myself vanished and was replaced by worry for my family. My children played all day in the courtyard, yet I dared not yell out a warning until I was a safe distance away. I gritted my teeth, wondering how this emissary of death had found an egress into our private sanctuary. Having taken a large, excruciatingly slow step backward, I eased my left foot firmly onto the ground behind me. My body was now partially shielded by the stone well. I was certain that with the firm foundation of my rear foot I could quickly pull myself backward out of harm's way. Instantly acting on the thought, I dropped the water jug while simultaneously leaning further backward, intent on springing away. But before the jug had even fallen the tiny distance to the ground, the snake shot toward me with the blinding speed of a living bolt of lightning. 2 long, needle-point fangs sank deep into my right hand that had been holding the water jug, burying in the thick flesh between the thumb and first finger. It felt like my hand had been hit between two heavy rocks, and immediately there was a burning pain. My legs were suddenly weak. Cradling my bitten hand gently to my chest, I reached back feebly with my left hand to catch myself as I slowly fell to a sitting position on the ground. I was dumbfounded by my ill fortune and still staring in disbelief directly at the demon snake that remained reared up in front of me, ready to strike again. The instinct to scramble away was shouting incessantly in my mind, but my body failed to obey my silent commands to move. Somewhat soon after I found myself sitting on the ground. I'm not sure of the exact time, as my mind was already starting to become foggy. I heard my wife Hannah scream. Her voice seemed quite distant even though I knew she had to be close by. Her horrified shriek quickly brought many people to the scene, but the details are hazy as everything was already seeming somewhat of a dream to me. Two of my men carefully darted in and retreated, back and forth in a macabre dance with the demon snake of death, until they caught it off guard and momentarily ended the menace by covering it under a wide, upturned clay pot. I do not remember laying down, but the next thing I recall, my sister Martha was comforting me on my left, while my wife knelt on my opposite side, running her soft hand across my brow over and over, trying to hold back her tears. Between distraught gasps she whispered how much she loved me, though so rattled was she by the events that the words could barely escape her beautiful lips. A crowd of onlookers, my children, friends, kin, and employees towered above me, encircling me with grave looks and shadowing the sun. I wanted to see the sun. I tried to tell them to move, but my words just came out in agonized garble. Then the pain began in earnest. Excruciating pain you cannot even imagine. It seemed to originate in my bones and spine and sent rivers of fire through every fiber of my being. Racked with torturous misery, the only part of my body that still seemed to have activity, though just barely, was my voice, at least if unintelligible. Garbled screams of agony and whimpers of defeat can be considered functioning. All of my limbs just lay limp like dead weights, and no amount of effort or desire could budge them one whit. Time stopped for me. People still talked and moved about, but I no longer had any conception of how long they had been there, or how long I had laid unmoving on the hard, dry dirt of the courtyard. I do remember Martha showing surprising gumption for someone that was usually very quiet and deferring to others. She suddenly stood up and looking at the two workers that had subdued the aspies. She called out in a commanding voice to the tall one, "Get a donkey and come with me, Barak, and your wife too. We must make haste to Jerusalem to find Jesus so he can save my brother before it is too late." Barak, whom she had called, was never very good at following directions. Instead of doing as she asked, he walked over and stood beside Martha, pursing his lips and looking at me doubtfully. "He is going to die," he said, pointing at my immobile body. "There is no point in walking to Jerusalem on this hot day. You cannot save a person bitten by an aspies. I am sure he will be happier if you remain by his side until the end." Martha got an angrier look on her face than I had ever seen. Her lips stretched tight, her brows furrowed deeply, and her eyes glared piercingly at Barak. But she controlled her voice and spoke calmly through her clenched teeth, albeit with a very foreboding tenor. "Even the toxin of an aspies is naught to the Lord of Light," she exclaimed. "Surely he will work a life-saving miracle upon my ever-faithful brother, as he has done so often for others, if we can but get to him in time. Now get a donkey and your wife and meet me at the gate within 5 minutes." Barak nodded his head in assent and hurried off to do as Martha had bidden. In my mind I smiled at Martha's assertiveness and sudden decisiveness, although I do not think my uncooperative lips got the message to upturn. She had always been the one in the background, dutifully following the lead of others. Now here she was suddenly giving orders to men. Laying flat with my face toward the sky, I slanted my eyes downwards so I could see Martha as she hastened off toward the courtyard gate. I loved her for her rapid, heroic effort, but did not think I would still be in this world when she returned, no matter how fast she traveled. I had watched a man on one of our caravans die from the bite of an aspies, and he was gone in less than half an hour. I think my time to go would not be much longer. It was becoming very difficult to breathe. With all my might I strove in desperation to take a breath, to still live. But it was as if my chest was constricted in the tightest bond of wet leather, shrinking as it dried in the hot sun, and I could only take in the tiniest gulps of air, of life. Hannah moved behind me, gently lifted my head and cradled it atop her thighs as she knelt. Even in excruciating pain, I was simultaneously in bliss, as she softly caressed each side of my face, running her fingers lightly across my chin and then gently through my short, well-kept beard. Looking up, I gazed deeply into her soulful brown eyes, still glistening with tears. How lucky I was! How many men can die looking into the devoted eyes of the woman he loves, cradled in her arms, soothed by her soft kisses, in the green, blossoming garden courtyard of his own home, the alluring smell of jasmine flowers scenting the air. Surrounded by his loving children, family, and friends? I was a very blessed man. I never thought I would be able to die so wonderfully. Chapter 2. Being a spirit is very confusing. The moment I died, my spirit and consciousness separated from my body. Though it had no corporal form, I had an immediate awareness of my spirit body in the exact form of my physical body, but without the physical substance. Yet it was still substantial and tangible to me, and my mind resided with it, if that makes any sense. Not physical substance of flesh and blood, but real and perceptible, at least to my eyes. Probably a stretch of credulity for those of you that have never experienced it to imagine, but very real nonetheless. It was actually a very intriguing and fascinating form of existence. To begin with, I was flying. Who could ever imagine that? Like a bird without wings, unhindered and unimpeded by the constraints of a physical body. As soon as my spirit body separated from my dead physical body, it floated up about 20 cubits above the ground. It was quite strange to look down upon my lifeless body laying upon the dry earth and to realize that was no longer me. My physical body had just been a shell, a very glorious one that I had thoroughly enjoyed, but now floating free in the air I realized it had been very limited in its capacities. Everyone was so sad hovering around my corpse. My children were crying in torrents of tears and gasps of despair. My beautiful Hannah was laying prostrate on my body sobbing with grief. Other women gathered around were wailing in a manner so unnerving I began to think it was intended to try to wake the dead. Seeing and hearing the depths of everyone's sorrow, brought it upon me too. I shouted, "Cry not, do not sorrow. I am here, I am alive." But my heartfelt reassurances fell silently upon ears that could not hear the plaintive voice of what apparently to them was an invisible spirit. I hovered in the vicinity of the courtyard for some time, trying to descend closer to those that I loved who mourned my passing so deeply that I might somehow give them comfort. But try as I might, I could not drop to a lower level. I could rise up seemingly unhindered by any limit, but could not pass back closer to the ground than the 20 cubits to which I first arose. As the sun began to fall toward the horizon, my body was removed by men of my family, my brother and cousins. It was taken into the house for the women to prepare it for burial, I suppose. But I merely speculated, as I still could not lower my spirit closer to the ground and hence had no way to perceive what was actually happening within the house. After darkness had fallen and everyone had entered the house, I was left alone with my thoughts, and they began to diverge from the calamitous events of the day and to speculate upon grander matters. I suddenly realized something very important, even critical, was not as it should be. Why was my spirit hovering aimlessly about as if it had no place to go? I looked up into the brilliant, star-filled night sky. Should I not be on my way now to the celestial realms? Why was my spirit lingering about here in the physical world? Surely I wasn't going to be one of those haunting spirits people tell horror stories of, anchored forever to one location like a forlorn captive in an eternal prison without walls. Just as I was about to give myself up to despair, I saw a brilliant light radiating far in the distance, about 20 degrees above the horizon, at a place no light should or could be. Nor had mortal eyes ever seen a light as spellbindingly beautiful as this one was to my humble eyes of spirit. I knew immediately it was a celestial lamp from realms on high, lighting my way, calling me home. I spread my arms open in euphoric acceptance and stood in awestruck wonder, staring at the light for some time, waiting to be drawn by some unknown mystical force I was quite sure must exist, upward toward the light and into the higher realms. But after some time my arms, though just of spirit flesh, started to droop from the fatigue of being held up in unrequited wonder and anticipation of instant transference to the higher realms. Most strange, I muttered to myself, looking down perplexed, as if I might find an answer somewhere near my ethereal feet. I peeked again at the glorious light in the distance and shook my head in confusion. I think I misunderstood this process of life after death. I muttered to myself. I must have been away on a caravan when Jesus explained it. Suddenly, much to my great relief, a broad, translucent lighted path appeared spanning the distance from me to the heavenly light. Seeing this wonderful supernatural road to paradise, I exclaimed in unbridled joy, "Aha! My path to bliss at last!" Without delay I began to walk up the incline with excited anticipation at the marvels I knew were surely to come. It was a most amazing experience. The road beneath my feet felt as solid as my spiritual body felt to me. Yet, like my spiritual body, it had a translucency to it that was a bit unnerving. If I held up my arm I could look completely through it. If I looked down at the glimmering path I walked upon I could see all the way down to the ground below. At first I was only a short distance above the earth and it was an exhilarating experience. But soon I was higher above the ground than a bird flying in the sky. I wasn't afraid because I knew I was traveling the road to heaven. But I was cautiously trepidatious. After all, this was not the width of a Roman road, but merely a wide path where perhaps 3 people could tightly walk abreast. When I was close to the ground it seemed quite wide. But as I rose higher and higher, though I am sure it remained the same width, in my tinted perception it seemed to diminish in size. Then I realized I was needlessly wasting energy thinking about something meaningless. What was the worst that could happen? I was already dead. Would I die again or in some additional tormented manner, if I slipped off the road and fell to earth? Not likely and probably not possible, especially as I had already established that as a spirit I could fly. With that pleasant memory and thinking to save myself a lot of effort I made a leap up into the air with the intention to follow the road toward the light by simply floating effortlessly above it. To my utter surprise, consternation, and disappointment, I could no longer fly or even float. I simply fell back onto the path after my pitiful little leap. Shaking my head utterly perplexed, I mumbled to myself, I really do not understand how life after death works. As a little experiment I stopped for a moment and cautiously stuck my right foot over the edge of the road out into empty space. Immediately the glimmering road grew a branch beneath my foot. It appeared exactly the same as the golden road I had been traveling and extended in front of me about the length of my body. Carefully supporting my weight with my left foot on the main road heading for the distant light, I tried putting weight on my other foot standing upon the offshoot road and was gratified to see it felt firm and secure. Curious as to what the appearance of another road could mean, I stepped off the main road and onto the secondary path and it extended its length double in front of me. I took another step and the road extended an equal distance. I took another dozen steps confirming that the road would continue to lengthen as I continued to walk. I was satisfied for the moment and returned to the main road lest I forget that my glorious purpose was not to diverge to paths unknown, but to remain steadfast on my journey to everlasting life in the higher realms. I hurried along the celestial road for a long way. How long I cannot say, but I eventually found myself fatigued and needing to stop and rest. I was quite high above the earth now and could look down and see all of the Roman province of Judea under the diminishing light of the setting sun. Vivid red-orange streaks painted the darkening, pale blue sky along the horizon of the Great Sea to the west. The lands and cities of the tribes of Israel spread out beneath me all the way to the Great Sea. It was astoundingly beautiful. Once again I reprimanded myself for not being present, or listening close enough when I was around, to the teachings of Jesus, for I was thoroughly confused about everything I had thus far experienced since becoming a spirit. After all this time walking toward the light, I thought an angel or maybe 2 or 3, or even an old acquaintance or 2, or my grandparents, or somebody, would have come to greet me and guide me along the path. But I neither saw or heard anyone. I even called out in a loud voice, "This is Lazarus. I died. I am coming toward the light. It beckons me in my heart. But I would surely appreciate if someone could come and tutor me or just keep me company. I am not particular. Anyone source deems appropriate I will greet with joy." But no one came and I heard not even a whisper. Though I had missed nearly all of Jesus's sermons on the afterlife, I was positive I wasn't meant to be alone for eternity and that any moment I would have a joyous reunion with people I loved that had passed to the world beyond before me. So I continued to walk and walk and walk. Nor was it an easy walk. The travel upon the road was incessantly uphill and at a significant gradient. Never was there a flat spot or a way station to sit down and rest. Laboring to continue onward, I came to the conclusion that my spirit muscles were not in as good a shape as my physical muscles had been. Far be it from me to question the designs of Source. But if the task had been given to me, I would have created the entry to heaven a bit more welcoming and comforting. After all, everyone that traveled this road had recently expired from the physical life, perhaps like me traumatically and wrenched out of the arms of grieving loved ones. If ever there was a time when comfort, ease of passage, and loving support would be called for and appreciated, this would seem to be that time. But then amidst my pointless pondering, I was struck with a salient thought: "Lazarus, you thick-headed dimwit. This fatiguing journey in loneliness is merely Source's final test to see if you are truly worthy and desiring to reach the higher realm. Press on, Lazarus, press on." And so I did, my steps lighter, and buoyed by my positive perception. Yet scarcely had I progressed along the upward path when I was struck by a curious thought, somewhat contradicting my previous impetus just moments earlier. As I had been left alone to find my way to heaven, perhaps that was by design and there was really no rush. After all, I had life eternal to look forward to. I'm not sure what I would find to do with all that time, but convinced myself that there would never again be a need to rush anywhere, even to heaven. As I was not instantly transported to the celestial realms, and thankfully not anchored in place at my former home in Bethany, there seemed to be no compulsion from Source to come to celestial paradise or remain in any particular place. When I had stepped off the road traveling up toward the distant light, a new road appeared beneath my feet. Could that mean I could travel anywhere I desired on these miraculous spirit roads? With almost childlike enthusiasm I decided to test that possibility at once, as I was very curious what might be happening with my sister Martha, who had gone to find Jesus in hopes of saving me. As much as I wished to see Hannah again, it was probably pointless to return to Bethany to check on my family, as they would likely all be unobservable inside the house. Martha, on the other hand, should be somewhere out in the open and easy to look down upon. Though I had actually already passed beyond it, I could still easily see Jerusalem in the distance below me and turned around to head back toward it. My sister Mary Magdelene had told me the morning of her departure with Jesus, that they were going to Prophet's Ridge in the central mountains northwest of the city. I knew the spot exactly. Though it was a promontory of some significance, it was avoided by all but the most foolish because of the fierce animals known to prowl the hillsides, including man-eating lions. I smirked a bit, thinking now that I was in spirit form, lions would be a threat I no longer need concern myself about. But lions always had an unnatural affinity for Jesus, and he seemed to seek out places they roamed when he wanted to be away from the hordes of people that often surrounded him when he was in Jerusalem or other towns. Though I had never witnessed it myself, many of the apostles and Mary Magdalene told me they had seen Jesus embrace and cuddle lions as casually as another person would show affection and play with their children. My intentions to travel to Prophet's Ridge were thwarted by the totally enveloping darkness of night. I had no torch nor any means of light other than the faint, ethereal luminescence of the road to Heaven's Gate. As I did not desire to continue upward at this time, I had no other choice but to remain where I was until the night had passed. In truth, I was actually quite fatigued from the events and exertions of the day, and laid down on my back on the road, thinking a little nap would be quite nice. Unfortunately, I tossed and turned incessantly, trying to find a comfortable position, and finally just gave up, exasperated. Though the road and my spirit body were both fairly translucent, seeming without substance, my body actually had some kind of material substance, and the road was as hard as a rock. Imagine trying to sleep on a slick, flat, inclined rock. Not an easy task, and certainly not comfortable. Then to add frustration to aggravation, my stomach growled in a most unfriendly way, telling me it would appreciate some food. This in turn brought to my attention that I was also very thirsty. Spirits need to eat. Spirits need to drink. I slapped myself in disbelief and confusion on the sides of my spirit head with both hands. By all that is holy, I really do not understand life after death. As daylight brightened the horizon, I roused myself from my slumber, no longer surprised to discover I had a crick in my spirit neck from the manner in which I had slept most uncomfortably on the angled road. Having concluded I would neither get food or water until I reached Heaven's Gate, I wasted not a moment, as I still wanted to see what Martha was up to before continuing on. Stepping off the upward road leading toward the heavenly light, I headed in a straight line for Prophet's Ridge, which I could discern in the distance. As had occurred previously, a new spirit road appeared directly beneath my feet and continued to lengthen as I continued to walk. Looking back, I thankfully noted that the main road leading to the Lamp of Heaven, as well as the offshoot route I now traveled, remained in place, assuring me a safe return on my journey to the celestial realms. Once I had satisfied my curiosity on my little side jaunt, the road seemed to know where I wished to go, as it not only continued to lengthen directly toward Prophet's Ridge, but it also accommodatingly began a gentle descent. By the time I reached the top of Prophet's Ridge a little after the high noon sun in the sky, I was scarcely the height of 3 men above the ground and was thus afforded a clear perception of people and the words they spoke. As I traveled I began to perceive that time itself was awry. How could it be that I had slept through a night and expected to find Martha on Prophet's Ridge with Jesus and Mary Magdalene? Why would I even think that? If I had died the previous day and Martha had departed for Jerusalem before I expired, it would only have taken her a few hours to arrive at Prophet's Ridge. I do not wish to seem idiotically repetitive, but the more I experienced of death the less I understood it. If she had retrieved Jesus they should be on their way back to Bethany by now, if they had not already arrived. That is what the logic of my brain explained. But the higher promptings of my spirit pushed me ever onward toward Prophet's Ridge as I tenuously reasoned that perhaps time was not very relative to spirits. It took only a few more minutes in my perception of time, before I received confirmation that listening to the higher promptings of the spirit can be infinitely wiser than following the cold, hard logic of the mind. From my raised vantage point, I soon located my sister Martha and it seemed my timing was ideal as she was engaged in anxious conversation with my sister Mary Magdelene. Martha and Mary Magdalene would never be confused as sisters by anyone that did not know them. They were as different in appearance, personal tastes and interests as any two women could be. Mary Magdalene was taller than most women and slender with piercing, almond-shaped brown eyes set in a fine, softly sculpted face that while not beautiful, was not unpleasant to look upon. She always wore at least one mesmerizing piece of jewelry, and the highest quality of clothing accented with very unique and intricate adornments of precious and semi-precious gemstones, and threads of gold and colorful ribbons of cloth woven through her clothes. And compared to most women of Israel, who wore garments that showed no part of their body except their hands, Mary Magdalene exposed a considerable amount of skin. This was in keeping with the teachings of Jesus, who taught not to hide the beauty God had created and that any lusts of men were sins upon them, not the women. Martha was about a head shorter than Mary Magdalene and stouter of body, but in a strong sort of way, not by any means overweight. She favored simple clothes, plain of color and style with little or no adornment. Like all my sisters, she was a good-looking lady and certainly had caught the fancy of Yochanan the baptizer, who had wooed and married her. They had several fulfilling years together and 2 wonderful children before Yochanan was beheaded while imprisoned by the petty King Herod. Unlike Mary Magdalene, Martha most often kept her long, dark hair covered with a head shawl that draped down below her shoulders. Nor was she interested in adventures and was more than content to remain safely at home, watching over both hers and Jesus and Mary Magdalene's children, preparing meals, gardening, and in every way managing the home front. Mary Magdalene, on the other hand, traveled widely with Jesus and had more adventures most weeks than the vast majority of people would have in a lifetime, and she relished it greatly. Nearby I could see all of the apostles, some standing, others laying on their sides on the ground. My sister Mary Magdalene's beloved companion Salome was arm in arm with her as she listened to Mary Magdalene and Martha. All were frequently peering into a most peculiar fog atop the hill. It was quite dense and only appeared to cover the upper top quarter of the hill. In every other direction brilliant blue sky prevailed. If I may digress for a moment, the way Salome came to be among the children of light and Mary Magdalene's constant companion is worth noting. I have heard the story many times, and though it is quite a tangled web, it would seem appropriate that you should know the gist of it, as Salome plays a big part in many of the events to come that I will be sharing. Salome's birth father was an aristocrat killed by the Romans when she was very young. Her mother Herodias quickly remarried Herod too, the son of Herod the Great, but then divorced him and married his half-brother, Herod Antipas. Though Antipas had been appointed by Rome to rule the non-military aspects of the Galilee and Perea provinces, he and Herodias spent most of their time at a palace they had in Jerusalem in the Judea province. Martha's husband Jochanan, besides baptizing many people as a covenant of their new life and morals, was a renowned orator. He was very blunt and outspoken in his sermons and seemed to take particular pleasure in bashing the ruling elite for setting bad examples. He had publicly chastised Herod for living in sin because Herodias had previously been the wife of Herod's still living half-brother. Under the religious laws that governed the tribes of Israel, this was not permitted. Though Herod was nominally Jewish, he was fiercely loyal to Rome and lived in the lavish, lascivious style of the Romans and Greeks. He did not consider himself obligated to follow any Hebrew customs or religious laws and didn't seem to care much what Hebrew religious leaders such as Jochanan said about him. Herodias, on the other hand, was livid with anger and humiliation at Jochanan's public shaming of her and Herod. She demanded that Herod imprison Jochanan, so he could no longer speak to the people and disseminate embarrassing truths she did not feel it was the rabble's right to know. As the days passed and Jochanan languished in prison, Herodias' anger was not abated, but continued to boil. One night Herod was entertaining some wealthy guests in his palace. Herodias knew as the evening wore on he would become drunk and stupid. She forced Salome, her very lovely daughter, to dress scantily and dance provocatively before Herod and his guests. It had the effect she desired. Salome is exquisitely beautiful, perhaps the most purely beautiful woman I have ever known. She has a delicate-featured oval face with large vibrant eyes framed by the most lustrous, wavy, black hair I have ever seen on any woman in 2,000 years. She is endowed with a sensuous womanly form that even clothes cannot hide, and certainly dancing scantily clad accentuates. Herod was so lustfully enchanted by Salome's performance that he offered to grant whatever she wished that was within his power. Sorrowfully fulfilling her mother's command, Salome meekly asked for the head of Jochanan the baptizer. Herod fretted to lose prestige and appear weak before his guests. So he did the dastardly deed and commanded his guards to go to the prison immediately and bring him the head of the baptizer on a platter. Salome was plunged into the depths of sorrow by what she had done. When her mother tried to coax her into doing additional evil deeds to further her agenda, Salome cursed her and rebelled against her dominance. In fury at being scorned and resisted, Herodias disowned her daughter and cast her out of Herod's palace. She was left on the street with only the clothes on her back. "You are no longer my daughter," Herodias spat. "If I ever see your ugly face again, I will not recognize or acknowledge you. I shall take one of my serving maids and they shall become my daughter Salome." If you ever try to enter the palace again, you shall be arrested as an impostor and be thrown into prison to rot." Salome related later that being cast onto the street was not a moment of sorrow for her but one of liberation. She had never felt so free as the moment she was cast out into the world and disowned by her mother. She was ecstatic to unexpectedly have the opportunity to do what she most desired and make amends for her wrong. She made her way to the house of Jesus, Mary Magdalene, and Martha among the communities of light on Lake Gennesaret. When she first arrived, only Martha had been home, and this was the exact person Salome had hoped to find. Not long after her arrival, Jesus and Mary Magdalene returned home. As they came to the door, they heard Martha speaking sympathetically to someone. When Mary Magdalene wondered who it might be, Jesus smiled. "It is the one you have waited for," he told her, to Mary Magdalene's bewilderment. Jesus had revealed to Mary Magdalene a few years earlier, when they were returning from some years in Egypt, that the day would come when she would meet a woman whose soul would be in resonance with hers. He told her that this mystery woman would be her comfort and solace in the days of trials and challenges to come. Mary Magdalene had denied this could ever be true or needed. But as they prepared to pass into the house, he told her, "Open your heart, Mary Magdalene, this is she." And Mary Magdalene soon knew it was so. The moment she and Salome looked into each other's eyes, a great love expanded in their hearts. As they recounted later, they both felt they had known and loved each other long before this day that they met. But for Salome, that momentary flicker of love and recognition quickly passed as she tearfully remembered what she had done to cause the death of Martha's husband Jochanan, and why she had journeyed to their house to seek restitution by offering herself as a slave to serve their house for the rest of her days. A wave of sorrow overtook her just moments after she had looked into Mary Magdalene's eyes. Perhaps the sad realization that she had met her twin flame, but under circumstances that would never allow her to have the bliss that could have been hers. Before any of the others could prevent it, Salome slipped to the floor unconscious and overcome with grief. Martha and Mary Magdalene looked with confusion at one another and then looked to Jesus questioningly. He explained who Salome was to them and what she had done. Though it was not her will, he assured them, it is her enduring sorrow. Martha and Mary Magdalene, still kneeling, embraced each other. Martha took a deep breath, and then exhaling slowly told Mary Magdalene, "If Jesus says that it was not her will, and even still she has such great sorrow for her complicity, I bear her no malice." Mary Magdalene nodded her head in agreement. The beauty of her soul emanates even in the disarray of her body. It is unconditional love that will heal her heart, and none more so than from you, the wife of the man whose death she grieves. Jesus reached forward and held the hand of Salome as she lay upon the floor and spoke softly to her. "Wake, child, and be at peace." In that instant, Salome awoke, and still holding her hand, he lifted her up and they all rose with her, until they were standing together side by side, with Jesus on her right, Martha on her left, and Mary Magdalene straight in front of her. Without a word, the four of them reached out and put their arms around those beside them, and they pulled close into a circle of one embrace. Jesus asked Salome, "What do you feel?" She answered him earnestly and with some amazement. Love, love such as I have never before felt." Love such as I had never imagined could exist. It fills me. I feel as if I am lifted upon a warm breeze, touching the clouds. Her moment of joy was quickly tainted by her memory of why she had come. How can this be? She asked, saddened and perplexed. How can you touch me, let alone embrace me? You should revile and hate me, for it is only because of me that a great man who was your kin is dead. I have come here not to seek forgiveness, for I know that is not possible, but to ask that I might be the servant of your house for the rest of my life, to make an insufficient, but small amend for the evil I have done. We are all servants of Source, Mary Magdalene said, looking into her deep brown eyes. But beyond that, we hold no servants, nor compel any, for we are all brothers and sisters of the light. Though called to different callings, we are all equal in the sight of our Father and Mother in heaven, and judged not by our station in life, but by the celestial light of our soul and the evidence of the light in our lives by the good things we do. How wicked must be my soul then that I could have done such a terrible thing! Salome lamented. Martha gave her a little rub with her hand upon the small of Salome's back. Jesus said that you were merely the tool of your mother, and therefore, it is she who has been wicked and must make account before God for the death of my Yochanan. She reassured her. But my Lord, you were not there, Salome argued softly, looking at Jesus. In my weakness, I did a great evil, and I must make amends. Hoping to help acquit her feelings of guilt, Jesus turned so he could look into her eyes and revealed to her what had been hidden. I was there, Salome. By the power of celestial light I stood in prison with Yochanan. Standing together in his cell, we watched in a vision upon the stone wall as your mother compelled you to demand his head from Herod. Though we were unseen to you, Yochanan and I noted with admiration as you valiantly tried to resist that which your mother wickedly compelled you to do. Even when at last she broke your will, the deed you have sorrowed for all of these days never happened. The moment before the executioner came forward, I held the soul of Yochanan close to me. Before the axe fell upon his neck, his mortal body was already lifeless upon the ground, but his eternal spirit still lived and stood beside me. Even as all mortal bodies shall die, so shall all souls continue on, the righteous to the resurrection of glory. And so has the eternal and glorious soul of Yochanan risen to his glory. He lives still today and shall forevermore. Martha, his widow, does not grieve because she knows it is only for a breath of eternity that they have been separated, and together they shall be again. I promise you he looks down upon you even now from the celestial realms and has only love for you, even as we do. You do not hate me? Salome asked incredulously. In unison, Jesus, Mary Magdalene, and Martha shook their heads and silently affirmed that they did not hate her. Salome spoke to them with quiet astonishment. Instead, you give me love, such as I have never felt or imagined. What manner of man and women are you? For this is not how people are. Mary Magdalene again looked into her eyes with great compassion and, holding her gaze, told her, we are celestials. We are children of light. We are the son and daughters of Source, even as you are. We are not as the people of the world, because we are not of this world. We are among them, but they know us not. Only another who is one, as you are, can recognize the children of light. "This is a great deal for me to grasp," Salome said falteringly with a sigh of happiness. "I came here feeling on the edge of death, and now I feel more alive than I have ever felt." Not long afterward, Salome was officially added to Jesus's family by marriage. But as he shared with me once, his relationship with Salome remained chaste. Marriage simply afforded her the opportunity to live in their household within the laws of the land and without censure or whispered gossip by those who thought they knew much, but actually knew nothing. However, make no mistake, it was not for Jesus that Salome became one with their family, it was for Mary Magdalene. From the day she first arrived at their house, Salome and Mary Magdalene were virtually inseparable. Mary Magdalene went everywhere with Jesus and Salome was always by Mary Magdalene's side. Back to the moment at hand, my eyes were naturally led to look where the others were gazing, and I was surprised to see Jesus standing in the air just slightly above the ground. Though he was taller than most, and a muscular man from his days of working in carpentry, he seemed somewhat faded, and my first thought was to hope that he had not been killed and was now also a spirit like me. His normal dark auburn hair seemed washed out and his distinctive forked beard looked quite indistinct. There were others speaking with him and they were also somewhat faded, but it could have just been the fog obscuring them. It came to my mind that if Jesus truly had perished, perhaps this was a meeting of spirits. Maybe I should wander over and join the group. But the disquiet of Martha drew my attention with closer scrutiny. "Of course he can come. He is standing right there," Martha exclaimed in agitation to Mary Magdalene as she pointed at Jesus in the cloud. She grabbed Mary Magdalene with both hands about her shoulders and shook her. "Are you not listening? Do you not comprehend what I said? The life of our brother hangs in the balance. I left him hours ago in terrible agony. Sometimes he screamed in pain, other times he whimpered like a child, but when I made haste to find you he had already ceased to move and barely still breathed. If the Lord of Light does not come at once to heal him, it will surely be too late." Mary Magdalene reached up and took Martha's hands from her shoulder. She lowered them but continued to hold them gently. She looked at Martha with great compassion in her dark brown eyes, but gave her little solace. "Jesus is not here, Martha. That which you see in the fog is only a mirage of him showing us what is happening in the celestial realms beyond the stars." Martha shook her head in disbelief. "No, no, no. You are wrong, dear sister. That is no mirage. If you will not go to Jesus, I will," Martha proclaimed loudly. She broke away from Mary Magdalene and ran toward Jesus standing in the fog. Reaching him, she called out as she stood beside him. But he did not answer her or even seem to be aware of her presence. Martha reached up to grasp his garment that he might notice her, but her hand passed through empty space. Mary Magdalene came up quietly beside our sister and slipped her arm through hers and held her hand. "I told you, sweet Martha, Jesus is not here. You are only seeing a living image of him. Though he seems as full of substance as me, it is only a celestial illusion. Nor would Jesus be able to help even if we were here. It is too late for our brother. I am so sad to say. When you went into the cloud to try to speak to Jesus, I sent my spirit quickly to our home in Bethany, and am sorry to tell you that Lazarus has already died. They are beginning preparations for his burial even now." That was curious. I didn't know Mary Magdalene could send her spirit away to perceive events in distant places. In fact, I was unaware that anyone could do it. I didn't think any more of it at the time, but looking back, that was the first big indicator that there was a great deal about my sister Mary Magdalene that I did not know. After we were adults and she married Jesus, I had rarely seen her as I traveled much in my business, as did she and Jesus in their journeys with the apostles. "No," wailed Martha. "Call Jesus back here. He raised a priest from the dead when he was just a boy. Surely he will do no less for Lazarus, who is like a brother to him." "All right, Martha," Mary Magdalene agreed to console her, "I will call Jesus, but he may not come. What he is doing now is of transcendental importance to him and us, and truly everyone in the world. He may not come back for one man, before the time he has allotted to accomplish his task. Even if that man is Lazarus." Nevertheless, to appease Martha, Mary Magdalene stepped into the cloud and opened her arms with her palms up and looked up into the sky. "Hear the humble words of my mouth and feel the emotions welling in my heart, divine Son of Source," she said softly with deep emotion. Startlingly, a blinding white light emanated from Mary Magdalene, and when the light subsided after a few seconds, everyone, including me, looked into the cloud to see Mary Magdalene standing and speaking with Jesus. I could see Jesus and Mary Magdalene conversing, but I heard no words. Nor do I think anyone else did either. After a few minutes, Mary Magdalene walked out of the cloud and immediately it vanished behind her, and there was once again only the mountaintop. She walked down the hill to Martha. All the others were gathered by Martha, looking at Mary Magdalene in awe. Seeing the spellbound looks upon everyone's faces, Mary Magdalene let out a small laugh. "Do not look at me as if I am a spirit or some divine being from on high. I am just Mary Magdalene," she demurred. "Nor did I travel to the celestial realms where no purely mortal person can be. Jesus heeded my call and came to me in a place between this world and the realm of heaven. Even then it was not him, but a mirage like unto the one we have been watching in the cloud. We could speak, but I could not touch him." "But what of Lazarus?" Martha asked with impatience. Mary Magdalene shook her head. "Jesus said to wrap the body of Lazarus in many layers of burial linens impregnated with crushed thyme, and to bury him in a tomb of air, not earth, before his body begins to stink. He will come to him when he has finished that which he has begun." "How long will that be?" Martha asked tremulously. "Jesus said he would be gone for the passage of 5 suns, and only one has passed thus far," Mary Magdalene answered. "4 more days," shouted Martha in distress. "Even prepared for burial, his body will have already begun to decay in 4 more days." Mary Magdalene came to Martha and held her face gently between her hands. "You must have faith, dear sister, that all will be well. Jesus is the Son of Light from whom all life has flowed, and can flow again if he so wills it. Even the dead who have been buried in the ground for some days. Even those whose bare bones have lain decaying for years. But you must also have faith that the will of Source will be done, and in that it may be that Jesus may not bring Lazarus back from the dead, for he did not say that he would. He only said that he would come to him. Lazarus has already done much good in this world, more than many other men combined. Perhaps he has been called home to a higher stewardship in the celestial realms. Unless there is a great purpose that serves Source, he will not come back to this life. Martha gently hit Mary Magdalene's shoulders with her closed fists, then buried her head on her shoulder crying. Of course there is a great purpose in having our brother back, she lamented. He takes wonderful care of his family and honors our elderly mother and father by looking after their needs as well. He runs our family businesses and employs many men who then provide for their families because of the work that Lazarus gives them. He shares the celestial light of Jesus with many people, both in Bethany and on his travels, and many have found the light in their hearts because of the spark that Lazarus gave them, including some that have come to live in our communities on Lake Gennesaret. I have lost my husband Yochanan. Jesus has already said he is going soon as a lamb to the slaughter. Our parents are elderly and enfeebled and will soon die. I cannot also lose my brother who does so much for so many. Oh Mary Magdalene, it is just more than I can bear. Mary Magdalene held Martha close to her in an embrace, pressing her cheek tenderly to her sister's. I will return to Bethany with you at once, dear sister. All will be well no matter the course of events. Remember that you are a child of light, as is Lazarus. Even though he has passed, this life is but a few blinks of your eyes in the eternity of your existence. Those that you love, the faithful and true, wait to unite with you again, forever. Chapter 3. Paradise Found but Postponed. I watched with a warm heart as Mary Magdalene and Martha made their way back down the mountain. I was touched by Mary Magdalene's words to Martha and became conflicted as to whether I should resume my journey on the glimmering road to the celestial realms or carry on creating a side avenue that I might continue to watch over those who mourned me. While I remained pondering, the decision was made for me. Suddenly the translucent aerial road I was standing upon simply vanished and I found myself once again just floating in the air as I had when I first became a spirit. A powerful, invisible force began to pull me upward into the sky. The higher I traveled above the ground, the faster I flew. In moments I was so far above the ground that I saw the world I had lived on was like a giant sphere of blue oceans with smatterings of land here and there. Such a thing I never, ever supposed. Like me, it seemed to just float in empty space, held in position by some miraculous force of Source. In the space of only a dozen breaths I had traveled far from the world I called home. I was within the heavens above and they were filled with innumerable lights, beyond imagination, and many worlds like the one I called home passed by in a blur. Every second my spirit flew through the immensity of the sky and I became so humbled, realizing what an insignificant speck of dust I was and that all men were, compared to the vastness filled with wonders beyond imagination that Source had created. I knew so many men that were puffed up in their vanity about how important they were because they lived in a big house or commanded servants to do their bidding. If they could see the endless vastness filled to the brim with innumerable suns and worlds that passed before my eyes in a flash, they too would be humbled and know that they are far less than they thought, but also far more. To realize that the world we called home was not even a single grain of sand upon an endless beach, and we merely invisible, insignificant specks upon that single grain was to understand that we are nothing. Yet, as Mary Magdalene told Martha, we are also children of the light. As Source is the light, the creator of all, from a single blade of grass to the immensity of majesty that now passes before my eyes, then it must follow as night to day that we are also all brothers and sisters of spirit and sons and daughters of God. On one hand we are nothing, insignificant fragments of a single speck of dust. But on the other, tiny fragments with mighty possibilities are we, for we are children of light. How incomprehensible it was that the light that had first called to me, like a brilliant torch illuminating the way to a distant harbor, had seemed to simply be in the distance over the horizon. Yet in my fleet travel through the heavens I had passed beyond horizons without number, and I still had not reached the heavenly port. But it was getting closer. Even as I gave a moment to the thought, my speed of flight through the heavens increased, propelling me toward the celestial beacon so rapidly that all the worlds and suns passed by now only as endless streams and shades of light. As I approached it, the tiny light became dazzling and immense. In a single breath it filled all the space before my eyes. Despite the meager help it was in its opacity, I held my arm up to cover my eyes, for I could not keep them open in its brilliance. Then I felt myself stop. Slowly, with a combination of enlivening anticipation and wonder, tinged with a little hesitancy of the unknown, I put down my arm and opened my eyes. Standing next to me with his head slightly cocked and a wide smile, was a kindly-looking young man with eyes that seemed to almost sparkle with joy. He seemed about the age of my younger brother and even looked somewhat like him. "Greetings, Lazarus!" he exclaimed enthusiastically as he embraced me with vigor. "It is so wonderful to see you. Thank you for your warm welcome, kind sir," I replied, a bit overwhelmed by his enthusiasm. "You know my name, may I have the pleasure of knowing yours?" For a moment he looked like he was an actor in a play and had forgotten his lines. But he quickly regrouped with his broad smile. Of course, how absent-minded of me. My name is Bitya and I am to be your guide to the wonderful world to which you have arrived." "Bitya is an unusual name," I proffered. "But a familiar one. It was my grandfather's name on my father's side. He was killed by robbers while on a caravan when I was just a boy." "Of course. The young man agreed. "Well, I suppose there were no secrets in the celestial realms. He probably knew everything about me and my family." I took a moment to look up and around at my surroundings. It was like an endless oasis as far as my eyes could see in every direction. Abundantly watered with pools and streams and cascading falls that were music to my ears. Verdantly green, lush, foliage filled with a profusion of flowers of every color and sweet scents lifted me with every breath. Splendid birds with a dazzling array of colors such as I never imagined flew overhead. There was an incredibly blue sky above and a pleasingly warm sun, that was neither too hot or too cold, but just right. But of people other than Bitya, I saw none at all. Where is everyone else? I wondered. I would really like to meet my grandparents, my cousin Bram, and many other good men and women I have known that have passed on. Bitya chuckled, then exclaimed, "This is your lucky day." He held his arms out wide as if he wanted to embrace me in a big hug. "I am your grandfather Bitya. Certainly everyone else you are interested in meeting are around here somewhere. But this is the Celestial Kingdom. It is a very big place. It might take a while to find them. I have been sent to be your guide, but I am not sure you have enough time to meet many others." I recoiled as he spoke, Where was I really? This impostor could not be my grandfather Bitya, for he was in his 50s and somewhat decrepit from previous injuries before he was slain. The robust man standing before me with his innocent, quizzical smile was far younger than that and at least 10 years younger than me. And what was that nonsense about not having enough time? Eternity in the afterlife, by definition, ensures there will always be enough time. Tell me in truth now, I addressed him with barely contained anger. Who are you? You cannot be my grandfather Bitya, for you look to be scarcely past 20 years. I am far older than you. Though I am not a Talier by profession, the simple arithmetic does not escape me. I blissfully imagined I must have flown to the celestial realms. But if the first person I meet blandly lies to my face, I must be somewhere else, for I am certain falsehoods are not the norm in heaven. Bitya had a pouting, downcast look on his face in reaction to my harsh words. Despite trying to maintain my righteous anger, I felt sorrow welling up inside of me, as if I had wounded a child with an angry outburst that cut his heart. He looked up and stared steadily into my eyes and spoke with deep solemnity. I am your grandfather Bitya. You are in the celestial realms, which are more vast than the lands of Israel 1,000,000 by 1,000,000 times. When you are in this place, the impossible becomes possible, for you are not constrained by the limitations of the physical world, including the age you appear. While I could remain old and broken as I was near the time of my death, what purpose would be served by it? To ensure you would be able to recognize me when you arrived at paradise. I peered at him, still doubtful. How can it be possible to change yourself from old age to youth? Perhaps if we were just in some ethereal spirit form, one could appear however one desired. I grasped his arm firmly. But you are not a spirit. Your arm is firm, as befits a strong youth. It is physical and full of muscle and bone beneath. I held up my own hands with my palms upward, staring at them somewhat perplexed, reluctantly acknowledging that they too were no longer opaque spirit, but now as solid and substantial as when I was last alive in Bethany. I looked at Bitya, bewildered. Why am I no longer a spirit? Nor am I younger as you claim to be. I shook my head, befuddled, too much in a daze to continue the dispute. I have never been so confused in all of my life as I have in the short time since I died. I admitted woefully to Bitya. Bitya put his warm hands upon my shoulders to comfort me. He looked me straight in the eye. I know you have had a great deal of startling and inexplicable experiences, grandson. It is the same for all of us when we first pass from physical mortality and discover that what comes next is not exactly like we imagined it would be. Every person, based upon their religious beliefs and the afterlife they imagined, has a unique conception of the hereafter, every possibility from a harem of virgins whose sole purpose is to tend to your every need, to a sky full of angels in white robes standing on clouds trumpeting your arrival. To the atheist, who believes there is nothing more after mortality. For a very short time after passing, those with very strong beliefs, regardless of what those beliefs might be, will see and experience the hereafter exactly as they imagined it. Even the atheist will experience the oblivion he expects. I looked keenly at Bitya. Though I still had my doubts that he was who he said he was, he was providing the first source of answers I had found since my confusion began at my death. Whether his answers were true or false was yet to be determined. But it was quite comforting to at least have some explanations to ponder. I looked around again at the endless oasis, seemingly occupied by none save myself and Bitya. If what you say is true, then it is not working for me. Though this paradise is much as I imagined the celestial realm would be, my vision of the afterlife included immediately being reunited with family and friends that had passed on before me. As I have not led the purest of lives, I anticipated some form of punishment as well. Or perhaps, being alone with only you is my punishment, I needled light-heartedly as I warmed a little to my genial guide. Bitya did not seem to appreciate my jest and just continued with his explanation. Depending upon the strength of a person's belief, they can maintain the mirage of their conception of the afterlife for as long as 50 years as you count them. But none of it is real. During that time they are merely sleeping in paradise. The afterlife that seems so authentic to them, exists only in their dreams. But vivid and intense are the dreams. So much so that for the person sleeping they are living what they dream. This would have been the case for you as well, but apparently you are an active part of a greater design, and your time here will be very limited. Hence you see the afterlife as it truly is from your first arrival, and have skipped the part of dreaming it as you imagined for a time. What do you mean my time is limited? I asked anxiously. How can the word limited exist within the framework of eternity? Though he seemed a youth, Bitya looked at me as a far wiser adult looks at a child, trying to explain the incomprehensible to them. I was asked by emissaries of Source to come here to greet you upon your arrival, to be your tour guide and teacher in the ways and locales of the afterlife. I was told my duties would be short-lived as you would be moving on. What does that mean? Moving on to what or where? Who told you such a thing? I would like to speak with them myself as you are not very forthcoming in your answers. Bitya seemed a bit miffed at my questions and attitude. Meeting those who asked me to be your tour guide is now the most important thing you would like to accomplish, he asked incredulously. What of your family and friends you so hoped would be here to greet you, would you not rather meet them if you can? As to why you will be here but a short time, I suspect that means your resonance will soon be calling you elsewhere. You continue to speak in riddles, I complained. Of course I would like to see my family and friends again at the earliest opportunity as well as explore this incredible world. Can we not do that as well as arrange a meeting with those who directed you to be my guide? And what do you mean by my resonance calling me elsewhere? Bitya answered my questions patiently. First, you must try to grasp the enormity of the place you now find yourself. It is comprised of many worlds and realms, of which the celestial is merely one. Even within the celestial realm there are a vast multitude of greatly diverse locales. Each location within the celestial realm and within all the other realms and worlds that make up the afterlife, has a resonance, an energy which is very comfortable to those who are in harmony with that energy. After a person's spirit has arrived in the afterlife, they spend some time dreaming through their imagined hereafter. For some that may be a paradise, for others a never-ending torment, depending upon what they expected for themselves. Once they awaken to reality, their physical form is reconstituted without the corruptions that made it mortal. That is the state both of us are now in, even though you did not go through the earlier dream progression as most others do. Once enlivened, a person is drawn, usually immediately, to their place of resonance, as quickly as your spirit was drawn here through the ethers from the lands of Israel. This may be here, in one of the multitude of environs in the celestial realm, or it may be on some far-off distant world that is no more than a tiny star in the night sky to us. Many people in mortality live in fear that the God of their perception will judge them when they die and pass to the afterlife. In order to ward off a harsh judgment, they go through all manner of painful convolutions and sacrifices while they are living. In many cases, they give up the pursuit of lasting joy and happiness in mortal life and instead embrace suffering and deprivation, on the mistaken belief that by sacrificing in their mortal life, they will be rewarded in the life to come. But that is not the design by which all things exists in eternity. The reality is that we are all on a path of eternal expansion and growth if we embrace it. This includes gaining a good measure of joy and happiness every step of the way, including life and mortality. But at any point in time we are either evolving and growing, or devolving and shrinking. There is never a time where a person is just holding firm, where they have reached the end and there is no more to add. To merely hold fast and not continue to grow, is to shrink and lose the good you had gained. It is for this reason that all of the religions of the world are merely steps on the journey, and none can ever be the end of the Odyssey. They can never be the final word, for such a word does not exist, and if it did, they would not know it. How can you ever comprehend all there is to know, witness all there is to see, and live all the good there is to experience, when you are on a journey that never ends and continually has new unknown wonders waiting for you over the horizon? I tell you these things so you will understand that the source judge none. Source is not the vengeful God propagated by men to control other men by fear and intimidation. Source is love, not hate, fairness, not intolerance. Like any good parent, they give their children good values and principles as a sound foundation of life, then let them succeed or stumble by their own experiences, without intercession or judgment. They created the mechanism of resonance by which all people judge themselves, and are drawn irresistibly to the place of their resonance, some to a place within the celestial realms, some to worlds of lesser light. But each to a place that their spirit will find comfort at the level of resonance they have achieved up until that moment. But please understand that is not the end, only the beginning. The evolving and devolving process is eternal. From whatever place of resonance one finds themselves in the afterlife, they may move to one of greater or lesser light, greater fulfillment or frustration, as they continue to expand or diminish, by the knowledge and understandings they gain or lose, by the character and traits they exhibit, by the actions they take that help or hurt others, or themselves. So you see, dear grandson, when you say you would like to go and visit those that you know who have passed, or speak with those who directed me to be your guide, it might take a great amount of time to travel to them in a place as endlessly vast as this. I do not know where it is that your resonance lies. Perhaps in that location there will be none that you have known in life. If they are in a lower resonance you can visit them, if you can find them. But those residing within the higher resonances would be unattainable. They might come visit you, but you would be unable to even locate the higher resonances until you had evolved up to their greater harmony and light. Does everyone get a guide? I wondered. No, it is not common. Bitya answered, shaking his head in negation. Most just go to their resonance as soon as they awaken from their afterlife dream. You did not have your afterlife dream, for reasons I know not. Perhaps that is why I am here to guide you. The reality of eternity did not slowly supplant your dream as it does for most others, which allows them to gradually gain an awareness of the afterlife as they transition out of their dream. You had no such dream, so perhaps I am to be your transition. How far is it, or how long will it take to reach the place where someone I might have known in life resides? I asked. Bitya stroked his thick beard as he pondered my question. Well, you mentioned your cousin Brahm. The good news is he is here in the celestial realms. The bad news is he is at least 5 days of travel by foot, and our days here are 30 hours long, not 24 as you are accustomed to. They are divided equally with 15 hours of daylight and 15 of darkness. Although our darkness is quite bright as we have 2 large moons. Surely we do not have to travel by foot. I exclaimed. I floated free from the moment I died, exhilarated to be flying like a bird. On my travel from Israel to here, I flew so fast that the stars in the sky became mere streaks of light. If we are capable of such speeds and unrestrained by attachment to the ground, let us take flight and leave the drudgery of walking to our past life of mortality. I can assure you I much prefer flying to walking. Bitya nodded in agreement. 'Twould be nice to fly like a spirit. But as you have noticed, neither you nor I are in a spirit form any longer. Hence the ability to fly or even to float about aimlessly, are no longer in our repertoire. But there are other rapid transit alternatives in these realms that I think you will find equally as interesting, although probably not as enjoyable. What ways do you speak of? I asked, seeking further elaboration. Bitya waved me forward with his arm. Follow me, grandson, and I'll take you to the nearest geyser and you can see and experience it for yourself. We will need to travel through a geyser in any case if you wish to meet any of your other relatives or friends, as none of them are close enough to walk to in a short journey. I'm not familiar with your words, I interjected. What is a geyser? Bitya smiled, one of those subtle, sly type of smiles that people do when they are happy to realize they know more than you, but do not want to make their delight too obvious. It is difficult to describe a geyser. It is a shortcut for traveling, but also much more. Once you have used one, you will know all there is to know about them. But until then, even if I described it, you would likely not grasp the description, as there is nothing in your experience comparable. You will just need to be patient and see for yourself. I let out a sigh of some exasperation. Even with a guide who was supposedly answering my questions, death was still a continual mystery and confusion to me. How long before we arrive at your geyser? It is not my geyser. Bitya protested. They are located throughout the realms of the afterlife. There are even some on the earth you came from, but they do not connect to these realms. A circular, clear pool of cold, fresh water, fed by an underground spring, will mark a location, but all such springs are not geysers. They are common in hilly and mountainous areas that receive a good amount of rain, but more challenging to locate in drier and flatter locales. You cannot find them at all on the Great Seas, except on islands that have underground freshwater aquifers. Quite rare to find one of those. Spirits with less light in their resonance are drawn to locales with fewer geysers. Those spirits lacking a great deal of light are inexorably drawn by the power of source to locations that have no geysers at all. If you want to visit such dark, cold, dry worlds, you need to enter through a geyser a great distance from your actual destination, then make a long and arduous trek through very inhospitable environs. That is all very interesting, I admitted. But back to my original question, how long before we reach the nearest geyser? Bitya pointed ahead of us. Over in a valley beyond that far hill, is the geyser I used to come here and meet you. There may be others closer, but this is not the land I reside in, so I am not very familiar with it. We will just have to travel to the one that I know. As for how long before we arrive, time is not very important here. Other than noticing that it is day or night, nobody pays much attention to the increments in between. But I would say we will be there before nightfall. How many hours before nightfall? Bitya looked at me with some exasperation. Did I not just tell you that we do not keep track of the increments in between? I have no idea how many hours it is before nightfall. Then how do you know we will arrive at the geyser before it is night? I wondered. I do not know for certain, Bitya said indignantly. I think perhaps we will, but it depends upon how fast we walk, how often and long we stop to rest, and how long we take when we stop to eat. Eat? Spirits need to eat. I asked, only somewhat surprised as I recalled my earlier pangs of hunger. Bitya shook his head slightly and pinched the bridge of his nose between two fingers as if he might have a headache. I'm not sure if he was showing frustration or disbelief that I was still so ignorant of the ways of the afterlife. No, grandson, though memory of food may give them hunger, spirits do not have to eat, nor do they have the capacity to do so. But as we have already talked about, we are no longer just spirits. Your very substantial body does not sustain itself simply from breathing air. This was becoming quite an interesting conversation. Are there markets then to buy food? I queried. And what is the coin of this realm? I hope you have enough coin for both of us, as I have none. Nor any idea what I must do to earn some. I do not suppose they have trading caravans here. Bitya slapped me gently on the side of my head with his open palm. Roused your mind from your preconceived ideas. You are not a spirit, and neither are you in a world like the one you came from with markets and coins and merchant caravans. Your body is in a more purified physical form, but it still needs and derives pleasure from eating savory and delicious food. You have been dead and reawakened for a bit of time. I would think you would have begun to feel rumblings of hunger and had visions of your favorite foods dancing in your head by now. I nodded in agreement, a big smile on my face. Indeed, I am hungry and have the very grumblings inside my stomach you speak of. But not realizing I still needed to eat, I thought it was just adjustments in my body to this new reality. Do you like eggs? Bitya asked. Hard-boiled eggs dipped in pepper sauce is one of my favorite foods, I affirmed. Bitya took a moment to survey the area. I do not see any pepper plants nearby. But I do see an egg tree up on that nearby hill slope to our right. He took off on an immediate tangent toward the location and motioned for me to follow. In a few moments we were at the curious tree he spoke of. It was about twice my height and had large, yellow-dotted, dark green, egg-shaped fruits hanging from many branches covered with wide pale green leaves about the size of a hand with outstretched fingers. Bitya twisted one off of the fruits at the stem and handed it to me. Peel the thin skin like you would the shell of a hard-boiled egg and eat the entire nut inside. I thought this was a fruit. I explained as I peeled its thin husk. The inner nut was a lighter green than the husk. Take a bite, Bitya encouraged. I tentatively bit into the large green nut and was quite surprised to discover it was soft and tasted just like a hard-boiled egg when you get part of the white and part of the yolk all in one bite. That is quite good, I exclaimed happily. Are there also boiled fish trees, sweet cake trees and roasted tuber trees? I needled half in jest. Bitya answered me in complete seriousness. Sweet cakes, yes, in many delectable and healthy varieties. But if you want tubers you will need to dig them up, and fish don't grow on trees. You would be cast down into a place of lower resonance if you ever killed one to eat, or even harassed or bothered one while they were happily going about their life swimming in the sea. But we eat fish in Israel, I protested. Half of the apostles are fishermen. Jesus taught that it was an acceptable food if it was a schooling fish from the sea. Are you in Israel now, grandson? Bitya countered. If you recall, Jesus also taught that all life was sacred. Though man has dominion over all the earth, children of light were to be good stewards, to multiply and replenish the earth and all life upon it, and only take the life of lower forms. When there was no other alternative to sustain your own, and then only with great thankfulness and respect. Here in the celestial realms there is always another alternative. Hence no fishing. And in the higher teachings of Jesus, which I am sure you heard, he continued, he plainly taught that for your greatest health, longevity, and respect for life, you should only eat the renewable bounty of the earth and its creatures. It is the same here. Though we have many unique, wild-growing trees and plants that produce a continuous plenitude of nutritious food products, often mimicking complete foods like eggs or sweet cakes, we also have bees for honey, goats for milk and cheese, and a multitude of fowl that are kind enough to often lay unfertilized eggs. Sounds like the life I have known with more options, I responded flippantly. Bitya shook his head, negating my nonchalant reply. It is not at all the same. Here the animals are our friends, not our slaves. There is not one bird in a coop, one goat in a pen, or one bee in a hive like those of Israel, whose only purpose is to rob them of most of their diligently gathered and miraculously created ambrosia. I wanted to defend the humaneness of our beehives in Israel, but Bitya continued speaking before I could get my tongue to waggle. Here all creatures are free and we have mutually beneficial relationships. We plant vast gardens of sweet flowers for the bees to easily be able to make far more delicious honey than their needs. We keep an abundance of seed crops growing near free-flying, egg-laying birds so they are well fed and produce abundant eggs. By holding them up to the sunlight, we only harvest the eggs that are unfertilized. We also cultivate large swaths of meadows of the most nutritious grass and plants, so the free-roaming goats produce far more milk than they need to nurse their young. They are only too happy to have us come and relieve them of some of the extra weight. In fact, they seek us out if we do not arrive in a timely manner. Not long ago I had a goat roll me out of a most pleasant nap, because it wanted milked. And I did not even know that goat. Cultivating meadows, seeding crops, harvesting honey from wild bees, this all sounds like far more work than I imagined life would be in the celestial realms. I confessed. Well, there is much more to life here than the tiny amount of time invested to be good stewards for our animal friends. We forge deep and fulfilling relationships built upon working and attaining common goals of importance and magnitude together. We also have thrown off the shackles of inhibition and hurtful habits of life forced upon us in mortality by those in religion and government, who empowered themselves by controlling us and dictating how we had to live. This has allowed us to soar in our hearts and minds to heights we never knew were there. Just as all the animals here are free, so too are the children of light. There are no masters other than each person to themselves. What of the source? I asked. Are they not the masters of all? Are you the master of your children once they are grown into adulthood? Bitya challenged. I shook my head, acknowledging that I would not be once my children had become self-sufficient adults. Neither are the source our masters. Bitya explained. Nor would they want to be, any more than you would want to be the continuing master over your adult children. The source have created all life and every environment and opportunity for us to grow and magnify ourselves into more than we have been, every day of our eternity. Their fulfillment and joy comes from seeing us do so, even as mine was for your father, and as his was for you his son, who grew to become the leader of trading caravans, the administrator of a large family business, and the provider of working opportunities for many men to be able to support their families. I nodded in understanding. This is a great principle. I acknowledged. There is still more that makes this heaven very special. Bitya continued. In this realm, everyone is encouraged to let their creative genius escape the shell it had been hidden within in mortality. The resulting cornucopia of creativity produces astounding architecture beyond your imagination, colorful art that physically touches deep parts of your energy inside, and marvelous opportunities to work in ways big and small to have beneficial influence in the lives of children of light still in mortality. Bitya cocked his head and eyed me with a wry smile. What did you think the afterlife would consist of? A nebulous nothing as is taught by the rabbis in Jerusalem? Or something more along the beliefs of the Greek sects that your spirit must be ferried over the river Styx by Charon? But only if you remembered to bring a coin to pay him? Or maybe you have thought like the Persians that the afterlife for those of light would find blurry spirits lounging around on puffy clouds, dressed in glowing white robes, endlessly smiling at one another, while listening to never-ending sleep-inducing music. Maybe to all of that, I answered sheepishly. I am just teasing you, Bitya admitted. In truth, my own conception of the afterlife was completely muddled and confused. I'm glad it is like it is and not like I envisioned. My imagined version would have been so boring it would have seemed like a punishment, especially to think about it going on forever without end. As we continued walking toward the area beyond the hill where Bitya said we would find a geyser, I continued to pepper him with questions. Looking up, I was surprised to see how far we had traveled across the densely vegetated land while I had been enraptured in our discussions of the afterlife. There is one question that comes to my mind from your explanations. That seems to be inexplicable to me, I admitted to Bitya. He looked penetratingly into my eyes, waiting for me to continue. If all of this animal life exists here in physical ways similar to mortality, but the children of light that arrive here become immortal, what then is the state of the animals? Do they live and die as they do in mortality? If that is the case, how is it that they exist here in mortal bodies among the humans that are now immortal? Did they arrive here even as we have, from a mortal life on earth, or do they experience birth, life, and death only within the celestial realms? Bitya nodded approvingly. You ask better questions than I did when I first arrived and awakened from my preconceived afterlife dream, he complimented. The animals that are here are mostly all mortal and are in between lives. They will be born again at some point back into a physical mortality on Earth, if that is where they came from. As you know, most humans have only one life in mortality, unless it was cut short by premature death robbing them of a lifetime of experiences, or some other unusual reason that would deem it more beneficial for them to return again to mortality in another life, rather than continue their eternal progression in a more perfected body in realms beyond. However, animals live within a different template. Most animals have very short mortal lives on worlds in the purely physical plane of existence compared to humans. But they too progress and have the opportunity to grow and expand beyond their normal bounds. For them, because of their shorter lives, and in most cases more rudimentary intelligence, they are given the opportunity to be reborn into physical forms on the worlds of the physical plane, many times. Hopefully, each time they learn, grow, and expand beyond their previous limits. While they are awaiting their time to enter their next life on the physical plane, they may reside for quite some time in many locations here in the afterlife realms, serving very useful and needed purposes. For those mortal creatures that have the opportunity to live in the celestial realms, their time here is very valuable to them. Here the lamb really does lay down with the lion. And like all the men and women who come to this realm, the animals quickly learn to sustain themselves with great vigor and vitality simply by eating renewable foods of the land and seas and never by killing higher life forms. This knowledge is retained within every fiber of their essence when they are reborn into the physical. Slowly but surely, from lifetime to lifetime, it is changing the habits of sustaining one life by taking another. There will come a day, even in the land you called home, where the lion truly does lay down with the lamb rather than looking at him as a snack before the main meal. I chuckled a little at Bitya's last words. He smiled back at me in appreciative response and continued with his explanation. Very importantly, animals living in the celestial realms also learn what it is like to be free and friends with man rather than slaves. They experience life in a paradise. When they return to a physical world, their enlightenment here is retained within their life essence and deepest instinctual memories. It allows them to recognize and be drawn to the soul essence of children of light of the noblest character, to bond with those who will give them freedom, and treat them humanely, with love and respect, as a dear friend, and not as a caged pet or servant. whose only reward is a squalid stall and meager food. Having this opportunity in a physical life is a tremendous growth opportunity for both the animal and the person that befriends them. If children of light living in the physical worlds clearly understood this, surely they would make it one of their primary life goals to love and befriend animals, especially in one-to-one relationships. A friendship so bonded ensures that many lifetimes of growth will be accomplished in a single lifetime, for both the man and the animal. As Bitya finished speaking, we topped a small rise that allowed us a panoramic vista of a lush, wide valley with a large river meandering through its center. Gazing below, I saw a wonder such as I had never imagined. A vast herd of some kind of horse-like animal with long straight, spiral-grooved horns, grazed on an enormous, verdant meadow in the vicinity of the river. At least 100 elephants were gaily frolicking like little children in the river. On the banks between the elephants and the horned herd, a pride of at least 20 lions lounged contentedly in the warm sun. In the distance, I could hear a cacophony of exotic calls and saw enormous flocks of large colorful birds, with incredibly long tails, frolicking in a stand of tall trees with long trunks capped by a wide canopy of heavily leafed branches at the top. Everywhere I looked there was a profusion of life so astounding and abundant that it was beyond even my imagination of the Garden of Eden. I looked over at Bitya to convey my amazement with the expression on my face. He smiled an enormous smile back at me, obviously content to see that the miracle of this reality was finally dawning upon me. The words escape me to fully express my wonder at such a scene. I stammered in near disbelief. But where are the people? I inquired with continuing curiosity. Is this realm so vast that we can travel far and see such expansive vistas, but still encounter not a single other soul except you and I? Bitya laughed a little laugh, then pointed down to the area near the tall trees. Look closely, grandson, and you will see many cottages, which are contentedly occupied. I looked where he was pointing but saw nothing at all and looked at him perplexed. Look closer, he admonished. The dwellings in this part of the land are small and blend very well with their native surroundings. The children of light that choose to live here believe very strongly in being in complete harmony with nature. Hence, even their homes are built out of the rough trees, rocks and other materials of their native surroundings. Inside they are as tidy and homey as a home can be. But from the outside they appear as just another natural part of the landscape. I squinted, trying to focus better into the distance, and could barely discern the naturally camouflaged homes he was pointing to. I see them, I acknowledged. But they seem very insignificant, I added, probably too dismissively. Seeing Bitya's look of mild exasperation at my attitude, I tried to make accounts for it. Though most people have rather nebulous and uninformed conceptions about the afterlife, some imagine palaces await us, I explained. In truth, many people live in squalor and hovels, day-to-day hand-to-mouth existences, or even slavery, sacrificing and enduring only because they have faith there is something greater to come, a reward for their faith, when their spirit passes from the earth. Is there not a place in the celestial realms to fulfill those expectations? He seemed flabbergasted by my short-sighted vision. It is here, Bitya exclaimed, spreading both of his arms expansively as he continued walking at a very fast pace toward our goal. I was left behind him, hurrying to keep up as he continued his righteous rant. "Can you not see the wonder all around you, Lazarus? What more could men want than this? Here there is no war, slavery, or want for any needs. Everyone has a full belly from delicious food gained without killing, that grows and occurs copiously about. Children of light are warm and comfortable, in a home they lovingly built with their own hands, by their own talents, and decorated with a creativity set free. They are at peace and secure from any and all threats, every moment of their eternity. They are friends with all people and animals. They are encouraged at every opportunity to expand their being, to unleash their artistic abilities, to expand their knowledge in every field." I nodded to let him know I understood. I did not mean to seem ungrateful or dismissive of the wonders that are here. I offered humbly. "You cannot yet even begin to comprehend the marvels and opportunities," he expounded. "There are new worlds, new earths, always coming into existence by the design of Source. Every person in the celestial realms has the opportunity to be a part of the creation of each new world in some way. In this, they have unparalleled opportunities to expand their own essence and become more than they were. Life here is blissful in every way and a continual expansion of every aspect of your light. Do you truly have the audacity to grumble that the houses are not sufficiently sized and grand?" "You misunderstand," I apologized contritely. "I do greatly appreciate and marvel at every bit of the paradise I am blessed to now be in. Even the little I have seen of it is beyond my wildest dreams of fantasy. I am excited beyond words about seeing and experiencing more of it. And I am especially looking forward to meeting friends and family I have known that have passed on to this realm." Bitya nodded approvingly, if not a little grudgingly, and pointed ahead to a tinkling stream cascading down a high cliff and into a most serene and beautiful pool of water. It was surrounded by lush green vegetation with a profusion of brilliant flowers in every color of the rainbow peeking out, it seemed, from behind every leaf. "Time for your next moment of amazement, grandson, and your opportunity to meet those that you seek. We have arrived at the geyser," he said, pointing to beautiful pool of water. We walked up to the bank at the water's edge. The pool was crystal clear and quite deep. I could see very clearly all the way to the green vegetated bottom, and it had to be at least as deep as 5 men standing atop each other's shoulders. The pool was circular and not very wide from one bank to another, which made the underwater slope quite precipitous as it plunged to its depth. "This pool and all others like it are called geysers," Bitya explained. "You can distinguish a geyser from all other bodies of water by its characteristic circular shape, spring-fed source, small size, exceptional water clarity, and very steep slope underwater leading to quite a depth. The water is very delicious if you are thirsty, however that is not its primary purpose." "What is?" I questioned as I lay down on my belly and cupped some of the cold water to drink. It was astoundingly refreshing and delicious, unlike any water on earth. Just a single sip was like a magical elixir that made me feel more alive than any moment when I had actually been before. It is a creation of Source that can move you in the blink of an eye from any point in the celestial realm to any other where there is another geyser. It can also take you beyond the celestial worlds and into any of the lower kingdoms if you care to visit people or places. Why is it called a geyser, instead of something more appropriate like the mover? I wondered. Very simple, grandson, Bitya chuckled at my comment. It also allows you to see any place or people, wherever they might be in the celestial kingdom or lower realms. Even your family and friends that you left behind in Israel can be viewed in the actual moment of their lives through a geyser. I was incredulous and ecstatic with instant joy. I can see my Hannah and my children, Jesus, Mary Magdalene, Martha, everyone. I asked, barely containing my enthusiasm, hoping it was true, but a little afraid I might have misunderstood Bitya's meaning. Yes, yes, he assured me. Anyone and everyone, any time, day or night. Let it be here and now. I declared with a burning in my heart to see my wife and children again, wondering how they were coping with my death. Please show me. Bitya pointed up toward the large yellow sun shining brilliantly in the sky. It was larger than the sun in Israel. The geysers work best when the sun is about midway up toward its zenith or midway down. They barely work at all if it is cloudy and the sun is obscured. It is in a very good position right now as it is midway in its descent toward the night. He reached down and picked a smooth rock up off the ground about the size of a small chicken egg and handed it to me. You always want to find a rock about this size and hold it firmly in your fist, he instructed. Go stand right on the bank facing the pool, he continued. Now imagine the face of the person you want to see as you clench the stone tightly. In your case, picture your wife Hannah. Once her image is firmly held in your mind, open your eyes and toss the rock in a high arc so it lands in the middle of the pool. Stare deeply at the point it landed as the ripples begin to flow outward. As the sunlight reflects on the top of the ripples, you will see and hear the life of the person you imagined at the very moment they are living it, wherever they might be. I took a deep breath and slowly exhaled as I imagined the face of my beautiful and loving wife. Opening my eyes, I threw the stone as Bitya instructed. It landed on the surface of the still pool with a slight plop, and the ripples immediately began to expand in one wave after another. The moment I noticed the first sparkling reflection of sunlight on a ripple crest, I saw my wife dimly as if through a haze. She seemed to be in a crowd of many people at a tomb. My immediate thought was they were attending my funeral, but I knew too much time had passed for that to be so. But it was quite a gathering. Jesus, Mary Magdalene and Salome were all there, along with all the apostles and hundreds of other people. The tomb was down in a bedrock depression in the ground, and had been cut into solid rock. It had already been sealed with a large circular stone, rolled and set firmly in a groove, so this must be the end of a funeral I was witnessing. But for whom, I wondered? I see my wife and many of my other friends, but why is the image so hazy? By throwing the rock you activated the geyser, Bitya explained. Normally the next step would be to decide if you merely wish to watch what is transpiring, in which case you would touch your left index finger to the surface of the water, or use the geyser to travel to the location, which requires you to touch your right index finger to the water surface. However, you cannot travel back to the land of mortality once you have ascended into the celestial realms. All you can do is to see and hear what is transpiring there more clearly. Therefore, Touch your left index finger to the water, he encouraged. Captivated with the possibility of being able to see and hear what was transpiring with those I loved as if I was there, I knelt down and gently touched the water's surface with my left index finger. Immediately a circle of ripples expanded outward. By the time they had reached the far bank, the view in the gazer of the events transpiring back at the tomb had become crystal clear, and I could hear the voice of anyone I focused upon. None of my family and friends were saying anything at the moment, so I focused upon 3 men I did not know who were standing at the forefront of the crowd in animated conversation. One of the men pointed at Jesus, who was standing not far from him. "Look, he is weeping." "I heard Lazarus was like a brother to him," chimed one of the others. "How he must have loved him," added a third. "They were talking about me. How could it be that this was my funeral?" The concept of time had been quite confusing since I died, but I was sure too many days had passed for me to just now being laid in a tomb. Not to mention that the tomb was already sealed with the gigantic guardian stone set deeply on the ground into a groove in the bedrock, leading me to wonder how they were planning on getting my body into the tomb. Nor could I see my body prepared for burial anywhere nearby. The entire scene was quite perplexing. That riddle was quickly solved when Jesus, standing at the highest point above the tomb, pointed at the rock seal and commanded, "Roll away the stone." Immediately 4 of his apostles descended down into the depression. Working in unison with all of their strength, they began to roll the stone away, revealing the opening into the tomb. "No!" someone in the crowd shouted. "He has been dead for days, the body will have a bad odor." "Who cares about the odor?" demanded another. "It is a supreme sacrilege to defile a grave." Hearing their objections, the apostle Amram leaned toward them with sage advice. "Quiet, you men of ignorance, and you shall see a miracle such as no men have ever seen." "Bah!" exclaimed one of the men, pointing to Jesus. "This man is a deluder. He is held up in esteem by many people and made to be more than he really is. It is said he gave sight back to the blind and hearing back to the deaf. Yet he could not heal his own friend before he died. Only so something greater could come forth today," Amram replied calmly. "So keep your doubting tongues still, and you will be able to tell your grandchildren you were here on this day and a witness to the mighty miracle of God that transpired." Jesus clasped his hands, and holding them down, he bowed his head and prayed aloud, "Father and Mother in the realms of celestial light beyond the dreams of men, hear me. I know that Lazarus is even now in the celestial lights. That one so worthy as he deserves. But that men may know the power of Source, unite with me that we may be 3 of one thought, 3 of one heart, 3 of one purpose for that which you know I desire." The man near Amram that had spoken derisively of Jesus turned and hurriedly departed. "I cannot bear to stand here another moment and listen to this false prophet praying to false gods," he declared, walking off in a huff. Jesus seemed unaware of that man or others that were stirring about in discontent at what was transpiring. He continued to look up into the heavens, and his countenance beamed with radiance. "Thank you, my mother and father, I know you hear me always and are with me in all I desire. But as you know, it is for the people standing here, that they may know that I am from you, that I have asked this." The 4 apostles finished rolling away the stone of the tomb and looked up at Jesus for further instructions. "Remove the body of Lazarus from the tomb and bring it out into the sunlight," Jesus directed. They did as he bid and brought my very stiff and rigid body wrapped like a mummy in burial cloths, and laid it out on the ground in the middle of the depression of tombs. Jesus, who was still standing some distance away at the top of the ridge, commanded in a loud voice, "Lazarus, arise and come forth." The moment those words escaped his lips, I was shocked to hear his voice as if he was standing beside me, not at all the way I had been hearing the voices as I looked through the gazer. His command was like an irresistible force I could not deny. In a single second so many thoughts and emotions passed through me. I realized how greatly I wanted to see more of the beautiful Eden of the celestial realms, and so many people I still wanted to meet again. And to thank Bitya, who had been so kind to me, and that I had not yet even given the pleasure to acknowledge him as my grandfather. All those thoughts and many more, accompanied by a great upwelling of emotion, passed through my heart and mind in the blink of an eye. As much as a part of me wanted to stay in paradise, I knew I needed to go back, to heed the call of Jesus. The celestial realms began to fade as I took one last look into Bitya's eyes. He waved at me, a cheery smile upon his face. "Goodbye, grandson, I'll see you again someday." Tears came freely to my eyes as I waved to him one last time. "Goodbye, grandfather. Thank you for your love and patience. I look forward so much to seeing you again." Then all was dark, literally. As my grandfather Bitya and the celestial kingdom faded from my sight, an impenetrable darkness enveloped me. Nor could I move at all. I do not think I could even twitch my nose. For the briefest moment I was once again confused. Then I heard voices I knew from the mortal world, Cephas and Amram, and my sister Martha. An overflowing peace rushed in and filled my heart. I was back in a physical body in Israel with my friends and family. Jesus had resurrected me. I was humbled to the depths of my soul as I came to the full realization of the astounding miracle that had been wrought upon me. Despite the restrictions of the tightly wound burial linens in which I was encased, I began to struggle with wiggles, and little hops with my posterior, to escape my bonds. Breathing was extremely difficult and I felt very claustrophobic. I heard many gasps of both fear and joy from the people gathered around the tomb as they saw my mummy-wrapped, previously deceased body, begin to move and thrash about. I felt strong hands lift me into an upright position and support me so I would not fall back down to the ground like a log. "Remove the grave linens from him," I heard Jesus command. Immediately those good men that were holding me upright set to the task of quickly unwrapping me from my burial linens. Thankfully, my face, still covered with the herbal goop they had smeared on the grave lines, was the first part of my body to be free of the burial wraps. And there, staring at me in awe, was the broad, full-bearded face of Cephas, Jesus's chief apostle. "Welcome back to the land of the living, Lazarus," he boomed, patting me firmly on the cheek with his big mitt of a hand. I tried to take a big gulp of fresh air to answer him with enthusiasm, but was cut short with half a breath as the wraps about my body were still so constricting that I could not take a full breath. But the 4 apostles worked quickly to free me from my linen prison. The gasps of fear I had heard moments earlier were replaced with exclamations of wonder and awe, as the last of the grave linens were removed and I stood there before them alive and whole. Albeit a bit goopy. Many people in the crowd of spectators fell to their knees and began to offer prayers to Source because of the astonishing miracle they had just witnessed. I wanted to immediately fall to my knees and join them in thanksgiving and gratitude, but Cephas and Johanan, both large stout men, grabbed me under an armpit, one on either side, and lifted me bodily, my feet scarcely touching the ground. As we ascended the stone-cut stairs out of the pit and up to the ridge where Jesus waited, I looked steadfastly for a moment into Jesus's eyes, and then I embraced him and told him freely and openly for all to hear, "I love you, my brother." "And I you," Jesus replied. Soon everyone I loved was embracing me. Hannah and my children were first, showering me with hugs and kisses. My sisters Martha and Mary Magdelene were not far behind. They were soon followed by Mary Magdalene's devout companion Salome, and then all of the apostles. Soon the crush of well-wishers was so overpowering that I fretted to fall back into the tomb pit by the weight of their bodies pushing forward to embrace me. I held both of my hands up high and asked loudly for everyone to calm down, for there was something I needed to say, words that were welling up inside of me and could not be denied or delayed. "My wonderful friends," I began, holding my Hannah close for emotional support. "My cherished family, and the many strangers gathered here who I'm sure would like to know my tale." I had to stop and take a big breath before I continued, because I knew how unbelievable what I was about to say would seem to many people. I was dead, laying wrapped in this grave for I know not how long, I said, pointing to the black hole of the open tomb. "But now I live again, blessed to be among you once more. I know you must have many questions. But in truth my mind can scarcely comprehend all that has recently transpired, let alone understand or explain it to you. But this I can tell you. I died and was brought to a place more glorious, more beautiful, than I could dream, a place of many marvels beyond imagination. If I had not seen and experienced them, I would not have believed them possible. I felt a peace and tranquility such as I never could imagine. My greatest joy was that I met my grandfather Bitya, who died when I was a child. But in the glorious realm I journeyed to, he was younger than me. I put my hand upon Jesus's shoulder and looked into his eyes with as deep a love as I have ever felt. I spoke to him in a loud enough voice that everyone could hear, for it was really for them that I was speaking. But then, amidst all the beauty, the wonder, and the bliss, I heard the voice of Jesus calling me back into this world of strife and challenge. And not even for a moment did I hesitate to come to his call. For what greater fulfillment can there be than to heed the call and fulfill a stewardship given by the Lord of Light? For that is what I now truly know him to be. I wrapped both of my arms around him and tightly embraced Jesus once more. Most of the people who had witnessed the miracle and had heard my words, stomped their feet upon the ground in joyous approval of all they had been a part of that day. And rightly so, for my resurrection from death truly was a miracle of the ages. Chapter 4. Gone a few days and the whole world changes. The euphoric glow from the miraculous recent events of my life lingered pleasantly for a few days. But within a week I had fallen into a melancholy as I became once more enmeshed in everyday life. Though I was thrilled to be back again with my wife and children, life seemed so much more mundane than it ever had previously. And how could it not? I had been to paradise, with the ability to fly. Now I was back in primitive, dusty Israel, ruled by cruel Roman overlords, haggling with merchants, dealing with employees who were late to work or didn't show up at all. Contending with the tax collector who chose the week of my return as the most inopportune time to come and harangue me for more money. I even fell ill in my stomach from something I ate at a feast held at the house of one of my cousins to welcome me back among the living. I waited more and more impatiently for Jesus to give me some great charge, some momentous mission for the rest of my life. But though he remained for some days at our house in Bethany, he seemed to be very preoccupied and lost in his thoughts. He greeted me warmly when we saw each other, but he and Mary Magdelene spent almost all of their time with their young teenaged daughter and son, even to the point of taking some meals with them in privacy rather than as a communal family meal as was our custom. Mary Magdalene's companion Salome and my sister Martha and her children were often called to join them on walks in the countryside, which was to be expected as they all lived together as one family. But it still hurt, as it seemed as if I and my family were being ignored. Later, I ended up feeling petty and unworthy, contrite to the depths of my soul, when I learned from Martha that those were the last days Jesus would have to spend quality, lengthy time with his children. He knew the moment of his destiny had arrived, and he had determined to devote his full love and undivided attention to his children for a few precious days, before he began his fateful journey to his death in Jerusalem. Even though he had promised to resurrect and return to us, I can tell you from personal experience that the dying part of the equation is still agonizingly unpleasant, both to the body and in the heart. A few days later, at sunrise after the Sabbath, Jesus and Mary Magdalene departed for Jerusalem with all of his apostles that had remained encamped near our house in Bethany, waiting to travel with Jesus. Beautiful Salome, who seldom left Mary Magdalene's side, had assumed she was going to Jerusalem with them. But Jesus gave her a gentle embrace and a soft kiss on her forehead, and asked her to remain with Martha to comfort the children. He told her to come to Jerusalem in 2 days and promised that once through the city gates, a white dove would lead her to the building where she would find them all cloistered for a last supper together. She looked down and replied with a slight tinge of disappointment, "As you wish, my Lord." During the most momentous event in the life of Jesus, my brother in the light, I am sad to say I was not present. The same day after Passover that Jesus went to Jerusalem with Mary Magdalene and the apostles, I could not postpone a travel south on a multiple-day journey to Beersheba. In truth, though I needed to make the trip to Beersheba, I certainly would not have departed if Jesus, Mary Magdalene, or anyone had told me this was the actual day Jesus was going to go to his fate. But no one felt it was important to let me know. My family employed a purchasing agent in Beersheba to buy goods from the nomads that frequently came in to trade from the wastelands and wilderness. As they traveled widely in their wanderings, they often presented very unique items from far off places that brought high prices and large profits in the bazaars of Jerusalem and Ptolemy. With my own recent death, 5-day burial, resurrection, and time off with subsequent welcome back feasts, business had come to a standstill and was urgently in need of my attention. I needed to inspect the items my agent had purchased during the last 3 months before they deteriorated and lost value, and arrange for their transport to our warehouse in Bethany. It had been over a month since I had last paid him. He was a good man, and if I wanted to keep him allied to our business I needed to put some gold in his hand, as he had a family to feed too. I also needed to advance him funds for future purchases, as well as provide the list of items I wanted him to be on the lookout to acquire. As I carried a lot of gold coin with me on these trips, I traveled very nondescript, with a single guard far in front of me and another following some distance behind. Both were highly trained warriors, but like me, did not dress the part. Using this subterfuge plus leaving and arriving at unscheduled times, had so far, always succeeded in not drawing the attention of either the Romans or brigands, either who would have been more than happy to relieve me of my gold and my reborn life. Chapter 5 Crucifixion. I was beyond despair when I returned home to Bethany, and Hannah greeted me in a torrent of tears. In between gasps of grief she told me that Jesus had been cruelly crucified 2 days before by the Romans and had already been laid in a rock tomb offered by a rich Sanhedrin named Joseph of Arimathea. Though none of us had known exactly when Jesus was going to die, we knew it was going to be soon. But having been aware of the future did not make it any easier to bear in the present. It was the Sanhedrin that persecuted him to his death at the hands of the Romans, I am sure. I complained bitterly. They always hated that he preached against their teachings and interpretations of the law. But by Roman law only the governor could order his death. Then I was struck by a curious thought. Why would they want to coerce the Romans to kill him, as I'm sure the Roman governor would have otherwise not cared about him at all, then lay Jesus in a rich man's tomb after he died? Hannah took a little time to compose herself, then explained. Some of the apostles say that Joseph is a secret follower of Jesus and was honoring him by giving him the tomb of a wealthy man. Others contend it was all a ploy of the Sanhedrin, who wanted him secured in a stone tomb because they feared his followers would come at night to steal the body from a simple grave, then claim he had been resurrected. To prevent theft of the body, there is even a group of Roman soldiers guarding the grave site day and night, and the sealing stone has been mortared shut. I spent the next day unsuccessfully seeking out the apostles, any of the apostles, or my sister Mary Magdelene, or her companion Salome, that I might learn more of the tragic events that had transpired while I was away. But it was as if they had vanished into the ethers. No one, not even the wives of the apostles, knew of their whereabouts. When I returned, my sister Martha was at our home in Bethany with both her children and Jesus's and Mary Magdalene's. She was also crying torrents of tears as she tried to speak of the sad events, but she knew no more than I did about what had taken place after Jesus's body was removed from the crucifixion cross and laid in the tomb of the Sanhedrin Joseph of Arimathea. She did relate that she, Mary Magdalene, Salome, and Jesus's mother Miriam, had been allowed to dress Jesus's body in the tomb, and apply oils and grave linens to his body before the sealing stone was put in place. Martha was babbling somewhat incoherently as she tried to tell me of the horrible events. So I sat her down and put some mint in a cup to make a tea to calm her. While it was steeping, I just stood next to her gently stroking her head and not talking. After a few minutes and a few sips of tea, she took a deep breath and let it out slowly. I could tell some of her anguish went away with her exhaled breath. I quietly asked her if she could tell me anything about Jesus' crucifixion. Martha nodded her head. Yes, of course, she affirmed. I was going to tell you anyway. It is something you should know. As distressing as everything was, it was also one of the most faith-inspiring days of my life. Jesus had been imprisoned by the Roman governor Pontius Pilate the night before and sentenced to be crucified the following day. Martha explained. With many other followers of Jesus, I waited at the gates of the prison overnight, praying continually for his release, ignorant that his fate had already been sealed. As was the custom of the Romans, those doomed to die on the cross were first scourged with weighted 9-tail whips. Not long after dawn, Jesus was brought out of the prison by several Roman soldiers to walk the road to the place of scourging. He was naked except for a threadbare purple robe draped like a cape over his body and held by a string around his neck. He was holding a large, sturdy reed in his right hand. Vines of large thorns had been woven into a crown and pushed viciously down on his head. Many of the long thorns cut deeply into his flesh, and his face and scalp was covered with rivulets of both dripping and drying blood. All of this was done to humiliate and mock him because some people called him the King of the Hebrews. In their warped evil, the purple robe was Jesus's mark of royalty, the reed his royal scepter, and the vines of thorns his royal crown. The Romans had a thick, rough rope about his neck, and they pulled and dragged him along, often bringing him to his knees, which were soon openly torn and bloody. They spit on him and mocked him, laughing, "Hail to the King of Israel!" Periodically one of them took the stout reed from his hand and beat him on his face and head with it. No matter what they did to him, Jesus remained silent and stoic. The crowd following grew larger and larger with every step toward the scourging ground as news quickly spread that Jesus was going to be crucified. At the entrance to the walled courtyard, I met our sister Mary Magdelene, who was with Salome and Jesus's mother Miriam. The four of us were allowed into the courtyard at the front of the crowd, as we were Jesus's family. I saw some of the apostles and their wives as well, who had been praying at the prison with us overnight. Cephas was there, and for a moment I hoped he was going to lead an assault to free Jesus from the Romans. But my hopes were dashed, as he had the look of a defeated and frightened man. The robe was removed from Jesus. His arms were violently yanked around the thick post at the center of the courtyard as he faced it, and his wrists were tied on the other side. Two burly Roman soldiers stood on either side of him and took turns wickedly lashing him with great force, using whips of many tails with spiked weights at the end of each tail. These impaled into his back and legs as they whipped him, ripping off flesh and soon making his entire backside a bloody pulp. Jesus's mother, Salome, and I were all wailing in acute horror and grief with each cruel blow of the lashes. We were crying so hard as we watched the suffering Jesus was being made to endure. But our sister Mary Magdalene did not cry a single tear or utter a single wail of grief. Her emotionless stance angered Jesus's mother, and she grabbed her sleeve and yelled in her face, "How can you watch my son and your husband tortured so terribly and shed not a tear?" I thought, let us, the women who love him, not fight, and prayed silently for our sister to not get angry as she sometimes does too quickly. But she looked at Mother Miriam and her face was so peaceful. Her countenance seemed all out of place to our surroundings and the heart-wrenching scourging we were watching. Mary Magdalene reached down and held Yeshua's mother's hand. She spoke to her almost as if nothing was taking place around us and they were the only two people present. "I am one with your son Mother Maryam, in ways you cannot even imagine," she revealed tenderly. "What he feels, I feel. I am not writhing in pain, so I know that neither is he, though the destruction we are witnessing to his beautiful body saddens me greatly." Of course Mary Magdalene's words were incomprehensible to Mother Maryam and Salome and I as well. "How can you say he feels no pain, how could he not?" Mother Maryam asked flabbergasted. "His body is covered in blood. His flesh comes out in pieces from the lash. He moves to escape the lash that he knows is coming. He shudders and gasps with every blow." "I understand you not at all, Mary Magdalene," she said in dismay. Mary Magdalene moved closer to Mother Maryam and held her gently by her arms. Salome and I also moved closer so we could clearly hear her reply. "It is Jesus you need to understand, Mother, not me. Though he came from your womb, he is in source and not of you. Though he is in the form of a man, he is greater than the form. He does feel some pain, but not as grievously as his wounds proclaim. His body bleeds and is tortured and will die, but only because he has said it will be so, to prove the resurrection that all mankind may know the path to glory. Have faith in my words, Mother, despite what your eyes may see." In silence, Jesus's mother nodded her head, considering Mary Magdalene's words even as Jesus was hit again with a wicked lash. She smiled weakly, "There is still much that I do not comprehend, but I have felt your love and the truth of your heart, and surely it has been a balm to mine." She gave Mary Magdalene a brief hug and a kiss on her cheek. "Thank you, daughter." After about 5 minutes of lashing, the Romans untied Jesus's hands. He stood upright without weakness, which disturbed one of the soldiers, who complained to the others that he needed more lashing. But the others refused and pointed out that Jesus had to be full of his senses enough to feel the pain of the crucifixion. While he was standing having his wrists untied, Mary Magdalene was only a few feet from Jesus. They were looking into each other's eyes very intently without speaking any words. Salome and I knew they must be speaking to each other in their heads, but we never asked Mary Magdalene about it, and she never told us what passed between them. The soldiers gave Jesus a very dirty and tattered loincloth to wear and pushed him out of the courtyard into the street. There was a tall cross laying in the street, made from the trunks of 2 large trees. Jesus was ordered to pick up and carry the cross to the Hill of Skulls, where he was to be crucified. The Romans hit him frequently with the flat blades of their short swords. They purposefully aimed their blows for his open wounds from the lashing, causing them to bleed more profusely. Jesus faltered a couple of times and fell to his knees under the weight of the bulky cross. It had to be very heavy for one man to carry, let alone one that had been lashed to the point that most of his body was covered in fresh, dripping blood. The Romans quickly tired of his slow pace and ordered a man from the crowd to carry the cross the rest of the way to the Hill of Skulls. Mother Maryam, Salome, and I were trying hard to follow our sister's example and not be crying or wailing. But the forlorn din from the many other women in the crowd that were wailing was unnerving. The Romans soon stopped the procession and ordered the crying women to be quiet or go home. Before the march to the Hill of Skulls could resume, Jesus turned and spoke to the large crowd that was following. "Daughters of Jerusalem, weep not for me, but weep for yourselves and for your children. Behold, the days are soon coming in which they shall say, Blessed are the barren and the wombs that never bare and the paps that never gave suck. Then shall they say unto the mountains and the hills, Hide us and cover us. For if the Romans do this to me, as you see in times of green, oh, what shall they do to the children of Jerusalem in times of dry?" What did that mean? I asked. No one knew, Martha replied. I asked Mary Magdelene when we were later in the tomb anointing Jesus's body with oil. She said he was prophesying the days to come when the Romans shall slaughter the children of Israel, and how much worse those times will be than the ones we were now experiencing. Perhaps worse for the children of Israel, I countered. But not worse for Jesus on that day. What happened next? Martha let out a long sigh and continued relating the events. Once the procession reached the Hill of Skulls, the man carrying the cross laid it down at the place the Romans directed. Jesus was stripped of his shabby loincloth and laid naked on top of the rough bark of the tree. His hands and feet were nailed to the wood with large iron spikes. They also put spikes through his wrists. 5 Roman soldiers lifted the cross with Jesus on it and placed the base into a deep hole that had already been dug. 2 other men, thieves I heard, were already nailed to crosses on either side of Jesus. I guess they expected it to take a long time for Jesus to die because they sat down at the base of the cross and gambled for his clothing and possessions, which they had brought with them. One of them used a knife to carve a large sign which they nailed on the cross. In Latin, Greek, and Hebrew it said, Jesus of Nazareth, King of the Israels. He ordered a Pharisee to carve the words in Hebrew as he was ignorant of the sacred language. You mean Hebrews, not Israels, I interjected to correct her. No, he wrote Israels, she replied matter-of-factly. Then what? I asked, encouraging her to continue. A Sadducee stood in front of the cross and mocked Jesus, saying he was a false prophet and God was punishing him for his sins. He turned to the crowd and tried to impress his point. He told them, he saved others but he cannot save himself. If he is truly God's messenger, let him come down now from the cross, whole as he has made others whole, and we will believe. He proclaims God, let God deliver him now, if he will have him, for he claimed he is the Son of God. Then he laughed and pointed at Jesus. You see, nothing happens. He dies on the cross the same way as the common thieves beside him. He is nothing but a charlatan. Your faith has been misplaced. No sooner did he step down from the rise than a Pharisee walked up and took his place. Addressing the crowd, he pointed at Jesus. He said the temple could be destroyed and he would rebuild it in 3 days all by himself. Ridiculous. Look at him. He is helpless, powerless. He is nothing but empty words and false promises. Martha took a deep breath and let out a long sigh as she continued relating the events. The Romans continued to treat Jesus mercilessly. One or the other of them was almost continually whacking him on his legs with their palms and even the flat blade of their swords. They mocked him and degraded him with their words. After the Pharisee spoke, one of the Romans stood below Jesus with his hands on his hips, laughing out loud. "You said, the temple could be destroyed and you would build it again in 3 days? But you cannot even save yourself." Then another soldier came up and stood beside the first. He pretended to shake and be afraid. "Oh no, you are the Son of God? Let us tremble and fear." "But wait, first come down from that cross, O Son of God, and show us who you are. Reveal your dreadful power. Show us why we should be afraid." The two Romans looked at each other and broke into hysterical laughter when nothing happened. During all of his debasement, Jesus did not even seem to notice or hear those who mocked and derided him, or even those of us who loved him. He had eyes only for his beloved Mary Magdalene, and never once that I saw, did his gaze wander from her face. 3 Romans walked in a line past the base of the cross, hitting Jesus on his feet as they passed. When the last had done his vile deed, Jesus finally took his eyes off of Mary Magdalene and looked up high into the sky. He spoke clearly and strongly. "Forgive them, Father and Mother, for they know not what they do." Then he looked down at the 4 of us, in one way or another, the women in his life. He first addressed his mother. "See my wife Mary Magdalene, your daughter. Hold fast to her." Then he spoke to Mary Magdalene and told her, "See my mother Miriam, your mother too. Protect her." Then he looked upon Salome and a smile came on his face as he spoke to her. "Remain by the side of Mary Magdalene through all things, and everything in your life shall be fulfilled to the fullest." Lastly, he spoke to me. He told me, "Raise up good children and they shall walk great paths of celestial light." You have much life still to live, but know that your beloved waits for you in eternity. Martha sighed a big sigh. "That was my Yochanan he spoke of, you know." "Yes, Martha, I know," I assured her with a loving smile. "Your husband was a great man in life. He baptized many people, preparing the way for Jesus. Having not too long ago returned from the life after this one, I can tell you with confidence that he is surely there waiting for you. It is a grand Eden, and more than you can imagine awaits the faithful. But if it is not too painful for your heart, please continue telling me the details of the events I missed." Martha took another big breath and let it out once more with a deep sigh, then continued relating the events to me. The day had been clear blue skies with a bright sun, but after Jesus had been on the cross for a few hours, the sky darkened in a most foreboding manner. "I remember those fearsome storm clouds." I nodded. I was journeying home at the time and thought how peculiar it was that such dark clouds should arise, especially at that time of day. They were a sign of source the Father's displeasure at how the Romans and the Pharisee and the Sadducee were treating Jesus. Martha conjectured. It was such peculiar weather, I think it frightened the Romans. They are a very superstitious lot. One of them soaked a sponge in vinegar and offered it to Jesus's lips impaled on a long stick, but he turned away his face and refused to drink it. The weather continued to deteriorate and was soon so black it almost seemed like night. I do not think anyone had ever seen weather so ominous and threatening. I was waiting for lightning bolts to come shooting down from the clouds, striking all of the Romans dead. The clouds remained blacker than clouds should be for several more hours. It was getting near to sunset when a priest of the temple approached the Romans and asked them to hasten the death of the men on the cross so they would be dead before the Sabbath began. The soldiers obliged the priest and broke both of the legs of the two thieves to increase their loss of blood. They went last to Jesus. But before they could grasp his legs, he called out to them in a strong, commanding voice, "Hold!" They were obviously startled at the vigor and intensity of his voice after all the torture he had endured. They all stepped back to look at him, I think somewhat in disbelief. Jesus ignored the soldiers and once more looked only into the eyes of Mary Magdalene. In a strong and clear voice, that many people heard, he told her, "In the days of darkness uphold the celestial light. I am always with you, always and forever." He closed his eyes for a moment, then opened them to look once more at Mary Magdalene. Then he lifted his head high, looking into the dark sky, and called out in a loud voice, "Father and Mother, I am the good Son, I have done as you have willed. My spirit now comes home." Then his head drooped onto his shoulder and he died. I was spellbound by the picture Martha had drawn with her description. I almost felt as if I had been there. Rousing myself from my absorption in her story, I sought an answer to still another riddle. How did Jesus's body come to be in the tomb of the Sanhedrin? Some of the Romans doubted he was dead, Martha elaborated. One of them took a long spear and jabbed the sharp point through Jesus's side and into his heart to make sure his life was over. "He is dead now," the brute proclaimed after he had done his foul deed. But suddenly he jumped back in fear, actually tumbling to the ground as he scrambled to get away. He was pointing at the wound he had just inflicted in Jesus's side. The other soldiers saw what he was pointing at, as did many in the crowd, and like a wave in reverse almost everyone fell back. For gushing out of the wound was not red blood, but a perfectly clear liquid, like water, but thicker. Mother Miriam, Salome, Mary Magdalene, and I continued to stand right below the cross. Within a minute of Jesus's passing there was an immense, sizzling bolt of lightning that came from the dark clouds above and struck the hill of skulls, just behind the cross where Jesus's limp body hung. Immediately afterward the ground shook and rumbled with a deep roar. Nearly everyone lost their feet and tumbled to the ground. When we stood up, Mary Magdalene was gone. It was frightening to have so many portents of power one right after the other, the black clouds, the blinding lightning, the rumble and shaking of the earth, and then the vanishing of our sister. I looked everywhere around and she was nowhere to be seen. It was as if she had been swallowed by the earth while it trembled. What Martha was telling me was incredible, and I fairly tripped over my tongue encouraging her to continue. "But you were in Jesus's tomb with her later, anointing his body. What did she say happened to her?" "Yes," she related what transpired to all of us women as we prepared Jesus's body for burial. "You know she is the angel of the covenant, do you not?" "Yes," I stammered. "Sort of. I have heard the apostles refer to her by that title, but I really do not know what it means." "It means, dear brother, that she is far more than the Mary Magdalene we knew as our sister now. I do not fully comprehend it myself, as she is spoken of as an angel, but she is still here with us in the flesh. What I do know is that she now has power from source beyond what we can understand." "Forgive me, Martha," I pleaded gently. "I know momentous events have occurred, and I know Mary Magdalene has a special place in celestial light because she is Jesus's wife. But bestowing mantles of power and angelhood upon her, seems like more fantasy than reality. We cannot forget that this is still just our sister Mary Magdalene we are talking about. The same girl you grew up laughing and playing games with every day. Martha looked at me with widening eyes. Nevertheless, she has changed, Lazarus. You are often away, so have not perceived it. But I lived with Mary Magdalene when she and Jesus were home. On more than one occasion, I have seen some of the miraculous power she has learned from Jesus to wield. It is more than any of the apostles. She told me that at the moment she vanished she went unseen, in the blink of an eye, to the inner sanctuary of the temple and cut the sacred veil from top to bottom with a flaming sword, letting it fall upon the stone floor in two smoldering pieces. By this she said all those of religious authority that had persecuted Jesus and convinced the Romans to torture and crucify him, would understand the error of their ways and tremble in their sandals, wondering what fate would next befall them. I shook my head questioningly, trying to understand everything Martha had told me, especially about Mary Magdalene. She saw my look of doubt. If Mary Magdalene said she did this, rest assured, dear brother, it was done as she recounted. I think the impact of the entire day put the fear of source in the hearts of many, she reflected. The last words I heard one of the Romans speak as we departed the Hill of Skulls was, "Perhaps we laughed and mocked to our own peril, and this really was the Son of God." I was still somewhat in a daze from everything Martha explained, especially the last about my little sister. But, Mary Magdalene is. Think about it, Lazarus. Martha exhorted, interrupting my aimless words. We know that Jesus truly is the Son of the Source. With that firm knowledge, it is not a far stretch any more to imagine that our Mary Magdalene, his wife, who has traveled with him far and wide since she was 18, has become much more than the sister Mary Magdalene we knew. Maybe. I agreed weakly. Then I came to my rational senses. I actually slapped myself lightly on the side of my face as I realized there had been so many miracles in my life lately. I was almost ready to even believe that my sister Mary Magdalene had become an angel. Oh boy! That was just a leap too far. I needed a nap. Chapter 6. What happened to my sister? Amidst all the convolutions and momentous events that had occurred to me and around me recently, hearing a reaffirmation that my headstrong sister Mary Magdalene was being called an angel continued to be more than my overloaded head could grasp. Make no mistake, I love and appreciate Mary Magdalene enormously. But despite being the wife of Jesus and one of his devoted apostles, she retained an unpredictable predilection to rash and volatile actions in moments of righteous anger. In my mind, this sometimes intimidating trait would seem to dissuade anyone that knew her from calling her an angel. At least if they used my definition of an angel, that being someone embodying a perpetual state of love and sweetness. This would fit my wife Hannah very well. My sister Mary Magdalene, not so much. To think that calling her an angel was something more than just an affectionate, satirical nickname, and that she had somehow been invested with powers from source greater than her already intimidating tongue, wit, and intellect, would be akin to providing additional fuel to someone who was already a reckless fire starter. It was only a few days later that I learned how accurate my analogy was. After Jesus had been in the tomb for 3 days, word spread among the children of light like a sudden storm from the desert that the tomb was empty. This was a confirmation of faith to all of his family and close followers. It was not a surprise to us. Jesus had told us on multiple occasions that he would be killed, be sealed in the earth for 3 days, then rise again in fullness. This was what he meant when he said he would rebuild the temple in 3 days. It was especially an expected event to me. After all, if he resurrected me after being dead in a tomb for 5 days, surely he was capable of resurrecting himself after only 3. Though his resurrection was expected and joyful, a rumor quickly spread that my sister Mary Magdelene had something to do with it. That was somewhat disquieting, especially as it seemed to be a rumor without substance. No one could actually say what she had done. And she, Salome, and all of the apostles were still nowhere to be found, so none of them could clarify exactly what might have taken place. It was common knowledge that the Romans had placed a guard at the tomb. I figured some of them would have been eyewitnesses to whatever had occurred, if anything. My curiosity got the better of me as I soon had an acute interest in learning more of the purported events, mainly so I could be prepared to help Mary Magdelene if she had done another of her rash actions and might be in trouble. The foreman at our Bethany property was a man named Decareus. His mother was of the Hebrew tribe of Dan. But one of his redeeming qualities was his father was a Roman centurion named Aurelius, an officer in charge of 80 soldiers, which comprised his century. With an alternative motive to establish a connection to his father and gain advanced knowledge of things Rome might be planning in Israel, I hired Decareus 3 years earlier to tend the nearby olive groves and grape vineyards. He proved to be an exceptionally hard worker and fast learner. He literally made himself indispensable. On his merits alone, I had thoughts for no other person to fill the position of foreman when it had become available 6 months earlier, when the previous long-serving foreman had become aged and retired. Decareus' mother had been totally and permanently shunned by her family and friends when she had married, and this caused him both heartbreak and setbacks in his life. Among the children of Israel it was considered sacrilege to wed an unbeliever of another faith. Though his father was a man of some importance, Decareus, a strong, intelligent and compassionate man, had great difficulty in finding employment as he was considered by many, both Hebrews and Romans, to be a cur, a half-breed. He had been very grateful for the opportunity when I employed him, and subsequently, I was very happy that I had. Besides his conscientious labor, through his introduction I had gained the acquaintance and gratitude of his father. I have never been one to discriminate against any man because of his faith or nationality. While many of my contemporaries in the business life called me traitorous for befriending a Roman, the occupying enemy, I saw my actions merely as good business and following Jesus's teaching to treat others as you would have them treat you. As long as his father reciprocated and did nothing personally to harm my people, I respected him as a friend as much as any other, even if he was a Roman. As I was completely unable to locate Mary Magdelene, Salome, or any of the apostles, I decided to seek out Decareus's father, Aurelius. As a centurion, he would be privy to many of the goings-on with the Roman military in Jerusalem, even if he had not had a part in them. Whatever had occurred at Jesus's tomb, I was hoping he would be aware of it. If Mary Magdelene had done anything to get in trouble with the Romans, I prayed it would be insignificant enough that his influence would be sufficient to extract her from whatever predicament might have befallen her. Although I was sure that anything she had done was merely the expression of a concerned and loving wife. She knew, as we all did in the family, that Jesus would rise to life again after the third day. I was certain he would not have needed any of her help for that. So any trouble she had gotten herself into would have been completely unnecessary, but typical of Mary Magdelene, who had been getting herself into trouble with authorities, from parental to religious, all of her life. The troops Aurelius commanded were responsible for patrolling the southeastern quadrant of Jerusalem. My occasional meetings with Aurelius were never prearranged, as he could have some grief from his superiors if it seemed he was being too friendly with a Hebrew. But when we would encounter one another in the course of our daily travels, he soldiering and me trading, we would find a place to sit and chat for 10 minutes or so, while we shared refreshments. Simple spontaneous conversation that did not draw out too long in time, was not looked on suspiciously, as it was well known that I employed his son. So of course we would talk a little when we ran into one another. But on this day, I did not want to waste time wandering aimlessly about the southeastern quadrant of the city hoping to encounter Aurelius. Nor could I go to the Roman military barracks and ask to see him. That would be bad for him and probably not so good for me either. So, though I was reluctant, lest he think I was using him just to access his father, I sought out Decareus to see if he could direct me or help me to find him quickly. Decareus was overseeing the planting of some large, mature date palms along the border of our property with the main road to Bethany along the outskirts of the town. So passers-by would know they could freely pick the fruit. I purposely had the trees placed along a drainage ditch from one of our springs, just outside the stone property wall, as a way to offer travelers on the road a source of delicious fruit, without cost, while they were on their journey. We already had a cistern built into the stone wall and filled by a long wooden pipe with clear water from the spring, freely allowing travelers to refresh themselves and have fresh water. A little goodwill is the least a follower of Jesus can offer. And hopefully, it might also cause them to affectionately remember the source of the blessing when they were in the market seeking items we might be selling. Decareus was a strapping man with dark brown eyes set into a rugged square-jawed, clean-shaven face. I never really understood the Greek and Roman propensity for men to shave their faces bare like a woman's. It was even beginning to become a popular style among a few Hebrews. Even 2 of Jesus's apostles shaved the hair off their faces, much to my shock. Truth be known though, many women seemed to favor it, for reasons that mystified me. Nevertheless, seeing a bare-faced man of the faith, oftentimes still caused me to catch my breath for a moment whenever I needed to personally speak with one, as it seemed so unnatural and contrary to the traditions of our fathers. However, I had long ago grown accustomed to Decareus being bare-faced, and in any case did not hold it against him as his father was a Roman, so I greeted him warmly. "How goes the work on the new plantings?" I inquired nonchalantly. "We are just about finished," Decareus replied amiably. We small-talked about the weather and workers under his supervision for a few moments. Then I went to the heart of the true reason I had come to see him. "I wish to speak to your father Decareus on a matter of importance." Might you know of where I could find him this day? Decoreus seemed a bit taken aback by my sudden change in the topic of discussion and my seriousness inquiring about his father. He obviously misconstrued the reason I was seeking him. Have I done something wrong? He questioned with sincere concern in his voice. No, no, not at all, I assured him. This has nothing to do with you. I am very pleased with everything that you do. Something strange is reported to have occurred at Jesus's tomb that may have involved my sister Mary Magdelene. I cannot locate her or any of the apostles, and I fear for my sister's safety and well-being, that is all. As the tomb was guarded by Roman soldiers, my hope is your father might know Mary Magdalene's whereabouts. And if she is in any trouble, might help me to extract her from it. I will go with you to find my father. Decoreus offered immediately. During the day, while he is on duty, if there are no pressing needs for his troops, he is usually at the centurion's quarters at the main Roman compound in the southeast quadrant of the city. You would not be allowed entrance there, but the guards at the gate will freely admit me as his son. I agreed that this seemed to be a prudent course, so we set off at once for the Roman compound. We arrived in fairly quick time, and I remained back out of sight near a common well, at the edge of a residential part of town near the Roman compound. After about 30 impatient minutes on my part, Decoreus arrived with his father, then bid us goodbye as he departed to return to his duties back in Bethany. Foregoing small talk, Aurelius barked, "Speak quick, Lazarus! Things are very unsettled at the moment, and I should not be seen speaking to you at any length." I nodded in understanding. I was hoping you might have some information regarding the whereabouts of my sister Mary Magdalene, I appealed. Aurelius bellowed a dismissive grunt. I know not where she is, but I know of the mischief she has been up to, and it does not bode well for her or any of your people if word gets back to the governor, or even much further up the chain of command in the legion. I was thoroughly alarmed by his words and rolled both of my hands rapidly, encouraging him to spill more details. Aurelius obliged. My son Decoreus came in to fetch me just as I finished hearing the details of the encounter from Quintus, the centurion whose men were responsible for guarding the tomb of your crucified brother-in-law. Quintus shared the account with me and 2 other centurions of the southeastern quadrant, in hopes that we would ensure that none of the men of our century would spread word of these events. The common soldiers of course have a propensity for exaggeration. The account is unbelievable enough on its own merits without further embellishment. I am unsure if such a far-fetched account can even be kept secret from the higher-ups. The fondest wish of all of us centurions is that it will simply be passed off as a fanciful tale to hide the fact that somehow you Hebrews stole the body of your brother-in-law from the tomb. Of course we did not do that, I protested. Either way, whichever story is believed, I think it will end up going hard on those soldiers that were responsible for the guard and on some of your people. Your sister likely tops the list of those that might be arrested if her part in it is accepted as fact. I would advise you to hide her well until you see if this blows up or dies down. I was beside myself now with worry. Aurelius had stoked my fears without giving me any details of why there was a problem and what my sister Mary Magdalene had to do with it. Do not torture me, Aurelius, I pleaded. Tell me, I beg you, what did Quintus say occurred at Jesus's tomb, and how is my sweet sister involved? Aurelius cocked his head and looked at me curiously. You truly think your sister is sweet? He asked incredulously. That is not at all the image of her Quintus related to me. Well, I stammered. She is sweet with those who show her kindness. I will admit she does not suffer long with the boorish or chauvinistic. The soldiers were neither boorish or chauvinistic, Aurelius huffed. They were merely trying to do their jobs. Because of your sister, if word of the events gets to the governor or even to my superior the tribunus, those soldiers unfortunate enough to be left to guard the tomb and encounter your sister may end up punished for dereliction of duty. I was beginning to get exasperated with Aurelius telling me all the problems that might occur, without telling me a single detail of why. As you mentioned, I nudged cautiously, we should not be seen long together. Please tell me what all the commotion is about. Aurelius huffed and then began to reveal the details of Mary Magdalene's latest escapade. As you know, your brother-in-law was a real rabble-rouser. I did not think this was true of Jesus, but wisely decided to hold my tongue and allow Aurelius to continue. I'm sorry he was crucified, and I assure you it never would have occurred based just upon his own actions. Rome's policy toward the local inhabitants of Israel is to let you people go about your business and daily lives without interference, unless your actions directly threaten Romans or the governing of the provinces. Your religious squabbles and disagreements are no concern of ours. But as you know, the taking of life is reserved to Rome, and only the governor Pontius Pilate can issue a death sentence. If one of your people were to kill another, the murderer, even if it was a person of high position, would themselves be executed by Rome. It seems your local priesthood hierarchy, the Sanhedrin I think you call them, decided they did not like what your brother-in-law was preaching. I heard he had proclaimed that he had not come to uphold the religious laws but to destroy them. Again, please understand, he can destroy all the religious laws he wants, and that matters not at all to Rome. But I guess it mattered to your Sanhedrin people, and they felt threatened by his words. According to the guards at the governor's house, who heard the conversation, some high mucky-muck Sanhedrin convinced the governor that your brother-in-law was trying to incite an uprising against Rome, an actual violent rebellion. That is absolutely not true. I blurted out defensively. Jesus never advocated rebellion against Rome with even one breath. It matters not, Aurelius stated matter-of-factly. The governor agreed to have him executed to appease the priestly mucky-mucks of your people. But your brother-in-law did not do himself any favors. According to the house guard, Pilate was inclined to give your brother-in-law some lashes, then set him free despite the pleas of the mucky-mucks. He brought your brother-in-law in for an interview. That's a privilege I never heard granted to a low-life Hebrew prisoner before. If your brother-in-law had pleaded for his life, I'm sure the governor would have been merciful. But instead, he apparently showed the governor no respect and even taunted him with magic tricks. Why would Jesus do such a thing? I asked doubtfully. Because he had a death wish, Aurelius asserted. I had to nod in agreement with that statement, knowing Jesus had in fact intended to die so he could subsequently be resurrected. What exactly did Jesus do to incur Pilate's wrath? I asked. And if I may be so bold, what does all of this that happened before Jesus was even crucified have to do with my sister days afterward? Patience, Aurelius advised. I assure you, in order to understand what occurred with your sister, you must first understand what happened with your brother-in-law before he was crucified. And now that I have started to share the tale with you, I need to do it justice by including all the details. Aurelius's drawn-out recounting was quite exasperating. Telling tales was an art among the Romans, from the nobles to the commoners. It was one of the primary forms of entertainment, and everyone fancied themselves a great storyteller. Aurelius in fact was one, but I had to keep him on track. Thank you for your willingness to give me all the details, Aurelius, but I do not want to run out of time before you get to the part concerning my sister. I pleaded. As you have correctly pointed out, we cannot be seen talking together for too great a length of time. That is true, Aurelius said, nodding his head in agreement. Do you have trading goods you can show me? Something anyone seeing us would simply think I am contemplating a purchase. I fished around in my garments. All I could find was the rainbow rock crystal I carried on a golden chain. It had been given to me by Martha's first husband Jochanan before he had been beheaded by Herod. I handed the rock crystal to Aurelius. It is beautiful, he exclaimed in sincere admiration. How has a rainbow been captured inside of a frozen piece of rock? He marveled. Oh no, not another tangent, I moaned to myself. I wondered if I was ever going to find out what had happened to Mary Magdelene. I am not sure how rainbow was captured in the rock. I confessed. Please, could you continue with your account? Of course, he agreed, somewhat reluctant to take his focus away from the rainbow rock. But afterward, I truly would like to speak to you about purchasing this crystal. Although I dared not tell him at that moment, I would never part with the rainbow crystal, for it was a rare tool of many powers. I actually did not know how to call upon any of them, but Mary Magdalene and Jesus, as well as Martha's first husband Jochanan the baptizer, all had similar crystals and spoke highly of the wonders that could be accomplished with them. Another day, my friend, I assured him. But look at it all you desire at the moment. It gives us a reason to remain in conversation. And please do continue with your account of the events that led to my sister's predicament. Yes, of course. Aurelius assented. Your brother-in-law was brought before Pilate. The governor had heard he was a magician and wanted to see some of his tricks. If he had entertained him properly and asked to have his life spared, I'm sure the governor would have ordered a few lashes for him and set him free. But because of the mucky-muck priests, the governor first had to see if your brother-in-law was harboring seditious plans against Rome. He asked him point blank, I have heard it said that you are called the rightful king of the land. Do you consider yourself to be this? Apparently his answer was appropriately non-threateningly, if I was given a crown, and Rome. And all of the people said, let him be king, I would hand back the crown to he who gave it and walk away, for I have come to serve, not to be served, he assured the governor. Pilate softened a bit because of his harmless answer and thought to make a common bond with him in his reply. Some would say that being a good king is a very great service, noted Pilate. I know being a governor is taxing on patience and civility, and sometimes decisions that carry a heavy burden must be made for the good of the people. Is that not service? Instead of meekly agreeing and finding common ground, Jesus angered Pilate by giving a long and scornful reply. He basically showed no respect to the man who held his fate and subtly, and not so subtly, insulted the governor. He lectured him about service and further displeased Pilate with every word. But it is very strange. Your brother-in-law had a persuasive way with words. Even now, just a few days later, I have heard his little speech to Pilate being repeated almost word for word from one Roman soldier to another. Aurelius had succeeded in piquing my interest and getting me off on a tangent away from Mary Magdelene, a place I firmly did not want to go but could not help myself. What did Jesus say? I finally asked. Aurelius smiled coyly, knowing he had hooked me into his story. Your brother-in-law told the governor. Service is thinking of others and acting for their interests without taking gain for yourself. Service is not forcing your will upon others, or only assisting your friends or tribe, but instead acting unconditionally to help anyone in need who calls upon you with a humble heart and a worthy desire. Service is not being pampered while those you rule live in squalor. It is not eating in such excess that what you discarded as scraps from your table is more than many people will eat that day. It is not living in a great house of many empty rooms while many others have but a single room with a leaking roof over their head. Service is not capriciously taking the lives of those who disagree with you or torturing them into despair, or taking the lands and the vineyards of those in disfavor, or even holding such authority and threat over them. Service is the blessed path to heaven, but few will be the wealthy or rulers of men who find it. They who hoard excess unto themselves or squander it on riotous living during their brief mortal life, pay for their pleasures, not with their gold, but with their eternity. Among men, the rulers, leaders, and rich men most often have the least understanding of the truths of eternal significance, and that which they despised in life shall be their undoing in eternity. For in the kingdom of heaven he who has been least on earth shall be greatest, and he who has been greatest shall be least. Even after this affront, the governor tried to be magnanimous and laugh off the innuendo and insults of your brother-in-law. He gave a mocking little bow with his head and a small rolling wave of his hand. That was quite a little speech. He admitted. All wrong, but it sounded good. I've a mind to send you to Rome, in chains of course, but you would be entertaining. A simple carpenter from the ghetto of Galilee, proclaimed a king, who speaks with the glib tongue of a Roman senator. According to the guards. The governor then tried to get him to demonstrate some of his reputed tricks. What of your magic? He asked. I've heard you are a magician without peer. If you can really do some of the miracles men have said of you, as well as speak like a Greek philosopher, I really cannot execute such a grand entertainer and will instead send you to Rome. Once again, the guards said your brother-in-law replied to the governor's pleasantries with haughty words. Apparently, there was no anger in his face, only a look of great seriousness belying Pilates' lightness of speech. The Son of Light walks the path decreed by the source and not by the vain desires of the sons of men, he proclaimed. Upon this land was this body born, and upon this land shall it die, in the time and place and manner that I choose. Oh, those were the very worst words to tell the governor. His face contorted in rage, and suddenly, the guards said that he lashed out and smote Jesus with great force upon his face, knocking him to the ground. 3 of the guards quickly came up with drawn short swords, their sharp points touching Jesus on his chest and throat as he lay upon the ground. Pilate shouted at your brother-in-law in a loud voice. His eyes protruded in intensity and his face was red with anger. Let me put you in your place, beggar from Galilee. You will decide nothing. It is upon my command whether you are a slave or free. It is upon my command whether you remain here or go to Rome. It is upon my command whether you live or die. I held up my hand for Aurelius to stop his narrative. But I am just getting to the good part, he protested. Just one small request before you continue. I pleaded. Can you please stop calling him my brother-in-law and call him by his name, which is Jesus? How can he have been married to your sister and not be your brother-in-law? He asked, feigning to be confused. He is my brother-in-law, I explained patiently. Was. Your brother-in-law? Aurelius interjected. As you wish. I agreed accommodatingly. I just ask that you show him the tiniest of respect by calling him by name, as he is a very honored family member. He reminded me. It will not do to speak of him as if he is still alive. As you will see as I continue relating the events to you, his death and purported life again are the crux of the situation that vexes us now. Fine, I agreed. Please continue. What happened next? Aurelius adjusted his tunic and then continued relating the events. It was quite a trick. Jesus pulled himself up onto one elbow and before the soldier could react with his other hand he grabbed the sharp two-edged sword that was pointed at his heart and quickly swept the pointed tip across his exposed forearm. Releasing the sword from his grasp, blood flowed freely from his hand and from the self-inflicted wound upon his arm. He stood up and Pilate bade the guards to allow it. Blood still flowed freely from his hand and arm dripping into a small pool on the floor. He held out his bleeding hand and arm toward the governor and told him slowly and firmly, accentuating every word, I fulfill the will of the source and the vain desires of men are as dust to me. Through the openings to the building a strong wind suddenly blew in. One of the guards pointed at Jesus's outstretched arms and cried out in uncomprehending fear, Look at his wounds, they are healing before our eyes. It was as he spoke. Even as the governor and the 3 soldiers watched in amazement, the blood flowing from the wound on Jesus's hand and the other on his arm ceased to flow, and the skin sealed up and became normal and healthy. The pool of blood upon the ground dried in a few seconds into a pile of dust and blew away in the wind that came through the building. Jesus had been looking into the eyes of the governor as these moments passed and once again he calmly but steadfastly told him, I fulfill the will of source and the vain desires of men, are as dust to me. The governor saw the look of awe and fear upon the faces of his guards, and catching his own voice, admonished them, Gird yourselves up, this man is nothing more than a master magician. This is Jesus of Nazareth. Have you not heard him spoken about in Jerusalem? Yes, I have, one of the guards recalled, relaxing at Pilates' reassurance. And the other 2 nodded in agreement. It is said he does many miracles, added another. Even among the Romans that come to him. The governor replied to his comment scornfully, they are merely tricks and illusion. Only miracles to the simple and the ignorant. Turning again to Jesus, the governor spoke to him now with a hardness in his voice. I thought perhaps the fear the Sanhedrin have of you was misplaced and their warnings about you exaggerated, but now I see they spoke wisely. You are indeed a danger to Rome. My duty is clear. Rome will never see your face, and upon this land you shall die, even as you have said. But it will not be by your choice, but by mine, governor of the rule of Rome. That was the last trick you shall ever perform, so at least it was a good one. Tell me how you did it and reveal yourself to be a fraud, and I will show you mercy and send you away to the mines to work until you die. And who knows how long that might be? But say one word in disagreement to me and you shall die soon, but slowly, as your life ebbs away hanging on a cross of crucifixion. Jesus foolishly answered him in his haughty way instead of the abject humility and subservience that might have saved him. Crucify me and you shall see far greater than you have seen today. Or repent of your wickedness and humble yourself before Source and you shall yet find a glory greater than Rome. Enough, cried Pilate. You are the most audacious scoundrel I have ever had the displeasure of speaking to. I cannot suffer to hear any more of your riotous words. And it is your words that have condemned you, not mine. Turning to his guards, the governor commanded, take him to be crucified on the morrow. Crucify him naked that he might remember that he is nothing. Give him 50 lashes with a leaded scourge before he departs for his crucifixion at the Hill of Skulls. He will learn, as will his followers, that his blood spills and his flesh rips out just like any other man's. And have him carry his own cross that he might be reminded with every step of the weight and consequences of his own foolishness. The guards bound Jesus's arms and hands tightly behind his back and put a rope around his neck and pulled him by it and led him away as Pilate commanded. As he was passing from the room, Pilate called after him, saying, Where is your great magic now? Where is your God? Jesus turned his face back toward Pilate. Where it has always been, inside of me. And inside of everyone who believes in me. It is a light that has no beginning and can have no end, a light that shall ever grow, and all the power of Rome and all the kings of earth cannot extinguish it. Though I had been reluctant to listen to Aurelius share every detail, now I was astounded and so grateful to have heard the account of this meeting that so few were privy to. I was proud of Jesus, and humbly honored to be one of his followers. What bravery he had displayed! But still I needed to get Aurelius to tell me about my sister. Jesus could take care of himself, of that I had no doubt. But as the oldest male of the family, it was my duty to take care of Mary Magdelene when Jesus was not about. Despite people who were calling her an angel, she was only a woman and I greatly feared what might have befallen her. Especially considering her headstrong nature, which often prompted her to forge ahead into turmoil without first clearly considering her limitations if she happened to become enmeshed in pitfalls and dangers. Thank you for sharing that detailed account of Jesus's time with Pilate. I commended Aurelius agreeably. But can you please tell me now what fate has befallen my sister Mary Magdelene? Aurelius seemed to not even hear me. He was holding the crystal in front of him with the sun at his back, looking at it with fascination. The rainbow inside shined brilliantly and vividly in otherworldly hues. How much do you want for this crystal? He asked in a way completely disconnected from our conversation. I threw up my hands in despair and wanted to pull out my hair. Was I ever going to find out what happened to Mary Magdalene? A Roman century was overseen by a centurion. In earlier days it comprised 100 men. Later the Romans revised their military orders so a century was comprised of 80 men. Chapter 7 My Sister? I am sorry, my friend, I told Aurelius apologetically. That is my personal talisman. I cannot part with it and cannot replace it. And if I could, I doubt you would be willing to pay the price. I know of only 4 other crystals like it in all the world. And the gold chain alone would be more than 3 months of your wages. But I have other gems of even greater value. Ones that I am not personally attached to. I will gladly offer any of these to you at my cost. Pfff, he hissed. You are merely trying to drive up the price by making it seem unobtainable. I know you are a wily trader, Lazarus. I was flabbergasted and flustered by his disconnected rambling about the crystal. Please remember, Aurelius, this is not an actual trade item and we are not really here trading. This was merely the only thing I had with me when we agreed to pretend to be trading, so we could talk in greater detail about events concerning my sister. Can you please tell me what happened with her? Aurelius nodded his head in assent. In exchange for this crystal I will give you a very exact account as I heard it just before you arrived from the centurion in charge of the soldiers guarding the tomb. I have an excellent memory and for the most part can relate the events word for word as it was spoken in detail by the soldiers to their superior. As I explained, I cannot sell or trade you the crystal, I pleaded patiently. It is an irreplaceable personal keepsake. All right then, he agreed promptly. He handed the crystal back to me. It seems you value this rock more than the fate of your sister. I understand. I would certainly value it more than my sister as well. It is too bad that you will have no other way to learn her fate as the whole matter is being kept hush-hush in the lower ranks. He silently waved goodbye and started to walk back toward his outpost. Wait! I called after him in defeat. I immediately put the crystal back in his hand as he turned. The crystal is yours. Please tell me what happened with Mary Magdalene so I can help her. He smiled and gently unclasped the gold chain from the crystal and handed it to me. I am fair, he professed in seeming sincerity. The gold chain was not part of our bargain. I am only going to give you the short version of the story as I need to get back to my post, he said apologetically. I thought you were going to give me every detail. I objected. Oh, I will. Aurelius assured me. All the important parts. Where to begin, he pondered looking up to the sky for apparent guidance. First off, your sister is a witch, he said with vehemence. I nodded my head slowly in agreement. She can be quite irritating, I agreed. Sweet one moment and infuriating the next. I do not mean she is a witch figuratively, Aurelius explained. She is a witch literally. Well, I said in drawn-out bemusement that anyone would call Mary Magdalene a literal witch. She does have some peculiar notions and some of her actions can seem bewildering to those who may not understand her intent. Oh, apparently her intent was quite clear, Aurelius grumbled. There was no confusion on that score. It is not only because of what she did that I call her a witch, but also because of how she did it. I just remained silent, deciding it would be best to first hear his entire account rather than trying to defend Mary Magdalene in bits and pieces along the way. Seeing that I was attentively waiting to hear more, he continued. I heard you were out of town at the time, so you probably do not know all of the hullabaloo that the crucifixion of your brother-in-law caused. Those high mucky-muck priests of your people were more afraid of him in death than they were when he was alive. They convinced the governor that some of Jesus's followers were going to sneak in at night to steal his body from the tomb after he was buried, some far-fetched story about him coming back to life within 3 days. Not that there was much left of his body to come back to, he chuckled. In any case, the governor was getting pretty angry that so much fuss was being made over a dead, dirt poor carpenter from Galilee. After extracting a promise from the mucky-muck priests to never speak to him again about Jesus of Nazareth, he agreed to post a contubernium of 8 soldiers at the tomb for 5 days. He also had the tomb sealed with a gigantic sealing stone, the largest I have ever seen, rolled into a deep groove, then heavily mortared to the bedrock. The mucky-mucks were very happy at his actions and said after a few days it would be safe to leave the tomb unguarded, as Jesus's followers were expecting his return within 3 days. I nodded in understanding. That is true, I affirmed. We knew before he died on the cross that Jesus would return to us in wholeness in 3 days. HMPPH. Aurelius grunted in disbelief. His body did disappear, he acknowledged. But I'm sure your witch sister had something to do with it. Please don't call her a witch, I asked politely. She is actually a very sweet and loving lady. See if you still feel that way after I finish telling you the rest of the story, he grunted. It will become obvious how deluded you are, even hearing just the short version, he ventured. Everything was fine until the 3rd day. Aurelius explained. Shortly after the changing of the guard on the 3rd day, when the 4 soldiers that had been at the tomb for 12 hours were replaced by the other 4 from the contubernium, your sister appeared at the sepulchre. Unnoticed at first, she walked down to the base of the stone that sealed the entry and put her hand upon it. As soon as she was spotted, one of the guards exclaimed, "Begone! Woman! No one is allowed to come near the tomb." Your sister did try the sweet approach at first. She non-threateningly explained, "I am the wife of the Great One inside and I have come to see him, as he asked me to come upon the morning of this day." The guards were not deceived by her politeness and actually thought she was a little daft to be defying their order. They were Roman soldiers and they had been given strict commands to keep all people away from the tomb, and that they intended to do, even with the wife of the man interned. Her innocent face did not fool them and she upset them right from the get-go by not immediately backing away from the tomb, when they commanded her to do so. One of the soldiers pointed to the tomb and yelled at her, "Are you blind? The tomb is sealed. And were it not sealed it would need 4 or more strong men to move the stone up the hill after the mortar was chipped away. That alone would take hours. Now begone lest you incur our wrath." Now any sane person, alone, unarmed, facing 4 heavily armed, battle-hardened Roman soldiers, would have instantly obeyed the order to depart. But did your sister act rationally and do that? Oh no! Instead she threw more fuel on the fire. "Perhaps it is you who should be gone, before you incur my wrath," she advised resolutely. There was even a little anger in her voice, if you can believe it. Seeing she would not move, one of the soldiers called back to his comrades at camp, and the other 4 soldiers of the contubernium also came to stand at the tomb confronting your crazy sister. She is a woman and we Roman soldiers are not animals. Even though she had insulted them with her angry tone and defiance, they did not want to hurt her. They continued trying to reason with her. The senior guard politely told her, "Come back in a couple of days and we will be gone and you can pay your respects before the tomb. But our orders are clear and you cannot be here now. We do not wish to harm you, a grieving widow as you are, but if you do not leave we will be forced to remove you. I seriously think your sister may have eaten a noxious weed that befuddled her mind before arriving at the tomb." She replied with nonsense that just further upset the 8 soldiers. "I have not come to pay my respects," she told them, in a voice of authority that should not be coming from any woman, let alone one being confronted by a Roman contubernium. "I have come to see my husband. For today he who was dead is alive, and see him I shall." Some of the soldiers laughed at her words and one of them told her, "It is for that cause that we are here and the tomb has been sealed." For it was rumored that those who followed him might try to make it appear as if he had come back from the dead. "That is not going to happen, woman, so leave." Again she ignored the very real threat she was creating by her intransigence. "I think not," she responded casually, almost flippantly. "Leave me be, or stay, and you shall see that he has risen as he said he would." That was about the end of the patience of the contubernium. "I have had enough of this nonsense," exclaimed one of the soldiers. "He made to grab your sister and haul her away." But no sooner had he reached out to grasp her, than before he could actually lay his hand upon her he fell backward to the ground with a sharp exclamation of pain, holding his one hand in the other. And the wounded hand that he held was bright red, as if it had just been withdrawn from a hot fire. "By Jupiter," he cried in pain. "That woman is a witch. I did not even touch her and my hand burns in agony." Hearing his words and seeing him grimacing upon the ground, the other soldiers quickly drew their short swords and encircled your sister as she stood before the tomb, her hand still resting casually upon the great stone laid before the entry. The chief of the contubernium spat at her angrily. "We tried to be nice to you, widow, but now you have forced us to arrest you. Come with us now peacefully and we will not hurt you." "No, I think not," your loony sister answered haughtily. "I have come to open the tomb as my husband bade me to do, and so I must. For your safety, you should depart with haste." "Foolish woman! Crazy woman!" bellowed one of the soldiers. "You are drawing our ire. Come with us now and it will go better for you. The tomb is sealed. 10 women could not move the stone if they worked at it all day, and we are certainly not going to do it for you." Your sister smiled slightly at them as a mother smiles at children who do not comprehend their words or actions. "I have not asked you to move the stone," she asserted. "That is something I look forward to doing myself." Then she reached up as high as she could with one hand to touch near the top of the great stone along its edge where it met the mortar. She was actually too short to touch the top of the stone. But with seemingly little effort, and actually seeming to be holding on to nothing, she pulled the massive stone forward by some mystical witch power. There was a crackle of sound and a rise of dust as the crumbling mortar sealing the stone gave way. The massive stone tilted toward the soldiers gathered around in a semicircle with their short swords drawn. After the seal of mortar broke, the stone balanced precariously for a moment. Then she gave it a push or a pull, that part is unclear, other than the fact that it would be too heavy for any man or woman to push or pull. But it teetered toward the men in slow motion. As it became obvious it was going to fall toward them, they stepped back to protect themselves, and watched in astonishment as it toppled with a tremendous thud that shook the earth and laid flat upon the ground at their feet. What she did was impossible. An elephant could not have removed that heavy, massive stone that easily and quickly, much less a tiny, frail woman. After knowing this unearthly thing she did, even you, her defending brother, cannot possibly disagree that she is a fearsome witch of frightening power. Uncomprehending of the impossibility they had just seen, the entire contubernium fled from her presence. These are brave fighters, not cowards. They have fought many battles and vanquished sorcerers and witches aplenty. For them to flee from your sister, could only be because they realized they were encountering a supernatural force so powerful they feared with certainty that they would all be slain if they remained. You were worried about her well-being and safety, he bellowed. Better to worry about anyone foolish enough to cross her path. Please heed my warning, Lazarus. I know not where your sister is, but I advise you to find her soon and spirit her out of the provinces of Rome and never let her return. I hope all of this remains hidden from my superiors. But if it does not, they will surely see her as a legitimate threat to Rome, far more than Jesus. They will not stop looking for her until they find her and kill her. And anyone that tries to protect her or give her sanctuary, he added ominously. I shook my head with a wide smile I could not suppress. Aurelius, Aurelius, I am afraid. You have been taken in by a tall tale. You should become a professional storyteller as you have quite the knack. I appreciate your concern so much, but be reasonable. Think about what you have said for a moment. You are trying to convince me that my little sister, who can barely lift up a full jug of water, suddenly had the strength of an elephant and supernatural powers so formidable that she frightened away an entire battle-hardened contubernium in fear of their lives. It seems implausible, he agreed. Having given you the details, I was going to return now to my post. But I cannot in good conscience leave. When you still do not seem to fully grasp the reality or the consequences. Perhaps you better hear more details of the story before you laugh too hard or dismiss it too quickly. How could there possibly be more to this story? I asked incredulously. He huffed indignantly. Due to your disbelief and insolence, I should leave you content with what I have already revealed. But the story does have more to tell. And I am feeling obligated due to the exquisite beauty of this rainbow crystal you have so graciously traded in exchange for information, and the fact that my son is generously employed by you. So stifle your smirk and I will tell you what happened next, which will only confirm again that your sister is a witch times 10. With great effort I suppressed my urge to smile. Keeping my face frozen impassively, with a nod of my head and a flick of my hand, I urged him to continue his tale. The guards of the tomb knew they had committed a grave mistake fleeing their post. Aurelius explained. Even if there had been 100 warriors attacking them with javelins, they should have fought to the last man. To flee from a single unarmed woman, even a fearsome witch, was unconscionable. Lesser men would have made up a story to hide their dereliction of duty. But they were proud Roman soldiers. To a man, they agreed to relate the true events to their superiors, even knowing punishment was sure to follow. It is because of their fidelity that I came to know the details of what occurred. Their immediate superior was the senior centurion among us and a very good friend of mine, named Titanius. After listening to their account, his first concern was to get more facts in the matter before deciding on any additional action. He sent a runner to the Hebrew temple demanding the immediate presence of priests who were familiar with Jesus. A priest and 3 Sanhedrin, who were all Sadducees, soon arrived. Titanius asked them to accompany him and the soldiers of the contubernium back to the tomb. The senior centurion seriously doubted the tale of the soldiers, but was determined to know all the facts before deciding whether to inform his superiors of what had occurred or to mete out a minor punishment on his own to the men. Arriving at the tomb, Titanius, the chief of the contubernium, the priest, and the 3 Sadducees all squeezed inside the tight confines. The 7 remaining soldiers of the contubernium crowded around the opening cut into the rock so they could hear everything that was said. Inside, they quickly noticed the burial linens, caked with dried spices, strewn about on the flat, raised rock dais where a body had lain. Beneath the encrusted burial linens lay the burial shroud that had lain behind and draped over the body and the linen napkin that had lain over the face of the deceased. But there was no indication of what had become of the body of the man that they all knew had been there. The men in the tomb looked at one another perplexed. Everyone seemed to be shuffling nervously, with claustrophobic agitation, and Titanius suggested they move outside into the sunlight and fresh air to discuss the strange affair further. Titanius stretched his arms nonchalantly to ease everyone's tension, then spoke directly to the chief of the contubernium. "Tell me now in truth, how was the guardian stone felled upon the ground? What has happened to the body that was here? On my word as a Roman soldier, I swear everything occurred as I have already spoken," the chief of the guards assured him. "I want to believe you," Titanius consoled. "But you weave an unbelievable tale. You and I have seen much of death in the Roman army. You know as well as I do that the dead do not rise except as ghosts. Once they have breathed their last breath, their bodies do not get up and walk away on their own. Though there are many mysteries here, one thing is clear: the dead man did not wake up, push down the ceiling stone and then walk away. I need a better understanding of the actual events, of how the body disappeared and how the heavy ceiling stone was toppled. Tell me the truth," he demanded sternly. The chief of the tomb guards held his palms up, shrugging his shoulders. "No one wishes more than me that I could tell you a different story, but I was here. With my own eyes I saw what I saw, and it occurred exactly as I have said." A woman came to the tomb claiming to be the widow of the man inside. She said she had come to see him. We forbade her. Because she was a grieving widow, we treated her gently in word and deed at first. But she scorned us and even laughed at us, inciting us to anger. Any kindness we had felt for her initially quickly vanished. We went to arrest her, which should have been the simplest of tasks. No more difficult than picking up a drunk on the street. Before we could get close enough to grab her, she reached up with one hand and somehow pulled the guardian stone forward. Everything happened so quickly after she touched the stone. The mortar in an instant crumbled and spewed out as if it had been ejected from a volcano. All of us were hit with the flying debris. The widow was not actually grasping the stone. She was too small to reach its top and had her hand in front of it, not behind it where she could have used leverage. She was only lightly touching the front of the stone high up with the back of her hand. She made a pulling motion with her hand and the stone followed as if it were being yanked forward by a giant of great strength. It fell out of its groove right at our feet, shaking the earth with a fearsome sound. That is how we knew she was a witch. That is why we fled. Our thoughts, I am ashamed to say, melted into empty panic. He moved his arm around to indicate his men. All of us, we did not think, our heads were empty. As one we acted instinctively for self-preservation. No mere woman can effortlessly move a giant stone many times her weight and shower us with flying pieces of mortar, which caused many bleeding cuts. What would have happened to us if we actually touched her? No, let me answer that, sir. One of my men tried to grab her, and before his hand actually made contact with her it was burned as if it had been thrust into a flaming fire. Tidneus looked at the man skeptically. The chief of the guards beckoned to the soldier whose hand had been burned. Grabbing him by his wrist, he thrust his turned-up palm forward so Tidneus could see it. It was red and swollen and covered in blisters, some of which were open and oozing pus. This happened to his hand, just a short time ago, not from falling in a fire, but from trying to touch the witch, the chief guard announced soberly. A burned hand from a fire that did not exist, a tightly sealed, giant tombstone that is toppled by nothing more than a woman standing next to it laying her hand upon it, a dead body wrapped in burial cloths, caked in spices, sealed in a tomb guarded day and night, not only vanishes, but has left behind the burial cloths? It could only be witchcraft. My eyewitness opinion, sir, is that any other explanation is even more preposterous, he sputtered indignantly. Having listened to the chief's explanation, one of the Sanhedrin interrupted the conversation. Maybe there were others of the dead man's followers hidden above the tomb, he suggested. Perhaps they secretly inserted a pry bar from above. You were so focused upon the woman that you would not have even noticed that it was strong men with a heavy bar that actually felled the stone. No, the chief of the watch announced firmly, there were no others, only the woman. It is not just what we have seen this day, interjected one of the soldiers. I have heard it said more than once in Jerusalem that the wife of the man who was in the tomb is a witch. Both his own followers and Roman soldiers have attested to this. I am sure it was by magic that the stone was felled and the body disappeared. Unlikely, interjected another of the Sanhedrin. It is certain that more of his followers were present and opened the tomb from above and took the body. You were deceived by their trickery, that is all. No, replied the chief of the guard. We were here, all 8 of us. You were not. We know what we saw. As for the body, where it went, we cannot say. We were so startled by the woman toppling the guardian stone that we came at once to the senior centurion. It is our shame, for we should have left some on guard, and surely we will be punished for our dereliction." Titanius nodded his head in agreement. "When the governor hears of this, it will go hard for you, that is certain." One of the Sanhedrin stepped forward and put his hand on the arm of the centurion. "Let us not act in haste. This need not get to the governor's ear or even to the tribune of your legion. Nor should this account ever be heard by any of our people, at least nothing about the widow and the fallen guardian stone or the missing body. Let it be as if your tongues have been cut out about this, and we shall reward you handsomely." Speaking to the soldiers of the watch, the Sanhedrin said, "We are certain that despite what you think you saw, that something else entirely occurred. We do not want false rumors circulating among our people. Obviously, a woman cannot topple the guardian stone of a sepulchre, no more than a body can disappear from one without thieves coming to take it. Surely that is exactly what happened. The man in the tomb said he would come back in 3 days. But as the dead cannot rise, some of his followers must have come and taken the body while you were fooled by the woman. She was used to distract you so you did not notice what was really occurring. There can be no other reasonable explanation. Would you not agree?" The chief of the guard shook his head negatively. "I am sorry, but I do not agree. I clearly know what I saw, what we saw, and it was not as you say. Only the woman was present." "Do you look forward to your punishment for failing to stay at your watch?" asked the Sadducee. "Of course not," the chief of the watch replied brusquely. "But we are Roman soldiers and will take our due, even when it is unpleasant." "Or," enticed the Sadducee, "you could take 3 months' wages, each man, and a year for you and the senior centurion, to relate the events as we have correctly deduced them. That there was no woman and that a group of his followers came in the night while you slept and toppled the stone and stole the body before you could stop them." The soldiers looked at one another, weighing the Sadducee's offer. "We will still be punished for sleeping on our post and letting the thieves steal the body," the chief of the watch stated. "But the money will help ease the pain. So perhaps what occurred is as you say." However, one of the soldiers announced with righteous anger, "I do not want their money. We will be punished whether we tell the truth or a lie, and I would rather speak true than false. We have the ear of the governor and even more so of the tribune," offered one of the Sanhedrin soothingly. "If all of you, every man, will tell only what we have deduced as the truth and nothing more, we will speak to the tribune and the governor on your behalf. If it appears you will be punished. Truly, this is not your fault. We know how tricky and conniving the followers of this false prophet can be. I am sure your superiors will understand. If they still punish you, we will double the amount we pay to each man." The soldiers of the guard looked at one another and spoke quietly among themselves. It was agreed that any punishment would be negligible compared to the money they would receive. After all, it wasn't as if they had abandoned their post during a battle. They looked to the Sanhedrin and the chief of the guard nodded his head in assent. "It happened as you say. Just ensure that your promises are fulfilled as you have outlined. For it is an inexplicable, but sad truth that tragic accidents have been known to happen to those who break promises to the soldiers of Rome," he added threateningly. "Now do you believe me that your sister is a witch?" Aurelius beamed triumphantly as he finished his tale. Remember, this was not just one man who thought he saw something, but 8 professional soldiers, who testified unanimously to the facts of the affair. There is no natural explanation for what occurred, for any part of it, neither the impossible actions of your sister, or the even more impossible vanishing of her husband's body. I repeat what I said before, Lazarus. You best find your sister and get her far, far from here. For her sake, and possibly for yours by association, do not let her return. And, if you come across the body of your brother-in-law, you would be wise to lay it back deep in the ground with haste. This whole matter is best buried and forgotten. Otherwise, wildfires might start from the sparks. And who knows who might get burned by such fires, he added ominously. Chapter 8 Time Walkers. I found my sister Mary Magdelene the next day, or rather, she found me. I was sitting out in the courtyard of my home a little after noonday, enjoying the warm sunshine and the wonderful company of my wife and 2 youngest children. We were not far from the well where I had been bitten by the serpent and died not long ago. Despite my pleasure at the moment, it seemed like another time and life to me. I had experienced so much in so few days, an agonizing death, life as an incorporeal spirit, the ability to fly, a visit to the glorious celestial realms, suddenly returning to life again in a physical body, coming home from business travels to find the Master of Light and Life, who resurrected me, had been crucified to death by the Romans and had himself risen to life again 3 days later, and lastly, being almost frantically fearful for my sister Mary Magdelene, only to discover that she was not the sister I remembered. And now here she stood before me. It was quite startling, as I had been sitting facing the large, wooden courtyard gate, smiling as I watched my children playing with one another in the otherwise empty courtyard. Opening the gate and crossing the wide dirt courtyard was the only entrance into our home, which was protected by walls as tall as a man on all sides. Yet the gate never opened and Mary Magdelene never walked across the courtyard. My wife Hannah and I were happily talking about our children as we watched them play. I turned for just a second to glance at her. When I swung my gaze back to the courtyard, I actually leapt off my seat in shock. For there stood Mary Magdelene an arm's reach away. She had just appeared as if she was suddenly dropped down from the sky. She greeted me with a long embrace and a chaste kiss on my cheek. "I understand you have been looking for me, dear brother," she said casually. "Yes, I have," I stammered, still somewhat in shock at her sudden appearance, but making every attempt to look composed, as if people suddenly popping up out of nowhere was a ho-hum everyday occurrence. Mary Magdelene smiled at me somewhat mischievously and stepped over to Hannah, embracing her and kissing her lightly on the cheek. The children saw her and ran to her shouting, "Aunt Mary Magdelene!" They gave her enthusiastic hugs, then scampered back to playing their games. Mary Magdelene turned back to me and put her hand on my arm affectionately. "I am sorry you were worried, Lazarus. I have been attending to Jesus since he has risen and returned from the celestial lights, where he went for a short while immediately after he resurrected. All of my time prior to that, of necessity, needed to be with the apostles. Salome has been with me," she added. "I was very worried for your sake, Mary Magdelene," I exclaimed, somewhat distraught. "I still am. Do you know that Aurelius advised me to take you out of all Roman provinces as soon as I find you and never let you return? And what in the stars happened at Jesus's tomb? What did you do?" I was beside myself with a wild mix of emotions and did not give her a chance to answer, or even stop to take a breath myself as I quickly continued. "The Sanhedrin have paid handsomely for the silence of the guards. Maybe they will stay silent and maybe they will not. But they all think you are some fearsome witch and toppled the giant guardian stone of the tomb with magic. Though I know that is ludicrous," I assured her, "and that you are truly a sweet, sweet soul, as far from being a witch as anyone could ever be, many others believe otherwise. If the inexplicable events at the tomb ever reach the ears of higher Roman officers, it will be your misery. And maybe our families too." I reflected pensively. "It seems like prudent advice for you to gather your children and go back to the backwaters of Egypt among the Nubians. At least until all this nonsense blows away. Your family had a nice life there in earlier years and I'm sure still have many friends that would greet you hospitably." Mary Magdalene laughed. She tried to stifle it and even put her hand over her mouth, but her attitude still stung, for she was laughing at my concern. "Forgive me, Lazarus," she asked contritely. "These last days have been filled with a great many emotional ups and downs. When you spoke as you did, the perceptions being so far from the reality, I guess the laughter just escaped me as a release of my pent-up emotions, before I could seal it in. Please know that I truly appreciate from the depths of my heart your love and concern for me." Somewhat mollified, I gave her another warm embrace, happy to hear her agree that the way she was being perceived by the Romans was misguided. But I was feeling reassured prematurely. With her next words, my momentarily elated heart sank as she looked deeply into my eyes, raising her eyebrows and cocking her head ever so slightly, a tiny smile upturning the corners of her mouth. "Oh, I see. You think the perception and reality I refer to as being labeled a witch," she said. "No, dear brother. I was laughing at the implication that I needed to flee for my life," she said with a big smile of what I was sure was misplaced humor. "Lazarus, dear Lazarus. You have known me all of my life, but not much in the last 12 or more years. I know to you I am just the sister you remember from childhood and nothing more. You still perceive me as the simple little girl who pestered you growing up, always wanting to play the games of boys instead of girls. I fondly remember how you were always there to protect me from your friends who resented my intrusion. You even made up stories to Papa and Mama so they would not know I had been off gallivanting with the boys instead of tending to the delicate activities expected of girls. At least you did until I turned 12. She said playfully. That was the law, Mary Magdalene. I protested in jest. Then in a more serious tone I added, I know you have experienced wonders traveling all these years with Jesus, Mary Magdalene. I am sure you have learned many things that few people know. But you are still the girl I see before me. My sister, who sometimes needs protection from her men because she acts in haste before she understands the consequences of her actions. Mary Magdalene put her hand gently on my arm as she looked in my eyes with sisterly love. Lazarus, please know that I am very touched that you are still trying to protect me. But truly I am no longer the girl you once knew. I am no longer like any woman you have ever known. This will become more obvious to you in the days to come. Do not exaggerate, Mary Magdalene. How could you have changed that much? I asked tenderly. You seem the same to me. I know. You are not a witch, but you certainly must be doing things to agitate people. And this might end up being at your peril. The Mary Magdalene I know is so sweet she makes efforts to not even step on bugs. So why do some people seem to be afraid of you, to call you a witch and spin far-fetched tales about you? In their eyes, they speak the truth, Lazarus, not far-fetched tales. And there is reality in their truth, even though that is difficult for you to accept. I have been with Jesus for 15 years, seldom away from his side. Step by step, precept upon precept, he has taught me the ways of celestial light, beyond the knowledge of men or priests. Recently, I have been called to a high and holy calling, and imbued with secrets and power from Source to fulfill my stewardship. Do not worry for me, Lazarus. Better to be concerned for those who might stand against me. I fear not the Romans, or any man, or army of men. The reality is, I embody the perceptions painted by people's misconceptions and fears of what they know not. By their definitions and understanding, I am a witch, dear brother. I am the witch of power they fear and much more. Before I could add words to the shocked look of disbelief on my face, she tried to console me. Do not fret about it, Lazarus. By Jesus, I have been called an angel, and any power I have comes from the light, not from the darkness. But, I sputtered. You are still my sister, and still, despite your bravado, just a woman, limited by the sensibilities and physical weakness of a woman compared to a man. I stammered. Though you cavort with men, going with the apostles and Jesus everywhere they go, they cannot always be there to protect you. Mary Magdalene smiled warmly and slightly shook her head negatively, but with motherly affection. You still do not understand anything, Lazarus. Do the words I say go in one ear and exit the other before they register in your head? How do you explain this weak woman toppling a guardian stone weighing more than 20 men could deadlift? I shook my head uncomprehending. It is not possible, Mary Magdalene. That is why the Romans think you are a witch. Did the apostles secretly help you from up above with a lever, as the Sanhedrin speculate? You are very thick-headed, Lazarus. Mary Magdalene responded with some irritation and impatience in her voice. But then her voice softened and she smiled and had a mischievous glint in her eyes. How do you think I just appeared suddenly before you today? I did not walk through the courtyard, did I? She pointed out. That is also somewhat inexplicable. I admitted. Actually, the thought came to me briefly that perhaps you just dropped out of the sky. I conceded, a bit wide-eyed. But I was just silently joking with myself. Mary Magdalene grasped my hand. Your imagination is more correct than you credit it, she affirmed. But as fun as this banter is, I am needed elsewhere and cannot remain to more fully explain things to you. She grasped both of my hands with hers. I will see you again soon, Lazarus. Be well. And please, see that you and all of your family avoid walking through any deep sand. What a strange, even silly warning, I thought. My sister was becoming more peculiar with every passing year. Still grasping her hands, I swiveled to the side and called out to Hannah to let her know Mary Magdalene was leaving, even though she had just arrived. "You should tell me that before she leaves Lazarus, not afterward," Hannah replied inexplicably. I turned my gaze back to Mary Magdalene, not to say goodbye, but to ask what could be so important that she needed to leave just minutes after she arrived. But in wide-eyed surprise I found my outstretched hands just holding empty air. At first I just thought of Mary Magdalene's hands being gone, and quickly reasoned she must have released my hands and stepped back. Because my focus had momentarily been on Hannah, I hadn't felt Mary Magdalene let go of my hands. But looking up, I was flabbergasted to see that it wasn't just her hands that were missing. All of Mary Magdalene was missing. She was certainly fast. How she had slipped quickly and silently across the courtyard and out the gate in. The few seconds I had turned my head away was a complete mystery. What a talent! I could certainly understand with tricks like that how some people were calling her a witch. It just made me all the more resolute that as her big brother I was going to need to keep a watchful eye on her. And that sooner or later, probably sooner, I was going to need to step in and protect her from harm as I had done in the past. Especially as she naively didn't seem to have a concern for all the dangers that could soon be confronting her. And what was all that nonsense about not walking in deep sand? Nobody needed such a warning, as deep sand was difficult to walk in. Even someone missing a few connections in their head would know not to walk in deep sand. Pondering her strange words and behavior, I concluded at that moment that poor Mary Magdalene must also be suffering some pains in her heart and head because of all of her recent challenges and traumas. Her grief from Jesus's crucifixion and the tensions of her life trying to hold her family and the apostles together afterward were surely causing her to speak and behave oddly. If ever she needed a stalwart older brother to support and defend her, it surely seemed to be now. I vowed to Source that I would be that pillar of strength and help Mary Magdalene in any way I could, from a shoulder to cry on, to money for her and her family's needs, to a sword and a strong arm to defend her from any that might try to do her harm. After Mary Magdalene's departure, I assumed my life would be returning to some semblance of normalcy. The hosts of heaven must have had a hearty laugh if they heard that thought. I soon came to realize that normal, at least if you define it as fairly placid and routine, would never again be a part of my life. I did not have to wait long to see Mary Magdalene again. Shortly before nightfall, Jesus, Salome, and my sister Martha arrived. Seeing them come through the gate, there was exuberant joy among all the children, both Jesus's and Mary Magdalene's, and Martha's and her deceased husband Euchanan's, and of course all of mine and Hannah's. Jesus had always been attentive and affectionate to all children and animals, and they loved him back, each and every one. About 2 hours later, after it was dark, Mary Magdalene suddenly appeared in her peculiar new manner, seemingly out of the ethers. Where she had been, and why she had not come with the others, was a mystery. I barely saw her as she passed through the hallway leading to the large room where she and Jesus stayed with their children when they were visiting. On the 7th day the 11 other apostles arrived early in the morning, entering through the gate and calling out to Jesus announcing their arrival. Mary Magdalene was the 12th apostle, so counting her they were all there. Everyone greeted me cordially and I was looking forward to participating in whatever ventures they had planned. Though no one had yet invited me, I assumed as the ever accommodating host they would not deny me. Jesus, Mary Magdalene and Salome came out of the house and greeted the apostles, and then in quick order they made ready to depart. "Wait! Where are you going, and can I come wherever it is?" I asked loudly, but to no one in particular. Jesus came over and patted me on the arm paternally, his bright blue-green eyes looking at me warmly. "It is dangerous where we will be going, Lazarus. You are not yet prepared for such a place. I have to teach the apostles some important lessons so they in turn can teach you and others when I am gone. But it is at a school where all the lessons are learned by vexing and challenging experiences. You must be armed with a foundation of knowledge before you arrive, lest you find yourself defenseless in the glare of threats that are completely unfamiliar to you. You have great experience in many areas, my brother. But to the place we go, you would be as a babe in the woods." "Jesus," I pleaded. "I am bored here. After all I have been through in the last couple of weeks, I would venture to guess I have more experience with the strange and inexplicable than any of your apostles. And having tasted such adventures, I find myself longing for more." He looked at me with understanding but still was not swayed. "Not this adventure, brother, but perhaps another very soon. Let the lesson you learn while we are gone be patience. It is a great secret of success in all areas of life." Jesus gave me a strong hug, then turned silently and walked through the group of milling apostles. As they passed through the gate and out onto the main road, Mary Magdalene came up to walk beside him, and Salome walked beside her holding her hand. The apostles all followed as a group. I had a mind to surreptitiously follow them to see where they would be going. That was so dangerous, but remembered Jesus's admonition to learn patience and decided I best remain and practice the trait, as I was never very good at it. We had 3 tall date trees at the center of the large courtyard our house was built around. Spanning the trunks of 2 of the trees was a spacious and comfortable hammock. I decided to lay in it a while and contemplate patience. But I found even in my contemplations I was impatient. I could never stay on one subject in my thoughts long enough to patiently reach a conclusion. Instead, I jumped from one thought to another and was constantly distracted by every little event around me, from a maid hanging the clothes out on the lines to dry just beyond the short inner wall of the sunny side of the courtyard, to an irritatingly persistent horsefly that was unwaveringly determined to take a bite out of my tender flesh no matter how many times I helplessly swatted at it. I was in the midst of waving both hands attempting to chase away the fly as it buzzed around my head, when I heard many male voices coming from the courtyard. Glancing over, I was so surprised to see the entire group that had departed just a little over an hour ago back in the courtyard, that I toppled out of the hammock and landed on my hands and knees upon the dirt ground. I glanced quickly over to the gate, which always groaned with a loud creak whenever it was opened. It was closed and silent. Gats! Were all these people pulling a Mary Magdalene on me and dropping out of the sky? I picked myself up off the ground and walked over to Cephas, who was closest. He was the chief apostle and certainly should be able to clear up matters. "Why have you returned so quickly?" I asked abruptly. "Have you changed your plans and decided to remain with us longer, or did you forget?" something. Cephas looked at me quizzically, his penetrating brown eyes seeming to be mystified. I understand not the meaning of your jest, he said stoically. I looked at him perplexed, thinking it was he who was playing a joke on me. What do you mean, brother Cephas? I made no jest. I merely asked why you have returned so soon after you departed. I am happy you are here again. I was just surprised to see you come back so quickly. Many of the apostles, upon hearing my comment, looked at one another with complete confusion written upon their faces. Matthias looked at me stroking his long, graying beard, then held up his hands in bewilderment. Your words are confusing, brother. You speak as if we have been gone but hours, when we have actually been away for many days. I was startled by his statement, still half thinking I was the butt of a group jest. Why do you say that, Matthias? Have all of you eaten a noxious herb that has affected your minds? It was not much more than an hour ago that you departed. I pointed to the maid at the wash basin beyond the wall at the far side of the courtyard. Look there at Bibi. She was washing clothes in the basin when you left, and she is still tending to the same clothes as they dry on the lines. At this revelation it seemed to dawn on the apostles that something peculiar had occurred. They looked to Jesus for answers, and perceiving their thoughts or just the looks of bewilderment on their faces, he explained, we have walked in the space between the spaces where time is not set by the sun that is in this sky. For those adepts who walk in the kingdoms of different resonances, time is not at all, save that which they want it to be. I have shown this unto you, and now it is given to you to teach the highest of the adepts among the children of light how to be time walkers, even as you have become. Wow! I was not entirely sure of the meaning of all that he said, but it certainly sounded intriguing. Time walkers? He made his way over to me and put his hand upon my shoulder, then looked back at the group of apostles. Here is the first of your new students. Let he who has tasted death be the first from beyond the apostles to truly learn and understand that life never ends, for time has neither a beginning or an end, and death is just the passage to a new resonance in the timelessness and continuity of infinity and eternity. Everyone stayed overnight with us, and I was persistently inquisitive. With many of the apostles, plus my sister Mary Magdelene and even Salome, as to where they had gone and what they had experienced during the couple of hours they had perceived as several days. The story I pieced together was even more unbelievable than my sister Mary Magdelene toppling a giant guardian stone of a tomb. All of them seemed to think they had visited worlds that were not to be found anywhere upon the earth, where the strangest of creatures existed. I was unsure if they were under some sort of mass delusion or if they had actually journeyed by some magical means to places unknown and inaccessible to men. I could not entirely discount their fanciful stories because I myself had traveled to the celestial realms when I was a spirit. So I knew other fantastic realms that seemed almost like dreams did exist. But I had to die to get to the one I visited, and they were all still plainly alive. Another point that vexed me is, if they traveled so far, how did they return so quickly? The journey of my spirit to the celestial realms was neither quick nor easy. Mary Magdalene's companion Salome tried to explain to me how they opened a gateway that glowed in a blue-white light that spun in a vortex and was a simple walk down a tunnel, but none of it made any sense to me. The following morning, everyone rose at first light before the sun came above the horizon. After a hearty breakfast of vegetable bread, Jesus asked Mary Magdalene, Salome, and the apostles to gather inside the garden courtyard. I followed them out and overheard when Jesus announced they would be departing for the fifth kingdom from the courtyard. I thought it a strange way to announce their next trip. Of course they would be departing from the courtyard just as they had on their last trip. After all, it is where they were all gathered. So of course they would be departing from where they were. Jesus was well known for speaking in a strange and often cryptic manner. It was actually quite stimulating mentally to listen to his sermons. It was always somewhat of an interesting puzzle to discern his true meaning in the many metaphors and stories he told to illustrate his points. I was determined to convince him to let me accompany them on this trip, even though I was certain I had not yet learned any more of patience as he had asked me to practice. But then again, how much time had I to practice? It might have been several days for them, but for me I had not even had time to get comfortable in the hammock. I came up to Jesus and asked if I could please come on this trip with him. He put his hand on my shoulder again, in the paternalistic way he was very fond of, and smiled a gentle, loving smile that told me with his expression what his answer would be before he spoke the words. Alas, my good brother Lazarus, it cannot be. Where we go, even my apostles will scarce be able to bear the strangeness, and they have seen and experienced many unusual things as they have traveled with me. The challenges will be even greater than the last place we visited. I was crestfallen and implored him to let me come this time. A little agitated, I looked skeptically at Salome and my sister Mary Magdalene. Surely if my sister and Salome can bear the shocks, then so can I, a man who has faced brigands on the caravan trails, rescued Mary Magdalene from kidnappers, and slain one that was about to run you through with a javelin. Plus, I have already experienced a slow, painful death. What could be worse than death? Mary Magdalene was listening to my forlorn pleas and came over and put her arm through Jesus's. My brother has been so faithful and true in all things. Please grant him permission, that he may come and see the wonders of the places to which you take us. Surely, no harm will come to him, for you will be there, and I will stay near to him. I thanked Mary Magdalene for her solicitation on my behalf, but was piqued with some surprise at the way she worded it. I am grateful for your support, Mary Magdalene, I assured her. But surely you will not need to be near to me for my sake. I am a man and can take care of myself, and you. And Salome too, if needs be. If there will be danger, it is all the more reason I should accompany you. I will bring my trusty sword. All of the apostles were standing near enough to hear our conversation, and there was laughter from several of them at my last statement. Cephas came up to me still chuckling. I understand you are having trouble accepting that your sister is more than the sister you remember, Lazarus. I have watched her evolution for some years now and know her well. Trust me when I say she will fear no place, nor man, or beast, and I would happily have her with me anywhere I might go that I would. Fear. He cupped his hand to the side of his mouth and whispered to me guardedly. Best leave your sword here if you come. Wherever we are going I am sure it would not be of much use. I looked at Cephas quite perplexed by his desire to embellish Mary Magdalene's abilities. Yes, there can be no doubt Mary Magdalene is remarkable among women, I agreed. But let us not forget she is still just a woman, and it is we men whom Source has endowed with strength that we might be a protector of women and children. And there is no reason to laugh or counsel me to leave my weapon behind. In conflicts swords can be useful, and mine has often proven essential for protection and life-saving on more than one occasion. Amram wagged his finger at me. Lazarus, you are very thick-skulled when it comes to Mary Magdalene. Many of us were in times past as well, but we have been humbled by all we have learned as we have accompanied Jesus and Mary Magdalene. Chief among the humbling, especially as men who once thought as you do, has been that beyond strength of arm or mind or sword, there is something greater, and that something your sister Mary Magdalene has in abundance. I never encountered a group of people who were more circumvent in their answers. What something? I asked with rising curiosity, but no one answered. I saw Jesus smiling as he listened to the verbal exchanges. But the good news for me was they had softened his heart, and he agreed to let me accompany them to wherever this fifth kingdom was. But the price was a humbling commitment. You may come with us, Lazarus, he agreed. As long as you promise to remain by your sister's side. This I assure you is for your protection, not hers. And leave your sword here, for where we go Cephas is correct, it will not help you. I gave a little self-depreciating laugh and offered a big smile of gratitude. Thank you, Jesus. In deepest sincerity, this means so much to me. Although I still think you and the brethren are playing a little game with me and Mary Magdalene. But I will do as you ask and see what comes. Jesus smiled back at me. So you shall, brother. Let me know if you have any surprises on the trip. Jesus walked over to one of the high courtyard walls and asked for a volunteer to open a gateway there to the fifth kingdom. I glanced around subtly to see if anyone besides me seemed perplexed at how he expected to travel to some distant kingdom by beginning the journey impeded by a very substantial stone wall instead of walking out the easy swinging courtyard gate. As everyone else seemed to be accepting his admonition to pass through the wall like it was a normal event, I thought it best to remain silent rather than risk appearing stupid, or even worse cause Jesus to rethink allowing me to accompany them. Judah the younger stepped forward and hesitantly raised his hand. Good Jesus, if I may be so bold, might I attempt to open the portal? Jesus smiled with obvious happiness to see Judah the younger, who was known as a fairly timid person, answer his call for a volunteer. That would be excellent, Judah. And you will not be needing Mary Magdalene's crystal, will you? Judah answered with some surprise, and a smile of appreciation. Oh, you have seen me as I have whittled my wand. What my physical eyes see not, my spiritual eyes behold, Jesus replied. Judah was obviously happy to have special recognition from Jesus. He stepped toward the stone wall and pulled a straight wand of wood from his sleeve where he had made a pouch to hold it. Before he could do whatever strange ritual he was going to do to pass through the wall and begin the journey, some of his brethren grasped his arm as it was rising so they could examine more closely the wand he had produced. Philip in particular was very excited, and asked Judah if he could look more closely at his wand before he used it. Judah nodded his head, smiling broadly. He was someone you never seemed to notice, and even with his sheepish smile it was plain he was both happy with the attention and a little unsure and hesitant because of it. He handed his wand to Philip, who ran his fingers over the intricate designs and symbols Yuda had carved. "It is a beautiful vermilion color, and your workmanship carving it with this deep spiral groove and the tiny, detailed symbols is astounding." Philip marveled. "Is it a type of rosewood?" Yuda shook his head. "I took the wood from a fallen piece of the peculiar flowering tree standing near the spring that wanted to eat you for a midday meal at the last kingdom we visited. It called to me in spirit. I carved the symbols into it during the last few days and the spiral last night by the light of the full moon." Jesus said that a spiral enhances the flow of the powers of celestial light upon which we call, when it is embodied in tools of power. "You know me, I'm not a very confident person, so I need all the help I can get." "A wand? Really?" If this is what Mary Magdalene's associates played around with, it was no wonder people were calling her a witch. Philip handed the wand back, complimenting him. "It is impressive. Please, without delay, let us see the power of celestial light you can call forth and focus with such a tool." Yuda smiled with almost childlike enthusiasm. After looking to Jesus and getting a nod of approval, he went over to the wall and, using the tip of his wand without touching the wall, he drew the outlines of what appeared to be a specific diagram. Then he forcefully spoke a single word in a strange language I had never heard. Immediately a shimmering, unearthly blue spiral light appeared. Looking at it straight on, I could see, as if through an opaquely translucent haze, the tunnel about the height and breadth of a man that Salome had described. Not too many paces away from where the tunnel seemed to end, a land and vegetation was clearly visible that was not the topography and vegetation located on the other side of my courtyard wall. "Marvelous!" Jesus exclaimed. "Well done, Yuda." Yuda beamed with Jesus's compliment. Jesus, Mary Magdalene and Salome walked over to the entry of the portal. I quickly scurried next to them to demonstrate I was remaining by my sister's side as I had promised Jesus, even if it seemed a bit silly. Before passing through the gateway, Jesus turned to the brethren. "The world we now travel to is in the fifth kingdom. Upon this world there are beings that are greater than you in all things, except the spiritual and the powers of celestial light that are your gifts. Do not be awed or cowed by the strangeness of these people or the grandeur of their cities." "It will be like a trip to Egypt," I exclaimed with anticipation. "Hopefully without the flies, heat, and bandits." "Much more than that, brother," Mary Magdalene replied with a wry smile. "And a much quicker trip too." Jesus moved his arm forward with an open hand toward the portal. "Lazarus, why don't you pass through first and we will all follow? Just step into the blue light." Now that the opportunity one had so diligently sought was before me, I hesitated. The ethereal, shimmering blue light opening a tunnel through a solid stone wall was a phenomenon such as I had never encountered or imagined. It was the great unknown. Though I had no fear, I would be dishonest if I did not admit there was some slight trepidation. Stepping into the light, I will truly be taken to another land? I asked, seeking confirmation from Jesus. I will not just be hitting my head against the hard wall that is really still there to everyone's humor. Perhaps you will hit your head, Lazarus, Jesus answered matter-of-factly. If that is what you expect. The gateway is open, and even those who have no faith in what lies on the other side can pass through, as long as they do not disbelieve. Yet disbelief or absence of faith can make it impassable. If you believe nothing, then you affect nothing. But if you believe something, either in this gateway to another world beyond the blue light or not, your belief or lack of belief will manifest unto you. If you simply walk through the blue light without thinking there is a passageway behind it or fearing there is a wall, neither believing nor disbelieving, you will pass through with ease. It will be the same as one who has faith in the existence of the portal. But if you doubt its existence or believe there is only a stone wall behind the blue light, then surely you will end up sitting on the ground with a headache from running into the wall and look around to find all of us gone, for we will have passed through while you were rubbing your aching head. I looked at Jesus and remembered who he was, the Lord of Light. He resurrected me from death and called me back to earth. He healed the sick in an instant, no matter how ill they were, and he called men of low life, like Matthias who had once been a despised tax collector, to the greatness they could become. I believed in him and his promises. You have told me there is a portal to a new land, beyond the blue light. I proclaimed with conviction. Because it is your word, I have not faith, but a sure knowledge that it is so. Stand aside now, for here comes Lazarus. Without looking back I leaped in one bound into the spinning blue light. For all of its initial intimidation qualities, once I was inside the tunnel it was just a short walk through a nondescript pipe with off-white walls streaked with undulating streamers of many colors. There was a slight fog inside that quickly thinned as I approached the exit. I stepped out of the tunnel and stood upon ground of soft, fine dirt. Copious strangely colored vegetation grew densely around me. Looking around, everything I saw was not only so different from the land of Israel, but totally different from any land I had ever traveled to. Amazing! I exclaimed in awestruck wonder to no one but myself. To take a few steps, as simple as passing into another room, but it is not another room to which I have come but another world, one such as I have never seen or imagined. Soon everyone else had passed through the gateway tunnel and stood around me near the exit. I was happy to see I would not be perceived as a country bumpkin, as everyone other than Jesus seemed equally overwhelmed and awed by the strangeness and beauty of the world to which we had arrived. Look in the sky, Yuda the younger said incredulously, pointing upward. There are two suns. And look at that forest in the distance, Shimon said, pointing in wonder. The trees rise to impossible heights. Even from as far away as we stand, those trees are surely 10 times taller than even the great cedars of Lebanon. Those are not trees, Jesus interjected calmly. Those are tall buildings in a city greater by far than Rome. Buildings? Yuda's Iscariot questioned, uncomprehending. How can buildings possibly be so tall and thin and not fall down? We must consider that it is possible, Cephas proffered. For we are looking at the city. And remember, in our own mountains in Israel there are great trees that are tall and thin and they do not fall down. Therefore, perhaps the men of this land can likewise make buildings of great height and thinness that somehow also do not fall down. Jesus spoke quickly after Cephas, saying, concerning the men of this world, you should be aware that there are no men here such as you. You have never seen the likeness of the higher beings that call this world home. But they have seen Alamar-like creatures that look somewhat like you, and they are mortal enemies. Therefore do not expect a warm greeting when they first come upon our party. Do you think they will attack us or merely be offended by our presence? Philip wondered with some trepidation. If attacked, we have no weapons to defend ourselves. You even told Lazarus not to bring his sword. Jesus turned and looked at Philip with some sadness, saying, "What need would you have of weapons, Philip? Even if an army attacked? Have you not the authority of Source upon you? Have you not received gifts of celestial light that can see you through the greatest darkness and overcome the mightiest foe?" "Yes, of course," Philip stammered. "We all have our gifts and our faith in Source. But in truth, it is not faith in Source I lack, but faith in myself, and in the current usefulness of my powers of celestial light, which I am only beginning to understand, and have virtually no experience at using, or even a sure knowledge of how to use them. It is as if a man who had never seen a sling is given one and told to defend himself as an enemy is preparing to charge him. Perhaps he will intuitively figure out how to use it, or perhaps he will wonder how a skinny piece of cloth and string could possibly be used for a weapon, and will be slain while he is trying to understand it. I am ashamed to say, that is how I feel about my gifts of celestial light. I am honored beyond measure to have been deemed worthy to receive them. But I am woefully unaware of how to use them." Hearing his confession of ineptitude, most of the other apostles spoke up in agreement, saying they too lacked faith in their capability to employ the sacred powers that had been entrusted to them. To master your gifts of celestial light and gain an unshakable faith in yourself, is why we have come to this particular world in the fifth kingdom today, Jesus explained. You will encounter people and their creations, such as you have never conceived could exist. They will consider you an enemy and seek to have power over you. You will need to rely upon your gifts to save yourselves. Jesus pointed to a nearby hill. Mary Magdelene and I shall move to that hill along with Lazarus to observe you, but we will not interfere to aid you overtly. However, we shall give you counsel in your minds as you receive the challenges of a civilization unlike any upon the earth you call home, one that could defeat the Romans as easy as a man steps on an ant. As you move to different places, we will continue to move with you, staying back far enough to not be physically involved in your affairs. No, no, no. Please no. Toma protested. You cannot leave us alone to fend for ourselves against a formidable enemy we know not, with no weapons except our celestial gifts, which none of us have shown any significant ability to use. We are like the ignorant man with the sling in the example Philip told. Please forgive me for so saying, Jesus, but it seems unreasonable to expect this much of us when we are still just infants in our abilities. Jesus did not answer him as he had hoped. As I have said before, where much has been given, much must be manifested. You have received great knowledge of wonderful powers of celestial light that you may accomplish great things. When you have a light, you do not hide it under a basket, and you are the lights of the world. Tomorrow is the day that the weak will become strong and the ignorant enlightened. But you are neither weak or ignorant. Today is the day that the strong recognize their strength and call upon their enlightenment. Today is a day of destiny for you, one where you will discover who you really are. Cephas took a step forward and holding his hands spread in front of him he lifted them up and down. I guess in frustration we have all been practicing, a little here and a little there with our gifts, he explained. He cupped his hands closely together with his palms up, but it is only this tiny, insignificant bit that we have actually mastered. I think I am further along than most, but even so, I would still prefer a sharp sword or a stout staff to defend myself against attackers until you have taught us more in the ways to call forth our gifts of celestial light with power and focused direction, and we have had more time to practice using the knowledge we gain. Jesus smiled slightly as he answered Cephas. Swords and staffs may help you against brigands on your earth, but this is someone else's earth. Here your weapons would be as useless against your foes as throwing a grain of sand at an armored Roman soldier. If you are attacked, only your celestial gifts will save you. Looking around at all of them, he elaborated. There are some things that need to be taught, such as the celestial word of power used to open the portal back at Lazarus's courtyard that call in certain specific forces of the celestial light. But these are things you have already learned in our years together. What remains is simply the need for total faith in Source, in yourself, and in the gifts that you know you have. That and a love for your brethren and a passion to succeed using your gifts. Remember, even if they have yet to be seen, I have told you that you have these gifts, therefore you know that it is so. You have heard me teach often that with faith nothing is impossible to you. If you believe in me, you must also believe in yourselves, otherwise you deny your belief in me. Now, before the citizens of this world come upon you, prepare yourselves. Find a straight stick of wood that you can quickly fashion into a wand to more surely focus your gifts. Or dedicate a rock crystal or a spiral shell that you carry to serve the same purpose, if you have not already done so. Remember, there is no power in the object itself other than its ability to channel and focus the flow of the mighty energy and power inside of you, to accomplish your will. But just like using a hammer to set a nail into wood is easier than trying to pound it in with your bare hand, so too, using a wand of wood, shell, or crystal is a much more effective way to manifest your gifts than merely waving your hand with good intent. Remember to give thanks for your callings and offer a prayer to Source to be able to call forth your gifts. When the time comes upon you to resist the people of this world, remember that all life is precious. Everyone and every creature, on every world, is on a path of eternal progression. And it is wrong to end someone's progression in the physical life unless there is no other way to save your own life or that of your friends. By using your gifts of celestial light, instead of swords and weapons of war, there will always be another way if you are calling upon your powers in their fullness. And how is it that you should call upon them? Do now as I say. Focus your energy this moment into your core. Pull in your aura and concentrate it near your heart. Feel it inside of you. Swirl it around faster and faster. Feel it swirling inside of you. Use your mind to direct your auric energy to swirl here and there, within you. Command yourself to feel it, swirling through your abdomen, then down your arms and shooting out your fingertips, then swirling again in your abdomen, then shooting out of your eyes, then your feet. Call upon Source and the energies of celestial light, which permeates all things, to come into you, and strengthen you, to augment and increase the power of your own aura. so much so that your body lightens and feels as if it is beginning to float off of the ground. And so it can if you call forth your gifts in fullness. I watched all of this as a most interested spectator, as I had no experience with the gifts or techniques Jesus spoke about. The apostles, however, did as Jesus asked. It was interesting to observe how they all went about it in different ways. Some closed their eyes, while others kept them wide open, usually while focusing with their eyes fixed on something or someone. Some remained standing, while others were on their knees praying. Several were looking upward into the pale blue heavens, and the bright sky lit by two blazing suns, as they called upon Source. After just a couple of minutes, Mary Magdalene motioned for me to follow her and Jesus. As we walked toward a small nearby hill, I continued to look back over my shoulder. I saw the apostles were continuing their convolutions to activate their gifts. Salome never began doing any of the actions Jesus directed and had been caught looking away as we departed for the hill. Seeing us leaving her behind, she quickly ran up toward Mary Magdalene, calling out to her, "Why do you leave me here alone with the men?" Mary Magdalene enveloped her in an embrace as she came to her. She kissed Salome softly on her forehead. "It is also your destiny, dearest flower, to blossom into your fullest splendor. This place is a garden in which you will come forth in your glory." "But I am not an apostle," Salome protested. "I have not been given the multitude of special gifts they have been endowed with because of their calling. What shall become of me if we are attacked by the fierce denizens of this world?" Mary Magdalene took a step back, still holding on to each of Salome's hands. She smiled at her lovingly. "The men need their special callings as apostles to more easily bring forth their gifts. But you need no such calling, dear one. For you are a virtuous woman who loves and is loved, whose eye is single to the light of Source. The celestial light is one with you, in ways the men can scarcely comprehend, for they know not the celestial love that you know. You are a daughter of God who knows who you are, and all the powers of the celestial light in all the heavens upon the numberless worlds of creation, are waiting to come to you as you call upon them. The men will struggle. They will succeed, but it will be a great effort for many of them. But for you, dearest Salome, to call forth any gift of Source that is given for mortal men and women to have, is as easy as breathing. Whatsoever you can conceive, you can manifest, even if you do not yet know the structure, as long as you keep love at your core and fear not." A wide smile of happiness spread across Salome's face, and she stepped forward and lightly kissed Mary Magdalene on the lips, and gazed for a moment with deep love into her eyes, saying, "Thank you, my precious Mary Magdalene." Then turning away, she ran back toward the men, looking into the heavens and calling upon the powers of God. After about 10 minutes, everyone seemed to walk with a more upright stance, exuding confidence, so they must have found the spiritual strength they were seeking. They spread out a little, and some began to select sticks which they could fashion into wands as Jesus had spoken about. Salome and some of the others brought out rock crystals or spiral shells which they had been carrying in their garments. Most were barely larger than the length of a hand, and some were scarcely as long as a finger. Each person seemed to be performing their own customized quick bonding ritual with their wands of wood, or crystal, or shell. Suddenly I was startled to hear Jesus's voice speaking clearly in my mind. It soon became obvious I was overhearing the counsel he was giving to the others. Begin to now explore this world, he encouraged. As you walk, continue to call in more celestial light from the heavens. Continue to keep your aura very close to you and feel your own energy swirling inside of you. Jesus gestured with his lifted arm toward the hill, indicating we should walk up the ridge toward its summit. It only took us a few minutes walking up a gentle slope of beautiful mottled red and green grass. Atop the ridge, we looked down on a long narrow valley that continued far into the distance. We saw the apostles and Salome as they began spreading out and walking down the valley. But to what I wondered? As they walked below, the three of us continued to follow along parallel to them on top of the ridge. After about an hour, Cephas, who was leading the apostles, pointed into the sky toward the distant city with a sharp exclamation. "Look everyone! Rapidly approaching are some type of silvery birds." The entire group below as well as the three of us on the ridge looked into the sky to see what it was Cephas was pointing at. 7 small dots were growing larger as they rapidly approached. At first it seemed as if they were some type of flying light, but as they got closer I saw they were some type of silvery orb that was brilliantly reflecting the light of the two suns in a bright glare. They soon stopped and just floated in the air a short distance in front of the apostles and Salome. They were not large, perhaps only about 4 to 5 times the size of a man's head. Nothing protruded from them, they were as slick as a water-worn rock. In what seemed to be a very coordinated action, the 7 orbs spread out and completely encircled the apostles and Salome, hovering some distance above their heads. If they had slings I doubt they would have been able to cast a stone that high with any force. Soon the three of us on the hill were no longer just spectators. 2 of the orbs in a sudden jerk, broke away from the group of 7 and zoomed over to hover directly above us. I looked at them with fascination. They were completely silent, seemed to be made of a brightly polished silver metal, and at least from the distance that separated us, I could see no seams or protrusions anywhere. How they could just silently stay exactly in place in the air, without making a sound or moving an iota, was a great mystery to me. I was not frightened by them in any way, just intensely curious. I should have been frightened. Looking down at the apostles I could discern by the odd looks on their faces that they were as bewildered as I was trying to figure out the nature of the silver orbs. All of them seemed equally perplexed and I heard a lot of muttering questions similar to my own, wondering how the orbs were staying up in the sky. Several of the apostles looked up the hill at us, raising their hands to show their confusion and hoping for an answer from Jesus. But he did not answer them. Suddenly, I was stricken by an excruciating pain. My body went rigid as if I was nailed entirely to a tree along my back. With wide-eyed fear I looked down at the others in the valley and could see they were experiencing a similar calamity. Jesus and Mary Magdelene were standing a bit behind me so I could not see if they were also being afflicted by the strange force, but I assumed like everyone else that they were. I tried to move my legs and arms, but I could not even wiggle a finger. Then as quickly as I had been afflicted, the pain was gone and my body was released from whatever force had bound it. I took a deep breath of deliciously pure air, flexed my arms by moving them back and forth, and looking at the great city in the distance I thought how lovely it would be to go and visit it. I realized I was ravenously hungry and was certain there would be a feast awaiting me there of the most delectable foods I could imagine. Without thinking to see if Jesus and Mary Magdalene were also in the mood for a feast, I sauntered off the ridge and started walking down the slope, anxious, even excited, to get to the valley and hurry off to the city. As I got closer to the apostles and Salome, I noticed they were acting very peculiar. I was going to invite them to accompany me to the feast, but they were all still standing rigid like I was when I had first been hit with the pain. But unlike me, who had been unable to move or even twitch my nose, they were all facing the city and walking very slowly and stiff-legged toward it. Their arms also remained flattened at their sides as they walked. Some of them were actually tottering side to side as they rocked their bodies back and forth to be able to walk forward without hardly moving their stiffened legs. It was very odd. I realized it would be a waste of time to invite them to the feast because they were obviously too preoccupied with their own bizarre antics. I was almost to the area where the apostles and Salome were, and was already planning the route I would need to take to work my way through their thrashing bodies when I heard some of them screaming in my head. They were calling to Jesus and Mary Magdalene. I was unsure if their messages were getting through to their intended recipients, but they were sure irritating and distracting me from my pleasant thoughts of the feast. "Help us! Help us, Lord of Light!" That seemed to be a very popular refrain from several of them. "Our bodies are not our own," I heard Cephas calling out. "We are possessed of demons and are being compelled against our will. Help us!" I could not believe they were all acting so weird. Wasn't anyone beside me hungry? Then in my head, I heard Salome cry out to Mary Magdalene, and I had to stop and look over to her. It was hard to ignore a beautiful woman in distress. "Mary Magdalene, please help me!" she cried out in my mind, and I assumed Mary Magdalene's is. Well, my body moves even though I command it to stay. I try to resist and there is terrible pain throughout all of my body. It is unbearable. Please help me. In my mind, I heard Mary Magdalene tell Jesus she wanted to go and help Salome. But he refused her request. We must love them enough to let them fight their own fight and find themselves and their own power. He told her compassionately. But this is so strange to them, my Lord, Mary Magdalene pleaded. Their senses and their minds are overwhelmed, so much so they cannot even line up their thoughts to consider how to use their gifts to resist. Most of them are so confused they cannot even speak to us in their minds. I glanced back up the hill and saw Jesus give a loving embrace to Mary Magdalene and heard him answer her in his mind. Nevertheless, we must give them time to discover themselves. They will be in pain, but will not be killed, even if they resist. As I was looking up at them, I saw him pointing at me. Curse my luck! I just knew he was going to try to stop me from getting to the feast. Please see to the safety of your brother. Jesus directed Mary Magdalene. He has not been given the gifts of the apostles and goes happily as a lamb to the slaughter without understanding the consequences or means to prevent them. No sooner had he uttered the foul command than Mary Magdalene carried it out. She nodded her head in agreement. Wasting not a moment, I rapidly picked up my pace, trying to get as far away from them as I could as quickly as possible before they did whatever they were going to try to do to keep me from the feast. I looked back a few seconds later to see if Mary Magdalene was going to be chasing after me. Instead, I squinted in confusion as I saw her forcefully thrust each hand skyward with her fingers splayed wide. Each hand pointed toward one of the two orbs hovering over them. She closed her eyes and loudly uttered a single word in the same strange-sounding foreign tongue Yuta had used to open the gateway in the courtyard. Immediately both orbs dropped to the ground with clanging, hollow metallic thunks and rolled down the slope to come to rest at its base. I opened my eyes wide and my mouth quite a bit as well, when I realized that in an instant I was no longer starving for food, nor inclined in the least to walk to the city for a feast. How odd! The apostles and Salome on the other hand seemed to remain in the grip of an invisible foe they seemed intent on resisting. But their unknown assailants were still winning. Each and every one of the apostles continued to walk with great stiffness toward the city in the distance despite their obvious best intentions to do otherwise. If what they were experiencing was similar to my own, I guess ravenous hunger coupled with visions of mountains of food was less alluring to them than it had been to me. But trying to figure it all out was so perplexing and strange. Where had all those thoughts and feelings come from only to vanish as suddenly as they had arrived, at least for me? It was such a mystery. Looking back up the hill I saw Mary Magdalene beckoning for me to return to the ridge, so I turned and started back up. I had only traveled a few paces when I encountered one of the silver orbs laying immobile on the ground that Mary Magdalene had apparently somehow made to drop out of the sky. I almost tripped over it as I had been looking up toward Jesus and Mary Magdalene and not down at my feet as I was walking. It was fascinatingly beautiful. I had never seen a metal polished so brilliantly. I could easily see my curving reflection in great detail. I wondered if the silvery sphere was really made of metal or some other exotic substance unique to this world. I reached out and lightly touched it with my index finger to see if it felt hard like metal. No sooner had the barest tip of my finger touched the surface of the orb than a nerve-shattering, bone-bursting shock traveled like lightning up my extended arm and radiated out through every fiber of my body. I cried out in a loud, anguished shriek of pain, and then everything went black. When I awoke, as I later learned was just a few minutes later, Mary Magdalene was holding my head cupped in one hand on the back and resting her other hand on my forehead. A most delicious, warm heat was emanating from her hands and I could feel it everywhere in my body, taking away the pain. I was still groggy but looked up at her with a weak smile. Have I died and been resurrected again? I wondered. Nearly, Mary Magdalene answered patiently. Now come back to the ridge with us and do not touch any more things of this world that you know not. I stood up feebly as Mary Magdalene took my hand to support me in my still shaky state. Nodding my head, I agreed. That is sage advice, my sister. Be certain that I shall follow it henceforth, I assured her. When I stood again in safety on top of the hill, I looked down at the wildly dispersed group of apostles and Salome. They were in quite a disarrayed mess. Some of them were still walking stiffly toward the city, but valiantly trying to resist the semi-paralysis of their own bodies and the unseen coercion they were experiencing. There must be invisible soldiers attacking them, I conjectured. I wondered at the tactics of the invisible foes that apparently had them in their power. Were they in front of the apostles trying to pull them along by imperceptible ropes? Or were they behind them prodding them with invisible, sharp weapons on their posterior? Judas Iscariot was prone on his belly being dragged backwards toward the city. Though he was fairly thin, even scrawny, he was fiercely clawing madly at the ground trying to hold himself in place. In a similar manner Yohanan was also face down on the ground being relentlessly pulled by an invisible soldier toward the city despite his large muscular frame. Then mighty Amram, followed in quick succession by Shimon the Zealot, Mattaiah, and Judah the Younger. You cannot imagine how strange and incomprehensible it is to see the bodies of strong men being pulled backwards along the ground by an invisible foe, despite their fierce resistance. What a marvel that the soldiers of this world could make themselves invisible! How can you fight an invisible adversary? Especially one that can addle your mind and churn your stomach, as I perceived had occurred to me? Salome was standing in place and somehow resisting being pulled away like the men. But her fate was perhaps worse. While she stood with her eyes tightly closed and her arms rigidly at her sides with clenched fists, her clothing was being ripped asunder and pulled in ragged pieces off her shapely body by what seemed to be a great wind. More likely the lascivious lusts of the invisible soldiers, who obviously had no moral values. Yet they made not a sound or gave any other indication that they were present. I just saw the devastating effect of their actions. Each of the apostles was caught in their own frenzied battle with the unseen assailants, but at least they were keeping all of their clothes on. I was certain Mary Magdelene would intervene in a fury when she saw Salome being stripped nearly naked, but though she looked down upon the scene with a grim countenance, she did not move to help her dearest companion next to Jesus. Cephas and Philip were both yelling at the orbs in the sky. But of course that was ridiculous and they elicited no response from the orbs. Their brains definitely must be addled, for they had totally lost the focus of where they should be applying their efforts. It would be like when we were attacked on a caravan to Egypt. Instead of looking in front of us at the brigand that was preparing to run us through with a sword, we were looking up and shouting at the birds in the sky. What is happening? I asked Jesus and Mary Magdalene with confusion and concern. Instead of answering, Mary Magdalene shushed me. She shushed me. Do not speak, Lazarus. We must concentrate on talking with our brethren in their minds as they fight with the orbs. She snapped. Oh no! Their brains had been addled too. Was I the only sane person remaining? Fight with the orbs? I exclaimed. What do you mean? The orbs are not fighting with anyone, they are just floating peacefully in the sky. Rather than give me the courtesy of an answer, without looking back or taking her eyes off the apostles and Salome, Mary Magdalene cast her hand back toward me. I immediately knew I was in trouble when I saw she had the same splayed, extended fingers she had when she had made the two orbs fall from the sky. I shouted out, "Hex me not!" At least I tried to shout it out, but she had struck me dumb. I could move my lips and utter the words, but no sound came out. She did this without even looking at me. Surely she was a witch. Perhaps a well-intentioned spiritual one, but no doubt a witch. I tried to step over to her, intending to grab her sleeve to get her attention and silently protest, but I found I could not move my feet from the ground. Every part of my body moved with ease except my feet, which seemed to have been magically glued to the ground. Though I had heard Jesus and others talking in my mind, I had never tried to communicate with anyone else using this miraculous gift of celestial light. Unsure of the technique, I called out to my sister in my mind, but got no response either in my mind or vocally. I tried several times with slightly varying methods, and also tried to reach Jesus with my pleading thoughts. But neither of them replied or even looked at me. I was unsure if it was because they were ignoring me, or that I was simply inept with this ability. Left to ponder the situation as an uninvolved spectator, I considered that Mary Magdalene had specifically said that she and Jesus were helping the apostles to fight the orbs. Perhaps they were not addled in the head after all. I had assumed there were unseen soldiers physically fighting the apostles and Salome, aided by the ability to put thoughts in one's head, such as a feast, and sensations in one's body, such as hunger. I had just assumed there were soldiers giving invisible battle, based upon my own life experiences in the lands of Israel and Egypt. Perhaps it was possible that on this world the soldiers attacked from a distance with unseen powers that emanated from the orbs. That would explain why I was immediately freed from my hunger and compulsion to go to a feast in the city at the very moment Mary Magdalene made the two orbs nearest to me drop to the ground. I nodded my head to myself as I accepted that this must be the reality we were experiencing. Gazing back into the valley, I could see the apostles were still furiously trying to resist and fight the unseen physical force apparently emanating from the orbs. There was a great deal of chaos in their actions. Some were praying, some were trying to cast spells, some using just their words, others with the aid of their wands or crystals. But in every case their efforts were to no avail. Every one of them was losing ground, continuing to be pulled against their will toward the city. "We must unite!" Salome yelled loudly above the din. "She is right!" Cephas shouted in agreement above the chaotic sounds of struggle, hoping the others could hear. "Alone, we are losing this battle." "But how?" Philip, who was standing nearby, yelled gloomily. "We are all doing different things, fighting different orbs. I'm not even sure many of the others can hear you as they have been dragged too far away already." Then Jesus was speaking to Cephas in his mind, counseling him. "Speak to them with your thoughts. They all can hear you, no matter how far they may be from you. You can do it, Cephas." And I heard Mary Magdalene speaking reassuringly to Salome in her mind. "In the power of the celestial light you are stronger than the men, Salome. Go now to Cephas. Ignore the pain and will yourself to do it. Touch his Alpha/Omega gateways, and with love, give some of your vital essence to him to strengthen him. Give freely, as much as he needs to become empowered. Do it now, dear one. Do it now." Salome, completely disheveled, her clothes torn to shreds, her ample breasts exposed and heaving from deep breaths of exertion, her luxurious mane of long black hair swirled into snarled disarray, looked up momentarily at Mary Magdalene. A fierce determination was writ all over her face. I had never seen her look like that. I began to fear for the orbs. She turned with fiery intent upon Cephas, standing about 5 paces away, and with steely resolve, resisted the force pulling her toward the city and began to walk toward him, her face a grimace of pain as she fought to pull away from the nerve-wrenching force. "Salome is coming to you," I heard Jesus tell Cephas. She will touch you and impart her soul essence to you. Share her strength. Then reach out in your mind and command your brethren, as I know you can, to be one, for when you are united as one, there is nothing that can stand against you. Salome's last steps to Cephas were a mighty struggle, like trying to walk through thick mud while being pricked by 1,000 dagger points. Seeing her great effort to reach him, Cephas willed himself to take a step toward her. She stretched out to reach him and fell to her knees, but grasped his hands in hers, intertwining their fingers as she fell, uniting their alpha/omega gateways. Immediately, Cephas's countenance brightened as Salome's soul essence freely poured into him, empowering him beyond his own capabilities. Imbued with the power of her essence, he called out to his brethren with confidence, speaking to them in their minds as one, saying, "Each of you, ignore all the other orbs, no matter how great the pain or what is happening to you. Look at the orb closest to me, almost over the head of Philip. In whatever way you can, focus on this orb and command it to be cast dead upon the ground." Barely had the words left the mind of Cephas and entered the minds of the others than they did as he bid. Turning from their private struggles with the various orbs, they all looked at the orb nearest Cephas, and using their various gifts, and each in a different manner, they focused and called upon the powers within themselves and the powers of Source through the celestial light. As one they commanded the orb to fall to the ground dead, and so it did, almost hitting Philip as it fell. Salome still held fast to Cephas as he clasped her hands in his, still sharing the power of her inner light with him. She was no longer kneeling on the ground, but had stood up facing him. Cephas commanded his brethren once again into action. "Now do the same to the next nearest orb, the one that is hovering by Mataya." Once again the apostles turned to focus on the orb Cephas has singled out, and once again in seconds it fell to the ground dead. They continued one orb after another until all of them had fallen to the ground. Only then was their pain and compulsion gone. Still holding her hands intertwined in his, staring only at her eyes to avoid her exposed nudity, Cephas looked at Salome with great gratitude. "Thank you, Salome. I know you gave that which is most precious, and I, and all my brethren are most grateful." Salome smiled weakly at him, and sighed deeply, "For a good cause, brother. And I know that which I gave, shall come back to me again, even more so, because I gave with unselfishness and love for you, my brethren." Cephas smiled at her and nodded warmly as he released her hands and took off his outer garment to cover her. Turning to the scattered apostles, he called them to him. "Mary Magdalene released me from my bond, and Jesus, Mary Magdalene and I began to make our way down the ridge to be with them. Irritatingly, as we walked down the hill, Mary Magdalene was still ignoring me as I tried to talk with her and elicit explanations for so many things. But I might as well have been talking to a rock. A rude rock." When everyone had gathered together, Jesus commended them for their efforts. "Well done, my good friends and brothers, and of course, Salome. Here you faced a challenge unlike anything on your world, beyond your imaginations to conceive, and uniting together you were still able to overcome the great unknown. Remember the lesson from this encounter well, for you will have more opportunities in the years ahead to employ its principles." "But what is it we did?" puzzled Toma, rubbing his hand in agitation across his bald pate. "We commanded things we know not, to die, without even knowing how it is that such things perish. In that, you did both good and bad." Jesus replied contemplatively. "The good is that by using your faith, you were able to effect something with your celestial gifts of power that you had absolutely no comprehension of. Despite your ignorance of the orb, and what its strengths and weaknesses might be, your will was accomplished upon it. But you erred in willing it to die. Sadly, in your lack of knowledge of this world, you may have been killing one of the compassionate beings that reside here. The orbs caused you great pain. They compelled you against your will. But never did they give an indication that they intended to kill you, or even maim you. Therefore, in your defense, you overreacted. Using your gifts of celestial light, you called upon the orbs to die, and so it seems they did. But you must consider that these orbs themselves, though they look nothing like you, may be the life of this earth." Seriously, chided Jesus's brother Yaakov, dubiously arching his thick eyebrows. "You are implying that these shiny balls, which put forth a purely evil torturous force upon us, could be some form of life, like an animal. Because you do not know what they are, that possibility cannot be discounted," Jesus ventured. "Nor would they be like an animal, as their abilities in battle were beyond all that you know or have experienced on the world of your birth. If they are not life, then what? Do you think they are, Yaakov? Or, any of you?" he queried. Considering Jesus's question, the other Yaakov reached out in curiosity to touch the nearest orb, but I quickly grabbed his arm and pulled him back. "Do not touch that, Yaakov!" I barked. "I did so earlier, and I assure you that you will not enjoy the experience." My warning must have been true because Jesus turned to Mary Magdalene and directed her, "Please put each of the orbs to sleep that the brethren may touch them without pain." Mary Magdalene silently nodded in assent and walked around to the fallen orbs, touching each one for a few seconds. When she had touched them all, she returned to Jesus's side. After Mary Magdalene had completed her exorcism or whatever it is she did, Jesus told the apostles they could now safely touch the silver orbs. And he tantalized them with a bit of knowledge. "I will tell you, the orbs are not life, but creations of the people who live here. But be gentle with them, for they contain a surprise within that must not be damaged." "A surprise," mused Amram. "Perhaps some food, for I am hungry after all of this unfamiliar xe and ka exertion." His comment elicited some chuckles and voices of agreement from the other apostles. "We shall see," Jesus replied, pointing toward the orb laying on the ground nearest Amram. "Let us open one that you may discover its contents." Amram went over and hefted the orb. "It is very light. I do not think there is any food inside of it." He shook it gently, observing, "I do not hear anything rattling around inside. Nor can I see any way to get into it other than punching a hole with something sharp, for there are no seams." He knocked on it with his knuckles, producing a faint empty echo. "I think it is hollow, but we will have to make a hole in it to see inside." "I think not," Jesus advised. "There is a way in, but Mary Magdalene will need to open it." "Surely, each of you could accomplish it, but until you see her do it, you would spend too much time trying to fathom it, and we have many things to do while we are still on this world. I still was having a difficult time coming to grips with the concept of Mary Magdalene being able to do anything greater than the men could do. In the modern world, the equality of women is enshrined in the preeminent cultures. But at this early age, in my life in the Israel I grew up in, the advice of women was not sought, nor anything more expected of them than to keep house, cook the food, and bear and care for children. Even that description is being generous. The reality was, outside of celestials who were taught differently by Jesus, men did not even consider that women had the mental or physical capabilities to do aught else but household chores and child rearing. I was making great efforts to change my thinking more radically than I thought I already had. But I realized I still had far to go to come to an acceptance of Mary Magdalene as not just an equal of men, but even a leader among them. Heeding Jesus's instructions that she should open the orbs, Mary Magdalene went over to the one next to him room. She placed a hand on opposite sides of the sphere, then said another strange word I had never before heard in any tongue, Isavant. Immediately a seam appeared around the circumference of the orb and one half of it slid back inside the other half, revealing a small unmoving figure dressed in resplendent clothing and accoutrements, reclining on its back in a tiny chair. It seemed almost like the most finely crafted child's doll. "What in the world is that?" Matthias exclaimed, hitting his face lightly with his hand, so great was his astonishment. "Is it some type of animal?" wondered Toma. "Not an animal," Cephas declared. "It is some type of being like one of us, except, very small." "It is not at all like us," Yakov refuted. "Look at the proportions. Besides being no bigger than two rats end to end, its head is disproportionately too large for its very, very long and slender body. The girth of our bodies are much bigger than the girth of our heads, where its head is greater in girth than its body. And it has almost no neck. It has no hair whatsoever, and it is entirely green. Have you ever seen a green person?" Philip stuck his head quite close so he could see the creature more clearly. "I think it has 3 eyes as well," he announced. "I cannot be sure, for the slits are tiny like the creature. Nor do I see much of a mouth or ears of any type. No, other than 2 arms, 5. Excuse me, 6 fingers, and 2 legs. This creature does not resemble anything close to a human." Salome put her hand gently upon Jesus's arm. "Are there creatures like this inside all of the orbs?" "Yes," Jesus answered. "The orbs are merely the ships that carry them. These beings are the masters. Ships that fly, mastered by exceptionally peculiar creatures the size of big rats, without mouths or ears. This is certainly the strangest of worlds," mumbled Yohanan. "I wonder how it is that they eat or speak," he muttered to himself. While everyone else spent several minutes gathered around the orb looking at the creature within, Mary Magdalene went quietly to all of the other orbs and opened them up. Gently extracting the small, limp pilots, she returned to our group, cradling all of them in her arms. She laid them down gently in the soft, burgundy grass beneath her feet, and took out the pilot from the orb the others had been observing and laid it alongside those on the grass. Jesus gestured toward the unmoving pilots laid out on the grass. "Now you see the wrong that might have been done. In your efforts to extract yourself from the grip of the orbs, which as far as you knew might themselves have been alive, you certainly killed the pilots by your commands for the orbs to die. As I have taught you, it is permissible to take a life, if there is no other way to save your own or protect your family. But there was nothing to indicate that the orbs were trying to kill you, only compel you. Therefore, the force you meted out was in excess of what should have been, and the consequences unfortunate, and in other circumstances, forgivable. Only after a long and fruitful repentance. Hearing this, some of the apostles wailed in grief, some holding their hands over their face in shame. It was quite unnerving to see grown men behaving like that. Cephas stepped toward Jesus and spoke for all of them, stammering, "Forgive us, Lord of light, we did not think that the orbs could be life or that there could be life within them, and I was the one who directed my brethren into sin, so let the consequences fall only upon me." Philip raised his arm slightly to draw attention and added meekly, "Even if we had imagined such possibilities, the truth is we were blessed simply to see our gifts of the celestial light called forth with focus successfully. But to have more control of the power, to be able to say, this much to disable, but not so much as to kill, is beyond our understanding and abilities at this time. In our clumsiness we erred. Please forgive us and tell us how we might make amends and effect a worthy repentance." Jesus enjoined, "Learn from your mistakes. Practice more and learn to control the power of your gifts that you have discovered this day. Covenant to use them only for the light, and only in ways that honor and respect all. Life and all will be well, for the error that was done this day can still be undone. This world is called Phaertho, by these small beings which are Hebs. They are one of 3 different types of very intelligent life that inhabit this world in the 5th kingdom, which is only one of countless worlds in the vastness of the kingdom, filled with innumerable creatures, greater than the sands of the sea. Though the Hebs are very small in relation to you, they are so far advanced in their civilization and knowledge of science that you would seem barely above the animals to them. In fact, there also lives upon this world another lesser intelligent life that the Hebs do consider animals. Unfortunately for you, they are similar to your appearance. But the males are covered in thick body hair, and both the males and females are shorter of stature and more squat. They call themselves Bras, and they are similar to those that lived upon your earth many tens of thousands of years ago. They are still in the age of stone, whereas the Hebs fly in the sky in orbs without wings and build great cities whose towers reach far into the clouds, and create many other marvels that would be incomprehensible to you. As I told you when we first arrived, these 2 species are mortal enemies. The Bras, being so much larger than the Hebs, try, and sometimes succeed, at overrunning outlying parts of Heb cities. The Hebs would prefer to just be left alone, but are vigilant in defense, even to the point of sending hunting parties out to seek and engage the Bras. They thought you were Bras, as I was fairly certain they would. But if they had captured you, they would not have killed you. They simply destroy the reproductive ability of any captured Bras, hoping to diminish their numbers and thus diminish the threat. Why, wondered Amram. What is the point of the Bras causing such trouble? Why attack a city of the Hebs? If they take it, it might be grand and reach into the sky, but the rooms would be far too small for the Bras to stick more than an arm into, and the civilization would be beyond their understanding to take advantage of. So why waste resources and probably lives, attacking a city, from which nothing can be gained except stirring up the wrath of the Hebs like a nest of hornets, to their own misfortune? Sadly, Jesus answered, the Hebs are the favorite food of the Bras. The Bras eat the Hebs. Salome exclaimed in incredulous disbelief. Yes, Salome, Jesus acknowledged. The Bras eat the Hebs. But the Hebs do not kill the Bras. Philip said in astonishment. If they are continually attacked, it would seem that their castration tactic is insufficient to counter the threat. When their cities are attacked, they do kill the attackers when they can, and they are justified before source, for they act in defense of themselves and their families. Jesus explained. But it is not such an easy task when the attackers are 5 times larger and attack in hordes with nets and clubs from many directions at once. Jesus looked at the deceased Hebs laying on the ground side by side and turned to his apostles and Salome, as it is you who killed the Hebs, it is only fitting that you should also restore their lives. But how, wondered Shimon. I thought only you could bring the dead back to life. I will help you, Jesus assured him. But you must give them your love from the depths of your heart, and bless them with a portion of your soul essence, even as Salome did for Cephas, when you were being attacked. Only when you love them enough, and freely give of your most precious soul treasure, will they return to the living. I will only give them the final breath of life. Everything else, even if they live again or not, is up to you and your love and unselfishness. He turned to Salome and put his hand on her shoulder. As you gave so much of your essence just moments ago, I do not ask for you to give another portion again so soon, and excuse you from this. Thank you, my Lord, Salome replied reverently. But I plead earnestly to be able to join in the circle of love with my brethren the apostles. I was as much a part of the demise of the little ones as they were, perhaps even more so. I do not mind giving up more of my essence of celestial light for the little ones to live again, and am honored and humbled beyond words to have the opportunity to undo the mistake that was done. Jesus smiled a warm and loving smile at Salome and bent over and kissed her on her forehead. You are a treasure, Salome. He then bade Salome and the apostles to join together, shoulder to shoulder, in a circle of power and love surrounding the Hebs, and to reach deep into their hearts and call forth all of their love and send it unconditionally to the Hebs. He counseled them to put aside all thoughts of anger or upset, to be at peace with themselves and the world upon which they stood, and with the Hebs, to have no malice toward them, only love. He called upon them to immerse the Hebs in an auric light of soft purple changing to deep green, called forth from the very core of their soul essence. Standing off to the side observing, I was not invited to participate, but was not offended as I had not been a part of the battle with the Hebs. Looking at those gathered in the circle, I tried to discern the colored lights Jesus had asked them to call forth, but I saw nothing unusual at all. I was suddenly struck by the thought that perhaps it was an energy I could not see with my natural eyes. I closed my eyes and said a short but very sincere prayer to Source to open my spiritual eyes that I might see that which my eyes of the world could not. When I opened them, a wide grin grew upon my face as I looked up and gazed at my friends in the circle. They were surrounded and enveloped in a beautiful translucent purple light forming an oblong, waving mass that settled over the Hebs and then began to spin faster. and faster until it was but a blur that changed to deep green as it swirled. Jesus cast forth his hand toward the spinning green mass of light, and it was suddenly filled with many tendrils of bright white lightning, which exploded and turned into sparkling rain falling down upon the bodies of the Hebs. The hazy, green mass slowed its spin, turning again to purple light, then stopped altogether, and in another moment it dissipated and was gone. At that precise moment, the Hebs all opened their eyes. Looking up, they saw they were surrounded by a circle of very tall people looking down upon them. As fast as you could blink, they hastily got to their feet and tried to flee. But they did not get far. Mary Magdalene spoke a word of power in the strange tongue as she waved her hand at them, and like I had been earlier, they suddenly found that their feet were stuck to the ground and they could not move no matter how much they thrashed about. I soon heard the Hebs speaking to one another in their minds. From the astonished looks on the faces of everyone else I knew they were hearing it too. Every word the Hebs said, in their fear, disbelief, and curiosity about us. We all understood as if they were speaking in the language each of us was most familiar with, some Aramaic, some Greek, some Hebrew. Then I heard Jesus speaking to the Hebs in their minds, "Have no fear, my friends. We are not bras. Nor are we your enemies. We come in the light of peace from a world far from this one." Impossible! I heard one of the Hebs shout in my head. No creature but Hebs can speak in their minds. Beware, my comrades. This is some type of trap. Though no one else seemed to have a clue as to which Heb had been speaking, Mary Magdalene knelt down in front of one of them and smiling mischievously she shook her head a little, wagged her finger in front of his face and reached out and touched the Heb lightly on his chest. Then I heard her speak to him in his mind, "Not so, my friend, for all of us hear the words you speak in your mind. I speak to you now, because I know it was you who just spoke." "Impossible," the Heb exclaimed again indignantly. "They are very strange-looking bras," everyone heard another of the Hebs comment. "Look at their nice clothing, far more than a bras could ever conceive or create." "That is because we are not bras," Mary Magdalene assured him. "We are Alamars and we come from a world in another time and place." She looked directly at the Heb in front of her, who with spindly arms crossed seemed to still be in denial that any creature other than Hebs could mind speak. "I caused your feet to be stuck to the ground," Mary Magdalene confessed. "If you promise not to run or to try to hurt us, I will release all of you, with the promise that none of us will do anything to hurt you in any way, as long as you reciprocate the courtesy and kindness." The Hebs spoke quickly among themselves in their minds, then the one before Mary Magdalene nodded his head. "Agreed. Release us, giant." Mary Magdalene smiled and with a wave of her hand she freed them from her power and they stepped out of the invisible bonds that had held them. Another of the Hebs boldly walked over to Mary Magdalene and spoke to her in her mind, which I also heard clearly, "How did you accomplish this feat of holding our feet to the ground? And by what technology did you render us unconscious and bring our ships to the ground?" Hearing his questions, the apostles realized the Hebs did not understand that they had actually been dead and returned to life, and apparently Mary Magdalene did not plan on enlightening them, for she answered simply, "There is much about your civilization that is beyond our ability to understand. In a like manner, the means by which we accomplished that which we did, is beyond your ability to fathom, for it has nothing to do with science, but only with that which is spiritual, and of this you have no foundation to comprehend the edifice. Another Heb came up to Mary Magdalene and spoke to her in her mind, saying, "You say you are from another world. That is remarkable. We have studied the other worlds through our sky glasses, but never did we suppose that any life existed upon them. We thought ours was the only place in the cosmos fortunate enough to have life." Mary Magdalene nodded her head with understanding. "Yes, from what my husband Jesus tells me, that is a common misconception on many worlds." "Many worlds?" asked another Heb incredulously. "How many other worlds have life on them?" Jesus spoke to them then in their minds, in response, "You know the beach of sand beyond the far side of your city." "Yes," many Hebs said at once. "If you were to take all of the grains of sand upon that beach and multiply them enough to fill your entire world, you still would not have even begun to count the worlds of life that exist, which the Source have created." "That is too many," another Heb countered. "There are not that many worlds in all the cosmos. The Source." I heard still another of the Hebs speak. "If you are Alamars, who are the Source?" "The Source," answered Philip, also kneeling down to be closer to the Hebs, "are the creators of all life. They are the creators of us. And they are the creators of you and the Bras and every speck of life upon this world and every other." "You have strange and primitive notions," retorted another Hebrew. "Life creates itself, or in some cases is created in our laboratories. But no creature from another world created life here." Hearing this, Jesus walked over to a mottled red and green plant with many spike-like leaves and a tall central shoot that was just preparing to release seeds. He plucked one of the seeds and knelt down in front of the Hebs, asking, "What is this?" "That is the seed of a gerbob," one of the Hebs answered. "How long is its germination from planting to maturity?" Jesus inquired. 180 sleep cycles are required before a gerbob bears its fruit, explained another of the Hebs. Jesus used his index finger to punch a hole in the sandy soil, then dropped the seed into the hole and covered it. Looking intently at each of the Hebs, one after another in their tiny eyes, he quietly announced, "I am in Source." Then he waved his hand over the spot where he had planted the seed and stood up. Within moments a tender shoot pushed through the ground and rapidly grew upward. Within 10 breaths it shot forth spiky leaves. Within another 5 breaths the tall central shoot had grown up. Within another 5 it flowered. Within another 5 it fruited, and in the time it took Jesus to step over to it the fruit ripened and he plucked one off and sat it down upon the ground in front of the astonished Hebs. There is more to know than that which you know, and if you would become more than you are, you should listen now to what we have to share with you. There was dumbfounded silence for a moment and then one of the Hebs replied, "You are certainly more than we have conceived any other being could be." He looked at his compatriots and they all nodded silently in assent. He looked back at Jesus. "We will not let pride or ignorance be a barrier. If you will teach us of your ways, we will listen." From being our erstwhile adversaries the Hebs quickly became our endearing friends. They were like excited little children speaking rapidly with enthusiasm and expectation as they led us toward their towering, gleaming city. Their silver orb ships were left behind where they had fallen, and all of the Hebs climbed onto our shoulders so we could be their beasts of burden, cajoling us into carrying them by explaining it was simply too far for their little legs to walk. As we approached the city, the Hebs that were with us communicated with the population in the city, telling them of all that had transpired, and hundreds of thousands of Hebs came out to greet the giants from another world who could render them unconscious in their ships, and stick their feet to the ground, and fruit a jerbob seed in just a handful of breaths. We stayed with the Hebs, encamped immediately outside of their city for a couple of weeks. The days were balmy and the nights pleasantly comfortable. The only irritation were these creepy crawly, 12-legged, flying bugs called grommets, about the size and thickness of your largest finger, that came out at night and crawled beneath our bedding to chew up our finger and toenails while we slept. They were less offensive than the horse flies back home that liked to take chunks out of your skin, leaving bloody, painful holes in the flesh. But it was still disturbing to be rudely awakened at night by something crawling and chewing on you. Mary Magdelene cast some sort of spell to ward them off from where she, Salome and Jesus slept. But Jesus thought it best, for our own growth and expansion, if everyone else sorted out on their own how to deal with the grommets. Judging by all the unhappy comments around the camp about the bugs upon arising the next few mornings, and everyone's increasingly holy nails, I don't think anyone else was very successful. After the first night's ravaging of my nails, as I didn't know how to cast spells and the bugs were uninterested in my flesh, I took off most of my clothes and thickly wrapped my feet and hands. It was to no avail. The next morning I found my nails had still been chewed on some more in the night. But now I also had big holes in my garments where the inconsiderate bugs had chewed passageways through to get to my nails. Finally Toma had the brilliant idea to ask the Hebs if they knew a way to ward off the grommets. Thankfully they did. Apparently the bugs are literally a much bigger problem for the Hebs, as proportional to their size, they are much larger than just their biggest finger. They liked the Hebs' nails as much as ours, but were prone to eat their entire fingers and toes because there really wasn't much nail on the tiny digits, and I guess the fingers and toes got in the way. The Hebs gave us a truly foul-smelling concoction of thick, black goop to paint on our nails. It quickly hardened, but if anything the smell increased. It worked wonderfully. But that was to be expected as the stuff made humans gag, so surely it would have killed those little bugs in an instant if they had landed on it. The Hebs, lucky for them, smelled nothing at all as they had no sense of smell. Nor did they have to paint the vile stuff on their nails. A little strip painted near any open egress to their buildings was enough to deter the bugs. Unfortunately for us, we were sleeping under the open sky and painting the noxious goop on our nails was our only option. I could not complete my account of my visit to Fertho without describing the astounding city. In my wildest dreams and flights of imagination I never would have conceived of anything so grand. Nothing in my experience had prepared me to envision such a wonder. In Israel the tallest buildings were religious in nature, or the palaces of the kings and wealthy, and they often had 3 floors. 2 floors were more common among the very wealthy. But the vast majority of even the most ostentatious buildings were just a single floor. In the Heb city on Fertho, which was called Yizdas, there were no buildings that were only a single floor, or 2, or 3. The shortest buildings, the ones reserved for commercial enterprises, towered the height of 5 men of Israel, if they were to stand on each other's shoulders. As the largest Hebs were only about 1/5 our height, I estimate that their shortest buildings were at least 20 floors tall. And they built them quite thin, so their width was only 10 to 20 times the height of a single floor. Their tallest buildings literally reached into the clouds, and their clouds were no closer to the ground than those of my homeland. I had estimated that the taller buildings had at least 200 to 300 floors, but I was thinking too much in terms of my own height and was far off the mark. One of the Hebs I made friends with was Orts, who happened to be a building engineer, and astonished me with some particulars. The beauty of communicating from mind to mind is one person thinks a thought in their language, which could be completely indecipherable to the other if they were speaking aloud, but comes across perfectly in the language of the recipient in the mind. Without mind speak we would never have been able to learn as much about each other's cultures. I asked Orts how many floors were in the tallest building in the city, and he astounded me by revealing the tall spire had 542 floors. They had very fast elevators that ran along the outside of the structures, powered by rapidly moving electromagnets to pull them up and down the buildings. I speak about the technology with the benefit of my modern scientific knowledge. But when Orts first explained it to me on Fairtho, it was completely incomprehensible. The only magnets I knew about at the time were hunks of naturally occurring black lodestone rock we imported as novelties from Greece to sell in bazaars, to which pieces of iron would magically stick. The buildings themselves were all rounded in shape, with many gently curving spiral flutes running the entire length from top to bottom. Every aspect of the structures were rounded, from the walls, to the doors, to the window frames. The windows themselves were merely for air circulation, as the walls of all the buildings were translucent to opaque, depending upon their need for privacy. They also came in every color of the rainbow, making the city a visual smorgasbord delight. Nowhere on the buildings was there any point that formed a sharp angle. The Hebs told me this, along with the narrowness of their construction, helped deflect the strong winds that sometimes swept their world. At night the buildings blazed well into the late hours of evening, with tens of thousands of brilliant lights like the captured stars of the sky. I was accustomed to rooms dimly lit by torchlight, so the spectacle of the city of Yildiz illuminated at night was awe-inspiring. It wasn't until I lived on my Earth in the modern era of megacities, such as New York and Tokyo, that I saw again such a glittering nightscape. I wondered at the substance the buildings were made of, as it seemed to be of exceptional hardness, with a striking clarity in some parts and colorful opaqueness in others. Orts explained that the structural parts of the building were constructed principally of the mineral silica. That was still a mystery to me until one day when Mary Magdelene showed me the rock crystal with a rainbow inside that she wore about her neck, similar to the one I had to give Aurelius. She said the buildings of the Hebs were made from the same impervious, hard substance of the rock crystal. She marveled, "Can you imagine what it would be like to live completely surrounded by the energy of such a marvelous stone?" I nodded as if I agreed. But in truth I had little understanding of what she was talking about. At the time, I knew naught of the power of stones and crystals. My foundational understanding of my own world was irreversible and profoundly shaken because of my experiences among the Hebs and the strange world of Fairtho. This ended up being a great blessing that has continued to enrich me for my entire long life. Meeting the Hebs helped me to understand that even creatures far different from me in appearance and custom, still cherished their family, had hopes for the future, and sought peace with the other occupants of their world if they were allowed peace in return. On the earth of my home, I have visited every country of the world, including quite a number that no longer exist. Because of the depth of understanding that began with getting to know the Hebs, I have grown in joy and as a person from every culture and people I have subsequently had the privilege to interact with in day-to-day life. Though they may eat different food, smell strangely, dress peculiarly, worship odd gods, and have altogether different cultures, the reality is there are far more traits, desires, hopes and dreams we have in common than ones we have contrarily. Perhaps the greatest transformation on my thinking came not from how I viewed people of other cultures, but how I understood and treated animals from that day forth. On more than one occasion I had heard Jesus speak of the sanctity of life, and how if there was an alternative we should not eat animals of warm blood, or any kind of creature that nurtures its young. Though I love him and tried from day one to more closely adhere to his teachings, I was not very successful with changing my diet until after my sojourn with the Hebs. Though the Hebs were far smarter than me, their small peculiar appearance at first made it a challenge not to keep thinking of them as some type of animal rather than an odd-shaped, fairly faceless miniature version of a human. As I interacted more with them, that judgmental perception faded. I soon came to a complete acceptance in my heart and mind of them as incredibly intelligent, loving, fun, and often sagacious beings. Having made that leap of thought, I continued leaping. Later, when I was wandering alone near the outskirts of the city, I began to reflect upon the animals in my life, from the camels of the caravans to the songbirds that frequented the flowering trees in the courtyard garden of my home. It suddenly dawned on me with deep poignancy that the animals Jesus mentioned, those of warm blood or any that nurtured their young, were like the Hebs. Though they looked very different from me, often smelled quite offensive, and had peculiarities unique to their kind, in many ways they were not much different than me. They too loved their children and in many cases their lifelong mate. They too exhibited curiosity and a willingness and even desire to learn more than they knew. They too would fight to the death to defend their mate and children. Though some of the higher consciousness animals might be beasts of burden, they were not mindless, emotionless dumb brutes. In fact, just the opposite, they had a wide range of deep emotions and passions that ran as strong as any person's. And the best of them had a keen intelligence and inquisitiveness that would put many people to shame. Like the thought of the bras eating the Hebs, I almost gagged with the disgusting realization that I had killed and eaten so many of the gentle, loving, intelligent fellow citizens of my world. Worse, that in most cases I had forever torn them away from the love and solace of their mates and children. So it was not just one life I had wreaked havoc upon, but many. I am not a carnivorous beast of the forest that I must kill to eat. I shouted aloud, falling to my knees in shame. Resolutely, I vowed to myself and Source that I would do better, that I would live more nobly from that day forth. The astounding understanding I gained was that the differences that separate us, Alamars from Hebs, or camels, or birds, are inconsequential. The faithful love, family nurturing, intelligent curiosity, and myriad of simple joys that are shared with family and friends, makes us more kindred and alike with other higher species than different. For they do the very same. If we acknowledge the reality that there are more forms of higher life than humans, we become bonded to them on a common journey, as masterpiece creations of Source. With this understanding dawned an even greater one. A transcendent thought that has proven itself over the last 2000 years. I have observed multiple vegetarian and pescatarian societies during my lifetime on Earth. They exude peace. In every case, not only were they kind and respectful to each other and all animals, they were never aggressors against another people. Never. It was only the meat-eating people, whose daily existence of murdering animals for food had numbed them to killing, that pressed aggressive wars of domination against their fellow men, raping, pillaging, torturing, and enslaving, often over trivial differences or perceived insults. But more often, as in the case of the Romans, simply because they wanted to enrich themselves through conquering and domination of another people. Please do not misunderstand. I am not implying that all meat-eating people are aggressive and warlike. Truly, most are good and wonderful people. I was a meat-eater for many years, but have always had a genial disposition, other than in times when I have been attacked by brigands or had to defend my family. I merely give you my observation that non-meat-eating societies are never the aggressors in wars against other groups of people. I have studied this for some time and have found no other common factor that could account for it, other than their lifestyle that abhors the killing of higher forms of life for anything other than self-defense. Too soon the time came for us to depart from the endearing Hebes and the enchanting world of Phaertho. Though we had spent 12 days among them, it seemed far shorter and parting was difficult. We had barely begun to know them and their world. Jesus told us that he would return someday, and he promised the Hebes that he would. But most of us were crestfallen when he told us none of us would ever see this wonderful world again. The Hebes were even more disheartened than us that our time had come to return to our home world. I have never seen so many people weeping and wailing. I have always been uncomfortable when I am around women crying. I just don't know what to say or do to comfort them. Imagine that feeling of inadequacy multiplied 100,000 times. I wanted to say or do something to give solace to the Hebes, but instead just stood there like an idiot looking sheepishly at them because I did not have even a hair of a thought about how I could comfort even one, let alone the multitude. I think the emotional outpouring must have also touched Jesus very deeply. He actually fell to one knee for a moment as if he could no longer support himself to stand. Mary Magdelene and Salome helped him up, one on either side of him with his arms draped over their shoulders. Jesus kissed each of them lightly on the cheek and then moved a step forward. He closed his eyes and lifted his face and both of his hands high up toward the sky. He spoke not a word, either aloud or in our minds. He was standing atop a small rise where the throng of Hebes could see him, and remained silently looking skyward for close to a minute until the sobbing of the Hebes had ceased as they all became curious as to what he was doing. Once everyone had quieted and all eyes were focused on Jesus. From a mostly blue sky filled with a few puffy white clouds, it suddenly began to rain, a glorious rain such as had never been seen on their world or ours. A shower of large, warm, wet drops began to fall all over us and the vast crowd of Hebs. But each drop of water was a miniature miracle, illuminated within by a sparkling rainbow light. It was as if glittering drops of a heavenly rainbow were falling upon us. The sad tears of the Hebs had been replaced by tears of radiant joy from the heavens. When the drops splashed on our skin, they burst into a brilliant array of sparkling translucent colors. Once the drop spread out on your skin, it was just clear water. But as it fell from the sky, and especially when it splattered on your skin, there was an unforgettable explosion of twinkling colors. Soon after the rainbow rain began to touch my skin, I was overwhelmed with a most wonderful feeling of love, security, and contentment. Looking around, I could see everyone else, including the Hebs, had been imbued with the same sweet joy. It was on the crest of this heartwarming feeling that Jesus waved goodbye to the Hebs and bade all of us to wave goodbye to them as well. Mary Magdalene held the rainbow rock crystal in her hand that she usually wore around her neck. As everyone continued to wave farewell to the Hebs, she used the crystal to draw the invisible lines in the empty air to open a portal, and spoke aloud the single word of power that activated the gateway. She stepped through the entrance, seeming to vanish into thin air to anyone that was watching. One by one, each of us waved one last time to the Hebs and followed her through the portal, back to our time and our earth. Unbeknownst to us at the time, before the portal between Fairtho and Earth closed, something followed us through the passage between worlds. It wasn't a Heb or a Braz. Nothing so benign. It was a predator. A cold-blooded, rapidly multiplying monstrosity beyond the ken of men. One that was soon to wreak chaos and havoc on our unsuspecting world and threaten the very continued existence of mankind. But at least for a short time, I was blissfully unaware of the approaching Jugger Book 2 Chapter 1. Voice heard around the world. Gads, what a trip! My first inkling of the long life I was going to experience came shortly after I returned with everyone from the other dimension world of Fairtho. We came back through the spiral, blue light portal to the same place in the courtyard at my family's house in Bethany from which we had departed. With our return, I had the opportunity to experience the time distortion from a perspective as one of the time walkers. To my great disappointment, I had been left behind when Jesus, my sister Mary Magdalene, Salome, and Jesus's apostles went to Idadon, a world in another dimension on an earlier visit. I had been both sad and somewhat offended when Jesus explained he didn't feel I would be up to the challenge of the strangeness they would experience on the strange world. It seemed a very weak argument at the time to leave me in Bethany while they all went out and had great adventures. After all, my sister Mary Magdalene went with them, and even her companion Salome. At the time I was almost insulted that Salome was deemed capable of enduring whatever they would encounter on the other world, but I was not. Up to that point I considered Salome's sole talents to be singing, dancing and looking beautiful. As I found out on our joint visit to Fairtho, she possessed far more potent abilities. Ones I would count myself lucky to ever master. I thought they were all joking with me and rubbing salt into my wounded pride when they returned from Idadon a few hours later and claimed they had been gone for days to that mysterious place. Now I was the one returning after having been away for almost 14 days and nights as I had counted time while on Fairtho. But to my wife Hannah, my children, and everyone else who had been aware of our departure, it seemed as if we had been gone less than a day. Though I had now lived this experience from both sides of the equation, it was still a difficult concept to wrap my head around. Everyone in our traveling group stayed at my house in Bethany overnight and rested from our event-filled trip. The following day Jesus said he had an important talk he wanted to give to all the children o' light. Despite everything I had personally experienced, including dying, visiting the afterlife in the celestial kingdom, being resurrected, and most recently traveling through time and space to a world in a different dimension, I still thought too small when it came to Jesus. I soon came to realize I needed to expand my concept of possibilities whenever he was involved. When he said he wanted to talk to all the children of light, I assumed he meant those of us that could easily gather in Bethany. As he shortly explained to us, what he actually intended to do was speak to every single child of light in the entire world at the same time telepathically. And not just those that knew of him, but every man, woman, and child in the world who lived their life worthy to be called a child of light. Regardless of their current religious beliefs or social standing. Slaves and kings alike would hear his words, if they were worthy. And so we did, and the experience was marvelous beyond description. As he was nearing the end of his sermon, Jesus uttered the fateful words that spoke of my own millennium-spanning destiny, though I did not know it at the time. Speaking to us all, he gave a prophecy and a promise. Then you are no more upon the earth, they witness o celestial light shall be taken Ram. It or 2,000 years save Ram those who remain as earth stewards, and the people o the world shall wander in the darkness they created. I had no idea what he was referring to at the moment he said it, but all was soon to be made clear to me. An abbreviated account of Jesus's sermon as it relates to the principles of longevity can be found in the book Labyrinth of Immortality. A complete account of the sermon can be found in the Oracles o Celestial Light, Vis. Chapter 2. Prelude of an Angel. Jesus lingered on the earth in a physical form for almost 6 weeks after his resurrection. The sermon heard by children of light around the world proved to be the last he would give before his final ascension to the celestial realm, which unexpectedly happened shortly after his telepathic sermon. Concerning the sacred ceremonies that occurred during Jesus's ascension, including the amazing circle of power I was honored to participate in, I will not speak of the historic events in detail in this book, as I already gave an in-depth accounting of them in Labyrinth o Immortality. In revealing the story of my life from this point on, I am focusing more on the heretofore hidden secular and otherworldly episodes that changed the history of Earth and saved it from destruction on more than one occasion, while mankind continued blissfully on, unaware of how different their fate would have been without the intervention of the guardians. Nevertheless, I cannot completely ignore the spiritual aspects of my life and the events that have swirled around it, for it is in the celestial light that all is rooted. That was especially true during these early years when I was at the very beginning of my amazing journey. And the spiritual aspects certainly cannot be glossed over in regards to my sister Mary Magdelene, a woman whose mysterious true nature I was still incapable of grasping at the early juncture of my life, despite all the inexplicable, miraculous things I had seen her do and heard others speak of in odd voices. In truth, despite mounting evidence to the contrary, it was still very difficult to erase from my mind that she was just my sister, the little girl I had grown up watching over and protecting. To accept that she was now someone much more, not solely because she was the wife of Jesus, the Lord of Light, but because she was a force to be reckoned with in her own right, was a ponderous challenge, one which became increasingly difficult to ignore in the coming days, despite my best efforts. I was in such a euphoric state after the events of Jesus's final departure from earth that I don't even remember how we ended up back in the courtyard of my house in Bethany. But so we all did, albeit each and every one of us still under the magic of those moments and wandering about somewhat in a dreamy daze for a while. The next day, after an incredibly sound sleep, I awoke wonderfully refreshed and enthusiastic about getting back to the routine of my life. For many people, the routine of life is boring at best, and often drudgery resigned to being endured at worst. But for me, though I sometimes loathed the travel and forced time away from my wife and children, I loved the diverse and continually interesting challenges my life as a trader afforded me, especially living in Israel, which sometimes seemed like the crossroads of the world. I thoroughly enjoyed my interactions with all of my family and employees, as well as people from all walks of life, from the nomads of the desert, to Roman officers, to Pharisees, Samaritans, Greeks, Persians, and Egyptians, and just common folk of many religious persuasions. I thanked God several times every day that Jesus had resurrected me and given me the opportunity to be immersed again in a fulfilling life. I was soon about to discover that my current immersion in exciting and fulfilling events was no more than a toe stuck in a vast lake, compared to the dunking that was coming. For about a month after Jesus had ascended, I was happily engaged in my accustomed life. The world seemed almost idyllic. Profits were up in business, my children were happy and being taught well in both the ways of celestial light as well as knowledge of the world they would need to navigate. Hannah and I were like two young lovers again, and our affections for each other seemed to have amplified since I had returned from the dead. Mary Magdelene, Salome, and the apostles all left at various times during the 2 days following Jesus' ascension. The apostles returned to their families, most of which lived in one of the 4 celestial communities at the north end of Lake Gennesaret. Mary Magdalene and Salome, on the other hand, seldom told anyone where they were going or when they would be returning. This caused not inconsiderable worry and, in my opinion, unnecessary annoyance with some of us, mostly me. The 3rd week of the month, I journeyed to Galilee, as I did each month, to meet with my buyer and the local fishermen at Tiberias to discuss the quantity of fish we needed for our retail outlets in the bazaars of Jerusalem and Bethany the following month, and to leave a payment with the local money changer. My fish buyer had no facilities or guards to safely keep gold, which was our sole method of payment to the fishermen. Like most businessmen, I contracted with a money changer at Tiberias to make payments on my behalf to the fishermen, as my buyer directed, and to pay any other merchants from whom I or my agents had made purchases. The money changers kept gold for many businesses in a stout, stone-walled, underground facility, heavily guarded by former soldiers. I suppose they were the world's first banks. Using the services of a money changer was a common practice in the days when trust among people in business was implicit and sealed with nothing more than a promise to abide by the Verbal agreement. It was a fidelity and trust one never saw or even heard of being broken by anyone. Contrarily, one thing I have noticed over the millenniums, is the less trusting people became the longer their written contracts extend. In the modern world, even something as simple as renting a house may require a 10-page agreement, but only after you have been credit qualified by the 20-page authorization for a credit company to snoop into every aspect of your private life. The longer, more detailed and convoluted the legal documents have expanded, the more insidious and ubiquitous the legal wrangling, suits and counter-suits have become. I digress. But I do miss the days when lawyers were about as rare as polar bears in Israel. I was met in Tiberias by the apostles, Cephas and Yohanan. They knew the day I would be arriving and arranged to be there to meet me. Cephas was an old business associate. My family had been buying fish off of his family's boats from before both of us were born. His father was killed when Cephas was only 16 by a drunken Roman soldier, when his father refused to give the soldier fresh fish for free when his boat was unloading. As the eldest son, Cephas inherited the business after his father's death and proved to be a good fisherman and an astute businessman. He rapidly grew the family business from 2 boats to 6. Jesus was wise when he called Cephas to be chief among his apostles. He understood business and people. Along with his knack for making allowances and adjustments for circumstances, he had many qualities of an effective leader. Despite his considerable abilities, he was humble and did not hesitate to call upon others when he knew they had a skill or knowledge he lacked, or encourage them toward leadership when he felt they had capacity for more than they had done before. Seeing Cephas and Yohanan approaching, I assumed they were there to discuss fishing. But the subject never even came up. After warm hugs of greeting, Cephas bluntly asked me, "Do you know what is going on with the brothers and sisters in the community that say they are meeting Mary Magdelene at your house in Bethany in 5 days? They refuse to tell us, the apostles, anything at all. And Mary Magdelene and Salome have not been seen since we all last departed Bethany. Do you know where she is or anything about this strangeness?" I was startled in my ignorance. "No, Cephas. I have not the faintest inkling of what you are speaking about. I have not seen or heard from Mary Magdelene either. I have no idea what she has been up to. Though all are always welcome, nobody in my household is preparing for any visitors." "How many brothers and sisters are you talking about?" I queried in curiosity. "They are all married couples," Yohanan interjected. "It was just happenstance that we even discovered they were making the journey to Bethany in 5 days. Kira, the wife of Aaron, let it slip when she was with my wife and 3 other sisters, when they were meeting about what actions to take regarding the fungus beginning to grow on the grapes in the Capernaum vineyard. She mentioned that she and Aaron were going to your house in Bethany, but when my wife Lanana asked her the reason for their trip, she evaded answering." Cephas picked up the account. "Later that day, after we made personal inquiries, we discovered a total of 6 couples we know of from our communities, that are planning on meeting Mary Magdelene at your house in 5 days. And none of them will tell us why." Yohanan chided him, "Perhaps they really do not know why." Cephas huffed in doubt at Yohanan's remark. Looking to me, he explained, They each say they are merely faithfully following a summons from Mary Magdalene and do not know anything about the reason for their meeting in Bethany. They say she asked them not to speak of their trip as it was only for them and she did not want other members of the community to attend. That is the part that does not set well with us and is very suspicious. From the apostles, there should be no secrets and Mary Magdalene has not even contacted us, let alone explained what is going on. And what could be only for them and not for all the brothers and sisters? O men of little faith! The startled look on the faces of Cephas and Jochanan confirmed that like me, they were suddenly hearing Mary Magdalene speaking in their heads. Meet me at the villa in Magdala at mid-afternoon, she directed, and I will explain all. Wait, Mary Magdalene! Where have you been? I shouted in my mind. Mary Magdalene did not answer. I heard Cephas and Johanan also ask her questions as well, but all we heard in reply was, mid-afternoon at the villa. What do you think this is all about? Johanan asked as we began to walk toward the villa as it was already past noon. I haven't a clue, Cephas retorted. And I am sorely displeased that Mary Magdalene is going around doing things that involve brothers and sisters of our community without telling us. It is an often irritating habit she has had all of her life, I explained with some exasperation. She thinks about doing something and she just does it. She is very quick to make decisions and act upon them, often without first seeking advice from others. Which would be fine if she was always correct, or if the actions she took did not also affect others. But it is not that infrequent that she is mistaken in her choices. And that others also pay the price. Cephas and Johanan nodded their heads in understanding. They looked at each other obviously in common thought and in unison said, the river Kishon. What about the river Kishon? I asked curiously. You do not know what happened on the Kishon? Johanan asked incredulous. I shook my head negatively. Not anything of substance, I admitted. I recall hearing that the wives of the apostles who were on the trip were threatened by a few drunk men when they were bathing in the river. As all of you came back in one piece, and no one ever talked about the incident, I assumed the 12 men, including all of you apostles plus Jesus, were more than enough of a show of force to frighten the drunkards away. Johanan looked over to Cephas. Can I tell him? Cephas shrugged his shoulders. I am surprised he does not already know, as Mary Magdalene is his sister and Jesus his brother-in-law. All right then, Johanan agreed. He looked at me and stammered a bit before he spoke. It seemed as if he was afraid of hurting my feelings. Mary Magdalene killed some men, he blurted out suddenly. What? I exclaimed in shocked disbelief. How could Mary Magdalene kill a man? And where were the apostles of celestial light that she would ever need to be in a position to defend herself? Wait a moment. I staggered as a thought hit me. Did you say Mary Magdalene killed men, as in more than one? Johanan nodded. She killed 2 for certain. She also blinded 2 others, but Jesus gave them back their sight. There were more that didn't get killed, but they were pretty broken up and may have died later. Certainly there were many parts of their bodies that were never going to work the same again. I stared at Johanan in utter disbelief. What you are saying is preposterous. Mary Magdalene, my sister Mary Magdalene, my sister Mary Magdalene, a woman, killed 2 men, maybe more, blinded 2 others and severely broke body parts of some more. Yohanan and Cephas looked at each other a bit perplexed, as if they could not understand why I found Yohanan's story ridiculous. Yes, that is what happened. Cephas agreed matter-of-factly, nodding his shaggy head. Affirmatively. He looked at me with disapproval. Lazarus, you are a very hard-headed man. When are you going to accept that Mary Magdalene is more than you remember, more than your younger sister? It is certain that the Mary Magdalene you recall from your childhood memories, and the Mary Magdalene we know from nearly a decade of shared experiences, are not very similar. We have watched Mary Magdalene grow in her power and personality as an apostle, learning to use her gifts of power in the celestial light. Jesus taught all of us how to recognize and use our gifts, but Mary Magdalene was his best student. And now she is an angel of source as well. If this is true, I said, doubting both the story of Mary Magdalene killing somebody and still unable to comprehend how she could be an angel, why am I just hearing about it now? You have been made aware of the changes in Mary Magdalene for years, I think, Cephas cajoled. You have just been too happy continuing in your role as the protective big brother and unwilling to accept the new reality. Nor can I see how you could possibly doubt it any longer, Yohanan added. Jesus was very specific in the great circle of celestial light when he ascended, that Mary Magdalene is an angel of source, with all the powers of that office vested in her. There is that, I admitted somewhat reluctantly. But her being an angel is still nebulous to me. In any case, that just occurred, and you are speaking of an event on the river Kishon that happened years ago. I don't know why you would want to blame Mary Magdalene for any men that died upon the river. I cannot conceive of any way she could have had anything to do with such a deed. The very fact that there has been a conspiracy of silence these many years leads me to suspect there is much more to the story. Truly there is much more to the tale, Cephas agreed, but it is almost all about Mary Magdalene, the sister you thought you knew, but you did not. After the event, Jesus asked everyone that had witnessed it to say nothing about it to anyone. As you said, this happened some years ago, and since then the little bit you heard about the women being accosted by drunk men has leaked out. But that is only a tiny part of the whole story. As we are going now to Magdala to meet Mary Magdalene, I would appreciate if you told me the complete account, I appealed. Jesus said, my sister is an angel. If you tell me more about her as you have known her, perhaps I will be able to see her more fully in the light she deserves, instead of through the eyes of a brother who still has trouble seeing her as more than a meddlesome sister. Cephas and Yohanan both nodded their heads in agreement. This was years before she was called to be the angel of the covenant, Cephas explained. All of us were just beginning to understand that we could wield special gifts of celestial light that would allow us to control unseen forces. None of us could actually do anything yet. We just learned the principles and techniques. Jesus told us on many occasions that anything he did we could also do, but no one had really had any success yet at manifesting the miraculous powers of celestial light except for Mary Magdalene. Cephas looked over to Yohanan. You talk for a while, he encouraged. Yohanan nodded silently in agreement. Your sister could do a few things, especially with minor levitation, but of course she had been with Jesus as his wife for many years before he called us as apostles and began our training. But she had never manifested anything major such as healing a leper or defying the laws of nature, as Jesus did on almost a daily basis. Not long before, we had departed from the towns of Gabi and Bizera. We were traveling on the Roman road that followed the river Kishon and terminated at the Great Sea. The day was quite hot. At a spot where the road was elevated a good distance above the river we spied an inviting pool of clear water down below. The woman giggled in excitement and asked to go down to bathe in the pool. Besides Mary Magdalene and Salome, there were 8 other women who were wives of the apostles that were accompanying us on the trip, including my wife and the wife of Cephas. The women scampered down the embankment and waded out into the water with all of their clothes on. They were frolicking and laughing and seemed to be having a wonderful time. All of us men stayed up on the road so we would not impose on their modesty while they were in the water. We were just talking about this and that, when suddenly we heard a shout from Salome. Jesus, Cephas! Come now to us, for we are attacked. We quickly ran over to the edge of the embankment and were horrified to see 7 men wading across from the far side of the river and heading straight for our wives. Immediately, we made to launch ourselves down to the river to defend our loved ones. But Jesus held up his arms and asked us to remain where we were. It is our times O greatest challenge that the true person O light and power can emerge from within the shell and WHLCH they are usually held by everyday file, he said. Let us watch for a moment to see Mary Magdalene discovers who she really is. It was very, very difficult to stand there and watch the scene unfolding below, Yohanan lamented. I confess that I had a moment of doubt and even anger that Jesus was restraining us. I was thinking, what could Mary Magdalene possibly do? Up until that fateful day I never really thought of Mary Magdalene as being any different than any of the other apostles, other than she was a woman and Jesus's wife. Jesus obviously knew a lot more about her potential than we did. If he was confident enough in Mary Magdalene to not intervene in the situation below on the river, then I realized I needed to have faith in him and calm my doubting anxieties. Standing on the raised road, we were not that far away from the river. We could see the men and hear them as they were yelling demeaning slurs at our wives. They were obviously very drunk. Mary Magdalene told us later that she thought their behavior was so demented that they must be possessed by devils. We saw her lift her hand up toward them and heard her say forcefully, "In the name of Source, I command the devils within you to depart." But her words of banishment to the devils had no effect. The men just laughed and kept coming across the river. Mary Magdalene was standing near the middle of the river.